The rival clan brought over 1,000,000 troops and horses to march out on campaign, but faced with that sea of soldiers, this young master marched out alone, and confidently declared that he alone had surrounded the entire legion. Not long ago, he had been an ordinary young master of the T-1 Lin Su clan, but this clan, passing through many generations, no longer had anyone who could summon the death soldiers. The declining clan was attacked by a rival family, the head was taken up for judgment, and they used this young master as entertainment for him to watch, personally cutting that rope. After that day, an emotionless young master was born. He didn't care about the clan fighting for the headship, and left while researching ways to resurrect the clan. He was drawn into the Black Tome and encountered the demon of old, who offered him the first patron of the family, to ascend to the position of the clan's supreme leader. But the more one desires, the higher the price to pay. Unlike the first head of the clan, he even offered his own family as sacrifices, enduring harsh training of his powers over a long period, rooting out all hidden spies and informants within his clan. Now once more he leads the clan's forces out to punish those of old, with the unlimited T-1 Lin army on the ancient battlefield, and the ability to shapeshift convincingly into others without leaving a trace. The T-1 Lin Su clan returned, forcing others to bow their heads and not dare look once more. About 3 meters above, a sharp blade gleamed menacingly, casting its shadow over the black hair below, the darkest and most terrifying shadow, as if enveloping the soul beneath. While the son stood there dazed, the father lay beneath the guillotine awaiting execution. The onlookers below murmured and gossiped. How did things come to this? What did His Majesty do to deserve this humiliation? SHH, shut up or you'll be the next one up there. Remember my words, haven't you seen enough to know how ruthless they are? The man's hint made the girl involuntarily glance up at the one perched above, sipping his tea. I know. But the man continued, we can only stay silent and keep our distance from them. Now war has erupted across the continent. Lowly people like us have no choice but to hold our breath like dead rats. For this is an age of war and chaos, when the flames of slaughter engulf the east. And those flames spread on, impossible to extinguish. And then the noble Marba's clan became the next victim of this hellish blaze. Their fate sealed. The strong do as they please, while the weak can only sneak and snatch to survive. Unlike the strong, the weak must fight for their lives every day. Unlike the strong, the weak ultimately have only one path, to dance with death. The gates of hell where the weak can only await final release. That is the dark prospect this continent has become. The man above enjoying the spectacle was Count Alan de Sylvester, Lord of House Sylvester and rival of House Marbas. He shouted to begin the performance, and immediately the gathered townspeople below erupted into chaotic commotion, while the son stood coldly there like a statue. Seeing this, Alan raised an eyebrow and barked, "What's this? Are you not following my orders?" No sooner had he finished than the son moved, taking up the utility knife, moving stiffly like a puppet, and slowly approaching the guillotine. Alan watched his every step with a bloodthirsty smile. What are you waiting for? Cut the rope, boy. Obeying the order, the son trudged step by step toward the rope. Then he raised his hand and decisively swung down in one stroke, to the stunned silence of the people below, and the utterly perverse gaze of Alan above. The sound of the blade was merciless, like a cleaver chopping on a cutting board. Dark red droplets splattered the pale face of the child. They stained that tragic scene with a metallic stench of iron, inescapable. Cruel fate, a burden unimaginable placed on a boy's shoulders. It was not merely Rune von Marbas's execution that severed every tie between father and the living world. That son was Leon von Marbas, the son of the late Lord Rune von Marbas, and the one who had executed his own father with his own hands. The head of the house is the lord of a noble family. True to the title, the head is not just a noble but the central pillar of an entire nation. As some play once wrote, the higher the crown, the more unsettled the hearts, and power should only be entrusted to those strong enough to bear it. The new lord of House Marbas stepped into the light Leon. The tutelage of the family's leaders began when the young Lord Leon appeared. A middle-aged man slammed the table and shouted, House Sylvester is expanding its power. They might even send troops to seize Marba's territory. Others added, my lord, you must strengthen our defenses immediately. Lord, please make a decision. Indeed, my lord, it is time you gave us a clear answer. Facing the pressure from his elders, Leon calmly said, enough. I ask you to be patient a little longer. I still need time to consider. Seeing their lord seemingly indifferent, everyone grew anxious. But lord, this is urgent. Even so, this signaled ill omens for the once glorious House Marbas. With the death of my father, Rune von Marbas, Leon ascended to the headship of House Marbas at just 14 years old. A House Marbas once struck terror into the world with the title Deathmage clan, but that glorious reputation has long since become a distant part of history. Leon entered the vast room, stood before the portraits of his parents, and reflected. What did my parents want me to do? I know my pleas will never be answered, for the dead cannot speak and my parents cannot guide me from the beyond. Yet more than ever, I need a path, a guiding light, to learn how I can restore the clan's glory and prosperity. He took a few more steps, stopped, and looked up at the oldest painting in the room, which depicted a man with jet black hair wearing the clan's distinctive black robes. It was Wellen von Marbas, the progenitor who founded House Marbas, and the only deathmage of his era. Legend has it that House Marbas rose from the blood and fire of the battlefield when their first ancestor used his black magic to etch their name into history. But since that golden age, the Marbas bloodline has failed to produce another true deathmage, leading inevitably to the clan's decline. And in the end, I was the one who had to slay my father with my own hands. He exhaled wearily. Leon opened the door to another room. He walked to the desk, on which lay a thick book whose cover bore the image of a blood-red eye. The Chronicle of House Marbas. Ancestor Wellen von Marbas was a living legend. With a wave of his hand, he swept away enemies like a deadly gale, raising legions of the undead that marched without end, flattening every obstacle in their path. In just 2 months after launching his eastern campaign, that vast region lay beneath his heel. Rumor has it Wellen von Marbas made a pact with the demon Marbas, through which he unlocked one of the continent's greatest secrets, seizing the dark knowledge of deathcraft through the Necronomicon, the most terrifying grimoire ever known. By that power, our ancestor became the lord of the entire continent. Leon stared at the book pensively. This priceless heirloom passed down from our forebears. It was what forged House Marbas's glory, making us the only family on the continent able to summon the Death Legions. As he lifted the book, a voice suddenly echoed within his mind. "Listen to me, new young lord." Leon was startled by the sound, a message via telepathy right in the lord's study. Odd, since the place was clearly protected by anti-magic wards. He called out, "Who is there?" "Who are you?" The other, seeing his caution, soothed him. "Do not fear, my child. I am not your enemy nor your clan's. But Leon, why would you trust me? How could I expect you to believe my words?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he was pulled into a strange ritual. When he opened his eyes, before him stood a giant lion with a sharp horn, its gaze fixed directly on him. Leon asked, "Where is this place?" The lion, a little surprised, pointed to itself. "HMPH, has your predecessor never told you of my existence?" Leon replied skeptically. "Your predecessor? You mean my father Rune von Marbas?" The giant lion nodded its massive head in affirmation. Yes, he bore that name. I sensed the mana bond between us had been severed. Then it growled in anger. "Damn, I have long feared his nature was too merciful to rule a dark house. I should have known his end would come sooner than expected. But anyway, tell me, who was it that dealt the finishing blow to your father?" Leon was unafraid. He raised his head and replied, "If you ask who killed my father, it was I, Leon, his biological son." No sooner had he finished than a powerful surge of force from the lion struck Leon, throwing him violently backward. Its voice thundered, "I will ask again, are you truly the one who murdered my contract master?" Confronted with its overwhelming fury, the lion pressed the question once more. "Was it indeed you who killed my contract master?" The lion roared with fury. "I will ask again, are you really the one who slew my contract master?" Leon showed no fear. As anyone might glare, he glared back and affirmed once more, "Yes, I killed my father." The lion seemed struck as if by a thunderclap. It howled loudly. At the same time, it replayed Leon's memories before it. Each scene that appeared led it to a realization. "So your reason was stolen from you, poor child. The hand that cut the rope was indeed yours, but that does not mean you are the one who killed your father." Leon did not bother to argue. That was not the truth, and he knew it. Looking at the naive child before it, the lion sighed in thought. Setting aside his despair, what truly baffled me was the dark aura that enveloped him and the consuming shadow waiting to devour him from within. What has this child become? How can one so young possess such terrifying magic through his mystic eye? The lion recognized Leon's enormous mana and clicked its tongue. Ridiculous. It might even surpass its own ancestors. After pondering, it cleared its throat and spoke. Let me introduce myself. I am Marbas, one of the 72 infernal demon lords. I turned my back on the demon realm to live among humans. A lifelong companion of Wellen von Marbas and the origin of the clan Marbas's unique forbidden spirit summoning art. Hearing the familiar name, Leon continued, "I know of you from legends. When my ancestor founded House Marbas, you were the one who taught him the forbidden art of summoning spirits." Marbas replied, "Yes, it was I, although now I am bound to the Black Tome. I was once one of the most fearsome demons." Leon's gaze suddenly grew cold. "Marbas, Dark Sorcerer King, our ancestors said the spirit summoning art ran in our blood. So why did you ultimately abandon us?" Marbas looked puzzled at the small human before him. "Abandon you? What made you think that?" Leon then said, "Since the time of the legend Wellen, House Marbas has not produced a spirit summoner of his caliber. If this is not proof that you abandoned us, then what is?" Feeling misunderstood and rather annoyed, Marbas rose fully to defend himself. "Then let me make one thing clear. The reason you and your line cannot wield the true power of spirit summoning is that you are too weak to offer a worthy vessel." Leon asked in confusion, "A worthy vessel?" Marbas explained, "Exactly. None of you can compare to Wellen's innate talent. This is merely an omen of the decline of your bloodline." After pondering for a few seconds, Leon replied calmly, "I will take your words under advisement." That nod earned a measure of approval from Marbas. Leon answered nonchalantly, "Of course. The weak are defeated in wartime. That is an immutable law of this world. Marbaz inquired, is that also how you accept your father's death? Leon said, what's the big deal? Frankly, his death was nothing special. However, if you have not completely turned your back on our clan, Marbaz, I have a request for you. Marbaz spoke mockingly. A request? No, I don't think so. A request is an act of goodwill in which one party loses something, is it not? Any transaction with a demon is not a request but a pact or an agreement. Without hesitation, Leon agreed, very well, then I will make a pact to obtain the spirit summoning power. Seeing Marbaz's surprised expression, Leon continued, do you have the ability to grant me that power? Feeling doubted, Marbaz sulked like a great cat and turned away. A child like you has no right to doubt my ability. Besides, what have I seen in you to grant you power? Do you truly believe yourself worthy of it? Leon, confident in himself, replied, I believe so, for if I were worthless and without any talent, I could not be standing here conversing with a noble demon like you. People say that merely speaking with a demon drains a mortal's mana and plunges them into hallucinations, and then they lose their life as soon as the conversation ends. Yet I still stand here, which can mean only one thing. I possess the aptitude to walk this path. From what Marbaz had observed so far, Leon had taken him from one surprise to the next. This child was by no means ordinary. He had not only talent, but also firm will. So he said, as I said before, any request of a demon must be treated as a pact. Remember that. Leon quickly added, and I don't think it's foolish to believe you might have something to trade. Seeing Leon's demeanor and his words, Marbaz suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, splendid. Then a pact shall be forged, young heir of the spirit summoning bloodline. Leon asked recklessly, what price must I pay, my lord? Marbaz's eyes burned like embers as he stipulated the condition. Your entire existence. Hearing this, Leon smiled for the first time. Then that's a relief, for I am willing to give everything of myself. This surprised Marbaz and made him view the boy before him differently. At the same time, in the clan's council chamber, the heads of the branches gathered without the presence of Lord Leon. Leon's uncle stroked his white beard and said, as you all know, gentlemen, the current head of our house, I am referring to Lord Leon, hardly has enough authority to make weighty decisions affecting the entire house. Everyone agreed, but no one answered him, so he continued. Therefore, as the granduncle and closest kin to the current head, I intend to temporarily assume all duties of the house in the near future. Now, I will allow you to voice your opinions on my becoming the steward of this house. One among them immediately stood to support him. It would be foolish to oppose the choice. The rest is just a brat not yet of age. We cannot place the fate of the house in the hands of an unqualified child. I believe no one is more suitable than Lord Kirchar, Lord Leon's uncle, to manage the house. At this, another man with a benevolent face spoke awkwardly. Yet Lord Leon is the sole direct descendant of the late head. There is no precedent in our house for choosing a successor outside the direct bloodline. The other man's gaze grew cold as he retorted, what use is precedent if our bloodline faces obliteration? The army of the Sylvester Raiders has marched up to the border. I do not blame you for worrying about succession rights, but remember that following an inexperienced youth means choosing death. As for me, I will look after my own survival first. The benevolent man could not help but slam the table in protest. You go too far, sir. Each of you seated here owes your position to the late head. Your duty is to fight to the last breath, not to squabble like vultures over a corpse. He thought to himself that even if the current head had not yet built his own faction, he would not stand idly by while that brazen old fox seized the position. Show me the way, Lord Rune. How can you abandon us to this shameless vulture? Kirchar rose and said, a bold but interesting proposal. Indeed, House Leon still has at least one loyalist. The other man snapped irritably, speak plainly, sir, what do you mean? Kirchar said coldly, of what use is loyalty? If you are not wise enough to see the inevitable outcome, Pullen, my venerable old friend, receive this sincere advice in the spirit in which it is offered. Do you really think I summoned you all here today to listen to your opinions? Under the pressure of the mana in Kirchar's hand, Pullen realized everything. So it was all part of your plan, Kirchar. He gently warned, choose your words carefully for the sake of your house, if for no other reason. We are all gathered here for a single purpose, to make a bitter choice that is the least tragic for the house. You need not stand in our way, friend. All I ask is that my wisdom guide this fate. Pullen bitterly accepted, so I was merely a pawn in his game from the start. Forgive me, Lord Rune, have mercy on this wretched servant who failed to protect your legacy. Contrasting the tension in that council, Leon remained calm as he faced Marbaz's gaze. After observing long enough, Marbaz concluded that everything was fine, except for one thing. With the change in the pact's terms, the true extent of my power has been significantly limited. Your father, Rune, though weak and naive, as the pact signer possessed a far greater reserve of mana than you do now. Your father, Rune, though weak and naive, as the pact signer possessed a far greater reserve of mana than you do now. So what should I do? Marbaz replied, there is nothing you can do, but at least we should limit your magic usage for now. So he snapped his fingers and vanished. And a little tuft of black fur appeared before Leon, so cute in appearance, this form will help lighten the burden. He curiously looked at the black fluff and said, I suppose that's sensible. You look so adorable you could be mistaken for a pet. His pride mortified to the extreme, Marbas bristled and threatened. Dare call me adorable again, pact signer, and save your own life. I'll turn your face into a maze of bites and scratches. You understand? Clearly Leon was not the least bit intimidated. He tilted his head to study the fluff and replied in a coaxing tone, that doesn't seem right at all. Seeing this man had fallen for it, Marbas spun on his heel and left. Good, if we understand each other, then let's be on our way. Leon, surprised, asked, on our way. Where are we going? Marbas asked again. You wished for power equal to your ancestor, didn't you? If you truly want to reach his stature, what better way than to walk the very path he walked? Leon pondered and said, sounds reasonable. Hearing this, Marbas was pleased. Good, then we will journey to your ancestor's mysterious shrine. But remember, this path may cost you your life. Still, will you follow me? Leon cocked his head in bewilderment. Why do you keep doubting my resolve? Marbas paid him no mind and strode ahead. I'll lead the way. If you think you can keep up, stay close behind, young pact signer. Leon politely replied, after you. After a short while, the two stopped deep within the forest. Leon was somewhat surprised. The mysterious forest of the Marbas clan. Marbas said, this is it. This forest can be a bewildering maze to anyone not of your bloodline. Leon recalled his father saying only the legitimate head could set foot in the secret shrine. But one thing puzzled him. If this place is truly the source of the spirit summoning power, then why? Marbas immediately understood Leon's question, for no one had ever passed the trial. I suppose they all lacked the most essential element. Leon feigned curiosity. An essential element? Marbas explained that only those who possess the purest black hue of the abyssal element can open the way to the shrine. To date, no one has met this primary condition to penetrate the bone veil. Looking at the mana vortex before him, Leon said, I understand. That seems fairly clear. Marbas raised his cat paw, opened the door before them, and urged, do not hesitate. I advise you to begin the trial at once. Standing before a flight of steps, that voice rang out again. You may enter, my descendant. Marbas warned, be careful, pact signer. From now on, I will not intervene. Leon paid little mind. Very well, you said this is a test of resolve. Marbas kindly continued, still, I have a piece of advice for you. Follow all the instructions of the Black Tome. It will guide you to the ultimate reward, the power of the death summoning. The two went deeper inside. The path was stained with the dust of ages. Fortunately, torches still burned along the walls, lighting the way. Something suddenly caught Leon's eye. There was a narrow passage along the wall, and as Leon stepped alongside it, a series of strange green torches flared to life. Before him appeared the sight of a group of goblins standing there. They were holding a girl down on the ground. Suddenly, the black tome leapt into Leon's hands and shone brightly. It opened on its own and presented the first instruction. Thus, I will leave instructions to help you exploit the divine relic black tome to its fullest. The first is the secret art of reviving the dead. You must begin by taking the life of a living being. No sooner had the prophecy ended than the goblins went mad and surged forward. Leon reread the prophecy. You must begin by taking the life of a living being. He closed the black tome and coldly drew the dagger at his side. His gaze fixed on those before him, including the girl who was being assaulted there, and the snarling goblins. Alone, he calculated quickly and lunged into the fight. When a goblin leapt at him with razor-sharp claws from above, Leon remained unflinching and leaned aside to dodge. Using the momentum, he drew his dagger from behind and decisively slashed straight at the hollow at the back of the goblin's neck, ending it in an instant. That was one down. Returning to childhood. At the Marbas family tomb, the father and son stood before it in remembrance. When they finished, the father said to Leon, listen closely, Leon. In our great Marbas lineage, what entity do you think we revere most? The answer is simple, we worship death. Because we are necromancers, those who command death. So we must revere death above all else. Leon, then only 5 or 6 years old, pondered his father's words seriously and asked, but what does that mean? Father, how does one honor death? I thought necromancers had to seize others' lives to increase their dark power, right? The father proudly looked at his small son. It seems you have studied the family's history well. Yes, we are dark mages feared by many across the continent. But that does not mean we must become ruthless and heartless. So promise me one thing, should you one day face anyone on the battlefield, whenever you hold the power to decide their fate, promise me you will let them go in the most peaceful way possible. Those words etched into his mind after he asked whether he must keep that promise with all his enemies, father. Back in the present, Leon was now fighting these damned goblins. Surrounded by goblins, he calmly considered, I must aim precisely for their cervical vertebrae. There is no better way to finish an enemy without causing too much suffering. Observing closely while standing beside Marbas, one thing became clear. It seemed this child had never wielded a sword in real combat. Yet he struck the cervical vertebra with absolute precision. Was it merely luck or an innate talent? I'll find the answer soon. Never mind Marbas's sly villainous grin. Leon tried to figure out how to take these ones down. I defeated one, but that was more luck than skill. Goblins are inherently cunning and deceitful. The darkness makes it hard to judge height and distance. Not only that, my vision seems to be growing darker. If I remember correctly, the torch went out when I killed the first goblin. I need to get used to the dark as soon as possible. And instead of slashing wildly at enemies, I should focus on piercing and disarming them more precisely. So he moved like a blade behind one goblin. While it was unaware, he stabbed it dead with one strike. As it screamed in pain, its kin immediately located Leon and lunged to attack. Luckily, he recognized it in time and leaned aside to dodge successfully, causing the two goblins to turn on each other. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his blade and killed another goblin. At the same time, a nearby green torch suddenly went out. Leon wiped the sweat from his face and assessed the situation. My eyes are getting used to the dark. Now I can see a bit more clearly. But unfortunately, my dagger is deteriorating with each clash. It makes sense. This was only a ceremonial blade, not a real combat weapon. While thinking this, Leon suddenly heard footsteps beside him. A goblin had approached close and raised its weapon to strike him down. Leon hurriedly made a move, causing it to take a slash across its cheek. Marbas beside him watched in confusion at this action. Did he just drop his weapon? After dropping the dagger, Leon crouched low and slipped behind the goblin, causing it to miss its swing. He then quickly grabbed a sword from the ground. Just as the goblin turned back, Leon used his foot to spring up and drove the blade upward from below, killing his foe. After dispatching all the goblins, Leon slowly carried the sword to where a dazed girl lay. After he removed the rope over her mouth, the girl hurriedly thanked him. "Oh, thank you so much, did you save my life? I am truly grateful," but her pupils twitched for a moment from the pain radiating up from her throat. Leon had driven his sword straight into her, with a gaze colder than anything. After withdrawing the blade, he then explained the situation to her. His father's teachings echoed in his mind. The man had spoken of creatures that mimic humans, the ones he'd encountered on journeys across the continent. As he spoke, he struck another blow, making the monster scream in agony. "Moreover, my father told me that those who deceive and exploit others' trust do not deserve to die peacefully." His words merged with his father's teaching. They must taste the horror and despair exactly as they inflicted on their victims. "So I think you need to be taught a lesson in pain, don't you?" Then, after letting the monster suffer enough, he dealt one final blow and sent it to hell. The last green light in that room went out. At a certain mansion where a ball was underway, with beautiful dancers singing and performing. Full goblets and the cheerful chatter of the nobles. "Ha, at last my moment has come. Soon this damned family will be completely in my hands." The woman propped on his arm gushed flattery. "Of course, my lord, who would want a snot-nosed brat as head of the family when there's a dignified, capable gentleman like you?" The person beside her hurried to add, "Unbelievable, Lord Kirchar. I never thought you could use those scum to achieve your ends." The two kept trading compliments for Kirchar without restraint. Indeed, allying with the enemy to climb to the top, only a man of true nerve would dare such a move. Kirchar laughed merrily. "Ha, you're flattering me, miss, though I fear we'll have to kowtow to those Sylvester vermin for a while. But it's still 100 times better than letting that brat Leon live and drag the entire Marbas line to the brink of ruin. There really is no better choice than to let me take control. After all, who can deny that I played this game perfectly and won?" Watching Kirchar grin and mingle with the beauties, the man opposite probed about the young heir. "How do you intend to deal with Leon, Lord Kirchar? The people in this domain were once absolutely loyal to his father, so removing the boy may be harder than you think." Kirchar didn't much care. "I see no reason to complicate things. After all, his death will be justified once everything is settled. But you all know the dead cannot speak, nor can their sons." Seeing the malice on Kirchar's face, the other chimed in with a laugh, saying, "Indeed, Lord Kirchar, I think the last time anyone heard voices from beyond the grave was centuries ago, when the founding chieftain used the necromancy summoning." Those two filled each other's goblets and chuckled together, toasting to our new and rightful chieftain, Lord Kirchar. And so the two, arrogant and self-important, sat laughing and talking into the late night. Far away at the Sylvester estate, Alan sat receiving reports from his subordinates. "I believe the plan to seize the Marbas family is proceeding smoothly," one replied. "Of course, my lord, the old grey fox Kirchar von Marbas is effectively my pawn, meaning I only need official approval from the crown to launch an all-out war." Receiving the satisfactory answer, Alan smiled with ambition. "Foolish bastards. How laughable that they think I'd hesitate to start a second war merely because little time has passed since the last clash. It's truly a convenient loophole for us, I must admit that." Another began flattering. "None of this would be possible without your keen strategic vision, my lord." Alan looked at the photo presented. "What's the name of that traitor, Kirchar, is it? It's ridiculous that the Marbas family's glorious centuries of history should end at the hands of a cowardly, foolish traitor. Oh, tonight will be an interesting night. Hurry up and speed the preparations immediately. Do you understand?" The servants replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Alan, seeing victory as assured, couldn't help but grin like a cat. "First the father, now the son, I can't wait to hear your pitiful cries." Back at the Marbas family's mysterious temple, Leon had by now dealt with all living creatures there except for him and Marbas. He realized darkness had enveloped the place when all the torches had been extinguished. Was the last one finally defeated? Then suddenly all the torches that had gone out flared back to life. The light was now that of an ordinary flame, no longer the sickly green it had been when he first entered. Leon, seeing that everything was settled, ran a hand through his tousled hair and sighed with fatigue. Marbas beside him began to goggle and babble continuously. Remarkable. In all my life, I've never met a contracted being as mad as you. With that, it lunged at Leon's head. Before he could understand what was happening, it managed to shove Leon flat down and Marbas off his face with a soft, fleshy kick. Its mouth chattering nonstop. I'm sure you've got the guts to survive in a camp full of orcs as long as you keep your wits about you. Leon let Marbas clamber over his face while it babbled praise. Ha ha ha, no matter how cleverly that monster disguises itself, its human form can't fool you. Yet you stabbed straight through it at first sight. Leon lay still and endured it until Marbas had its tantrum, then grabbed it under the arms, pulled it out, and said, honestly, I'd prefer to avoid a clash with the orcs if possible. I've heard they hate humans more than any other race. But Marbas is riled up, so he wouldn't listen to anything I say. It interrupted him immediately, but that's not important. So what made you suspect the final monster was connected to the others? Leon paused for a second or two before answering. Simple, when all the torches went out, there was still one burning bright. Marbas cut in again, I see, continue. Leon, unbothered, slowly continued to explain. When I first stepped into this place, I noticed the flames on the torches here were unlike any I'd seen before. They were green. I knew that was the color of deathlight, and indeed, each time I slain a monster, the flame on a torch would fade one by one. But then I noticed that even though all the goblins had been killed, one torch had not been extinguished. That's how I inferred there was still one creature left unvanquished, and I couldn't go any further while it remained. Then the two fell silent for a few seconds. Marbas' inward exclamation was cold enough to be terrifying. I didn't expect a 14-year-old to deduce so much under such dire circumstances. When one's life is threatened, even reading the situation is a challenge, let alone acting without hesitation. Yet Leon did it in a flash, personally slaying all the remaining enemies. Perhaps what intrigues me isn't just his vast mana source, but something even more special. How interesting, I'm eager to see what else he might reveal next. After grinning slyly for a while, it spoke to Leon. All right, Welland's first trial is complete. Let us move on to the next challenge. The Black Tome continued to give Leon instructions. First, you must begin by taking the life of a living being. Then you must call the fallen back to life. Leon found it hard to believe. Call the fallen back to life. He thought for a moment, then spoke skeptically. After confirming its reasoning was correct, the deathlight fixed its excited gaze on the goblins sprawled on the ground and wore the bloodthirsty grin typical of those itching for a fight. Marbas immediately affirmed, exactly, look closely at the goblins you struck down. Then channel mana into your eyes to optimize your vision. You will see a thin thread on each corpse connecting it to somewhere you cannot clearly see. Leon immediately followed Marbas' guidance and indeed saw faint purple threads dangling in the air. Marbas explained in the terminology of deathlight mages, that thread is called the death line. Leon continued reading, a cord that spans the boundary of life and death. That thread connects each creature's soul from this world to the other side. Marbas poked the thread and said yes. A deathlight practitioner will separate the wandering soul of the dead from its body. Then they infuse new life into the corpse by binding that soul with their own mana. From there they can command and direct them like walking dead. Watch and I'll demonstrate. Marbas immediately raised those lifeless goblins, each bore a strange sigil on its forehead. No sooner had it finished speaking than these death servants lunged toward Leon at terrifying speed. But the blade it launched stopped right in front of Leon. Marbas said this process is called imprinting. Of course there are other ways to create deathlight thralls, but this is the only method applicable to monsters. I'll save the rest for another time. Leon slowly rose and said, I understand. Marbas understood and told him, then you can try it yourself. But Leon did not rush, he asked. Before doing that, may I ask you something? After receiving the answer Marbas wished to hear, he then spoke. My senior said that turning a human into a death servant is far harder than doing so with a monster. Do you think I have reached the level to do that? Marbas responded with interest, as if asking whether he already had a target in mind. Leon did not hide it. Indeed, I do. Marbas squinted and asked, then who is the unlucky one? Leon's face hardened with hatred as he named the ill-fated man, Kirchar von Marbas, my only uncle. At this moment, that stupid bastard has yet to sense death waving at him and is still drunkenly reveling in a victory that has not even occurred. They kept joking and drinking from one cup to the next. When Kirchar spoke up, that unfortunate family head is indeed a fool, but ever since he died, my life has been easier than ever. Such is life, one who knows how to seize opportunity will always benefit. Don't you agree? That man seized the chance to flatter, of course. Now all that remains is to clear away the final obstacle. You must feel somewhat relieved now, Lord Kirchar. Kirchar felt no obstruction, waving his hand carelessly, showing indifference. Dealing with that brat is no big deal. Now raise your cup and drink it dry. Enjoy this moment of glory. At that moment a loud noise rang out, shaking the entire building. A hanging lamp's cord snapped, sending the chandelier crashing down onto the table. The delicate beauties were terrified, screaming as they fled. Kirchar was baffled. What the hell was that? The woman beside him was sweating. This building was warded by magical protections. How could a mere gust of wind shake the place? Suddenly, Kerchar noticed something and signaled for silence. Then he turned toward that direction and called out, "Anyone there? No one in the Manhwa's domain still dares oppose me." A voice from behind made Kerchar start. "What made you think that, uncle?" Leon stood tall behind him, looking at him with a cold, dangerous gaze. Seeing Leon, Kerchar no longer bothered much. "Oh, look who's here, the fallen new head of House Manhwa." He waved and called his men forward as he spoke. Leon squinted at them before replying coldly, "Thank you for still recognizing me as the legitimate heir of this house." Kerchar laughed confidently. "I see no reason for you to show up here unannounced at this ungodly hour. What do you want from me?" Leon answered him with a superior tone. "Strange question. Does the lord of a house require a reason to see his vassal? Must I announce my intentions just for your convenience?" Kerchar's pride provoked him and he snapped back. "Any worthy head of a house wouldn't need to do that. But you and I both know you're not worthy, do we not? Are you afraid your seat as head will be taken from you?" "Too late, brat. Your father is no longer here to protect you." Leon slightly lifted the thin curtain to reveal his strikingly heroic face. "No, I've learned that only I can protect myself." Kerchar laughed as if hearing the year's best joke. "Ha ha, and your newfound wisdom says coming alone was a good idea? You dare seek me out as if you have many lives to waste." Leon retorted with puzzled bite. "Daring? Uncle, the daring one here is you for assuming I came alone." Kerchar grew alert. "What did you say?" No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath him trembled violently. He looked at the flow beneath his feet in alarm. This was wrong, not ordinary magic, but abyssal magic. "I know this feeling well, a darkness deeper than anyone can imagine." As if recalling something unbelievable, his pupils contracted at the sight. "Impossible, deathlight." To confirm everything, Leon replied to him, "Yes, they are deathlight." He seemed to be telling this arrogant madman, "You're here in person, and you're done for." Kerchar could no longer laugh and shouted, "But how can this be? Even my brother couldn't summon them in life." Leon, as if bestowing charity, explained to the dying man, "Don't you understand? The Manhwa's house always has been, and from now on will be, a lineage of masters who summon deathlight." Kerchar clenched his teeth and ordered, "Soldiers, cut down those disgusting monsters at once." The soldiers, obeying the order, sprang forward immediately. Leon regarded the fools before him like a pile of rubbish who had overestimated themselves. At that moment, a goblin leapt up and cleaved down a vanguard soldier. The man only realized it as he was dying. He fought back at the goblin like, "Hey, I have arms and legs, I'm not crippled, so of course I'll fight back." And so the assassin was handed a one-way ticket to his grave for his own carelessness. He fell forward under the stunned gazes of Kerchar's men. The death servants, obeying Leon's command, continued to sweep through with no intention of stopping. Kerchar stammered as he looked at the horrifying scene. "Monsters." Kerchar stared blankly at the bloodshed before him. Something was wrong. This was completely beyond reason. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, that brat is using death servant summoning. But how could that be? Thinking this, he condensed a sphere of dark magic in his palm, clenching his teeth in fury as he shouted at Leon, "What have you done to profane the power of the ancestor who founded this house?" Leon replied coldly, "Is it so strange for a Manhwa's housemaster to be able to command death servants?" Kerchar roared in disbelief. "Absurd. The death servant summoning art is a long-lost secret, buried in the flow of history. Even your father in life could not use it. Do you expect me to believe that a worthless brat like you is any different? I won't accept your words." Seeing him mouth off while dying, Leon indulged him. "If you don't believe me, then I'll have to prove it. But let me warn you first, that would not be a wise choice, uncle." Immediately, a horde of goblins was summoned and rose up, the lot of them charging straight for the target, without waiting for orders. Kerchar twirled the dark magic sphere in his hand, gritted his teeth, and recklessly rushed forward to fight back. "Return to the abyss." The sphere struck true. Several goblins' bodies immediately rotted, and they toppled backward. Seeing the attack take effect, Kerchar brightened with glee. But the goblins, though their bodies were corroded, stiffly rose again. The aura grew stronger and stronger. Their eyes flashed red, and they madly surged forward to counterattack a second time. The sight terrified Kerchar. He lost confidence in fighting and frantically turned, shouting, "Someone take down this monster." But looking more closely, his eyes widened in shock. All those who followed him had been struck down and lay in a heap on the floor, with nowhere to turn. Kerchar forced himself to gather more dark magic, and continuously fired it at the goblin horde. But this time the goblins were only briefly delayed, prompting him to curse in frustration. "Damn it, though I hate to admit it, my magical talent is only slightly above a novice's. Moreover, I'm hindered by drink. I might actually be in real danger and can't win by strength alone." Kerchar changed his tone to threaten, "There will be consequences for betrayal. Do you hear me? This is not something to be taken lightly." No sooner had he finished than a goblin lunged forward to attack. Its sharp blade plunged through his chest. The pain in his chest hitting him as Kerchar's eyes bulged, stared at Leon as a dark sphere condensed. But as his life ebbed away, the dark sphere dissolved with it. Kerchar snarled a threat. "You dare betray your own bloodline, you will never be forgiven." Leon replied coldly, "I recall reading a treatise on the continent's history with my father once. On the battlefield, there are only victors and the defeated. Over time, history's cold eyes will decide who is who." Kerchar growled in anger. Are you going to lecture me? Leon said indifferently, though I may seem indifferent, perhaps I have not fully grasped that truth. However, there is one thing I read in that book, which is that forgiveness is the prerogative of the victor. You too were once a victor, were you not? I suppose after you stabbed my father in the back to save yourself, but alas, times have changed. Exposed, Kerchar gritted his teeth and barked to shut up. Leon paid no mind. While ordering the goblins, he said, Uncle, no, Lord Kerchar von Marbas, I will not see you off, for I wish you to endure every moment on the road ahead. I will always remember today as the day you were defeated, and as your punishment, I will strip you of your desire to see tomorrow's sunrise. As the head of House Marbas finished speaking, the goblin horde surged forward to attack. Kerchar's eyes bulged as he saw the blade flash at his throat. A miserable scream rang out, fresh blood spattered, and Kerchar's body collapsed lifelessly. Seeing this, Marbas licked the blood and remarked, truly as mad as I thought. Even my demon San would weep at this sight. A novice who can wield Deathlight summoning so smoothly on his first attempt, one might think you've been commanding Deathlight for a decade. Hearing him, Leon looked down in silence. After a moment, he thought of something and exclaimed, I've just had a rather interesting idea. Marbas forced a smile and muttered, interesting or horrifying. The next day, the council room opened again without the head present. Someone annoyed said, another council meeting. Does anyone know why Lord Kerchar summoned us this time? Another replied, who knows? I'm as in the dark as you. It seems his close council aide hasn't arrived. We'll have to wait a bit longer. Baldy wiped sweat nervously. After all, an emergency council meeting is not to be taken lightly. What if news comes that House Sylvester intends to break the peace treaty and attack while we're in chaos? The long-haired man cut him off. Come on, don't be so suspicious. I don't think they'd dare break an agreement between two great houses. Moreover, to reignite war requires formal approval from the vassals. The blonde agreed, you have a point. Whatever the case, let's wait and see. All doubts will soon be clarified when Lord Kerchar officially assumes the headship. Just then, the council chamber door opened. Leon entered coldly. He said nothing, making those present too afraid to speak up, only whispering to one another, what's going on? I thought this meeting was called by Lord Kerchar. So why is Leon here, if he's here to challenge Lord Kerchar's succession? Then it would make sense that Kerchar cares about these procedures, but if not, what is Leon doing here? Hearing them, Leon cast a cold glance, pulled out the head chair, sat down, and said, did you expect to see him here instead of me? Unfortunately, we will not be attending this meeting. Or to be precise, we cannot attend. The long-haired man got straight to the point and asked, could you clarify? Leon indifferent said he's dead. This left them stunned. Dead. Leon confirmed. Dead by my hand. If that answer satisfies your questions, does anyone on the council have anything further to say? Everyone present stared at him in shock. One of them angrily demanded, if what you say is true, Lord, I request a clearer explanation than these few cursory words. How do you intend to explain the death of the senior elder of House Marbas when we have not even mourned your predecessor? Faced with that, Leon remained unmoved. Another, seeing his silence, chimed in. Yes, you may be the head, but at least give us a satisfactory explanation. He cast a dark glance at them, then declared in a low voice, Kerchar von Marbas is a traitor to the house, not only turning his back on my father and revealing crucial information to the enemy in House Sylvester, he even conspired to seize the rightful position I should lead in this house. The man who had questioned him earlier was stricken with horror at the accusation. Despite the frightened glances aimed his way, Leon turned to them and asked, what I find strange is that although there are sufficient grounds to execute him immediately, you have all gone out of your way to defend him with suspicious loyalty. The council chamber fell silent at that statement. The man who had questioned him now silently considered the situation. This summons was issued in Kerchar's name, yet he did not appear. That only reinforced the claim that he had been killed. He was not the only one. Another spiky-haired man wondered inwardly in confusion how such an old fool could be slain by someone as young as you. But some immediately began calculating benefit. This is not the time to grieve for Kerchar. If this young Leon truly could assassinate Kerchar without any help, he hurriedly stood to make his stance clear. My God, I knew nothing at all. He kept urging everyone in the room to condemn him. In his fearful guesses, he wondered if Leon possessed some powerful magic. The blonde man, hearing the other's words, quickly grasped the situation before them and hurriedly defended himself. We are completely innocent. How could we have known that that old fox was plotting such a disgusting scheme? He seemed impatient with them and ordered silence. Then calmly accused everyone present. Your defenses may be true, but that does not change the fact that you have all committed a grave crime. Negligence. Because the traitor within the house went undetected, the man who pretended to be worldly muttered under his breath, damn it, this brat has tricked all of us. But the spiky-haired man refused to back down and asked again, well said, my lord, but one issue remains unclear. If Kerchar is truly the traitor, is there any proof to support this accusation? In fact, who can be sure you didn't kill an innocent by mistake? Leon seemed to ponder those words. He then slowly rose and replied with disappointment, you reacted exactly as someone wiser than me predicted. The man nearest him asked, predicted, "My lord, whom do you mean?" Marbas suddenly appeared on his shoulder, bowed his head as if to signal Leon, and Leon nodded in response, then immediately cast deathlight magic and answered them, "Very well, you want proof, do you? Then let me expose the betrayal of Kerchar von Marbas." The council chamber was instantly wrapped in a grim atmosphere filled with deathly chi. Leon's cold voice rang out, "By the legitimate bloodline of House Marbas, Leon von Marbas summoned the spirit of a cursed soul still wandering this world." At his call, the dead rose up from the earth. Their eyes were black and bloodthirsty, staring intensely at those in the room. The spellbook in his hand exuded a heavy aura of death. The council members panicked as they recognized the incantation. It was a death-summoning spell. How could he perform it? At that moment, Kerchar's rotted soul burst out from within the book. The worldly man, nearly unbelieving, stammered and screamed. Could he have rediscovered our house's lost magic? Leon calmly commanded, "Kerchar von Marbas, you will confess your crimes here with whatever shred of reason remains." Seemingly answering him, Kerchar's spirit struggled to move. The man saw this and asked in a trembling voice, "Kerchar, how can this be?" Leon looked at him coldly. "I'm growing tired of hearing that question repeated. What's so astonishing? Isn't death magic the root of House Marbas?" Like a command, those evil spirits immediately howled and attacked. The blonde man cried out in panic, "Everyone run, damn it." The brown-haired man turned to flee and angrily shouted at the one blocking his way, "What are you standing there for? Move." But immediately he realized in horror that the figure before him was now a headless corpse. Before he could recover, a trembling voice sounded from behind. "Help!" Glancing back, he saw the blonde man crawling on the ground, begging for rescue. His legs had been severed by something, leaving a long trail of blood on the floor, and he grew even more horrified when he saw a figure blocking his path. Leon looked down from above with a murderous gaze. "Forgive me, but this meeting is not over. You'd best listen to your lord until I have nothing left to say." At his command, Kerchar's spirit, controlled by the death chi, approached the blonde man. It bent its stiff, contorted body, and opened its rotten mouth as if to answer Leon. He calmly posed his question, "I will ask once more, Kerchar von Marbas, is there anyone seated here who genuinely had no knowledge of your abominable crimes?" The soul's hoarse, broken voice immediately answered him. Those who had served the house's previous master had all turned their backs on him down to the last person. "There is no one here who did not know of my betrayal." A confession that threw the room into crisis once more. Leon calmly concluded that was the answer. The blonde man now cried out in panic, "Lord, please have mercy on me." The brown-haired man hurriedly pleaded, "I will confess my crimes." The spiky-headed one likewise did not delay and implored, "I beg you, give us a chance to prove our loyalty, my lord." But immediately he jerked back in horror as he realized death stood right behind him. In an instant, the whole room was filled with desperate screams, until those sounds fell utterly silent. Only then did Leon gently declare, "The authority granted to me as head of the house." Leon von Marbas announced before the council. He closed the spellbook in his hand, ending the judgment, declaring that necromantic arts had been officially restored in House Marbas. Leon stood in silence amid the room full of corpses. After a moment, he snorted softly and asked the one who had been hiding behind the curtain, "Where's Lord Pullen right now?" The servant Leon summoned stiffened in fear and stammered. He then evasively answered him, "I'm afraid he has been thrown into the dungeon below, accused of treason." Leon immediately ordered him, "Then you will lead the way." The man replied yes. But as Leon reached the door, he seemed to remember something. His voice like ice, laden with menace. "You may choose to flee if you wish. But remember that I am not responsible for what comes next." The servants in the manor lay terrified and scattered on the floor. They turned their frightened eyes to him and received the threat in his words. "For your own sake, I hope you make a wise choice." The chamber door shut with a dry clang. At the same time, in the Sylvester Manor, the butler entered from outside carrying a letter. "My lord, a letter has just been delivered to you." Alan quickly took the letter from the butler and muttered, "I see." He skimmed the contents of the letter, and his eyes couldn't help but show satisfaction. Excitedly telling the butler before him, "Excellent, it seems even the royal court has turned its back on House Marbas." He cheerfully added on behalf of his master, "Of course, sir, apart from their founding ancestor, that house has never achieved anything worthy of its inflated reputation. What they possess in wealth and manpower is laughable, if not downright pathetic." Alan agreed with him. Indeed, their resources are even scarcer than their manpower. He set the letter down and made a decision. "Regardless, we will proceed with the plan as arranged." Then added with obvious satisfaction, "House Marbas will finally kneel in the noble house's war next month. How about that? Are you ready?" The butler hastily pledged his loyalty. "Yes, my lord." Alan asked him in a low voice, "We are certain to win, aren't we?" The butler replied with full confidence. "Unless a true necromancer appears at House Marbas after centuries of decline or the ancestor Wellen von Marbas rises from the grave, the possibility of our failure is virtually nil." Alan grinned triumphantly. "Then this war is entirely ours." In the dungeons of House Marbas, a blunt voice rang out. Young Master Pullen knelt on the ground, urgently confessing to Leon, "Please forgive this foolish servant." Pullen begged, "I allowed Kerchar's dark ambitions to go unnoticed, which put you in grave danger." He repented aloud to him, "I deserve to be executed." Leon silently studied the man before him. Lord Pullen looked at his kneeling, remorseful figure and kept thinking. He is one of the few loyal retainers left of House Marbas and the only one who dared openly oppose my uncle. In any case, I must recruit him to my side. With that in mind, he quickly helped him to his feet. Stand up, Lord Pullen. Then soothed gently, there is still much to be done and I need your service. Pullen, moved, asked him, my service. My lord, but what use is a failure like me to you? But before Leon could reply, a few flies buzzing around Pullen destroyed the moment between them. Leon resignedly ended the conversation. First you should wash up. Then meet me in the family study. We'll discuss the details afterwards. Pullen, overjoyed to the point of tears, exclaimed that the lord was too generous. Then he could not contain his emotion and swore to him. Pullen vowed absolute loyalty to the lord for all time. A while later, in his private chamber, Leon was staring out when Marbas suddenly appeared beside him. He, as was his tidy habit, jumped up onto Leon's shoulder and comfortably licked his fur. While asking him, so what do you plan to do next? The choice is yours, the signer replied. After a moment, Pullen exclaimed in amazement, what? He seemed frightened and stammered by Leon's suggestion. But I can't think of anything more dangerous than contacting the Sylvester family while impersonating Kerchar. But very quickly Pullen calmed down and analyzed the situation, wanting to play the role convincingly. He feared it would require an extraordinary performance. Unperturbed by his concern, Leon calmly performed magic. Is this enough? A grotesque shadow appeared in response to his summons, and very quickly, it took on the form of Kerchar. This left Pullen utterly stunned. What a supernatural marvel is this? He could hardly believe his eyes and wondered silently how the housemaster could remain so calm about this. Moreover, he had even turned his own uncle into an undead. He looked at Leon's cold, indifferent demeanor and fully believed what he had heard. Other retainers had told me, but seeing it with my own eyes is incomparable. Thinking that, Pullen, filled with emotion, asked him, so the rumor that you mastered the art of summoning the undead is true? Leon calmly nodded, I suppose so, yes. At that, a sense of resentment rose within Pullen. If it had been House Marbas's golden age with the power of a true necromancer, he could seize whatever he desired. Why would fate be so cruel to our house? If it had been House Marbas's golden age with the power of a true necromancer, he could seize whatever he desired. Why would fate be so cruel to our house? My lord, but sooner or later they will notice the flaws. He carefully warned him that an undead cannot perfectly reproduce the handwriting, gestures, or manner of speaking of the deceased. He fully agreed with him on this. That's true, if this were an undead revived from Kerchar's corpse, and presented as the recreated Kerchar to explain to him. But in fact this is only the undead of a doppelganger I happen to find. It is a creature capable of copying the appearance, memories, and even some abilities of its victim. While Pullen was astonished by the abilities of the fabricated Kerchar, Leon quietly recalled the circumstances in which he found the doppelganger before him. In the memory, when he drew the bloodstained sword out, he was exhausted, gasping, then staggered back in the dark family shrine. With a body just fell before him, Leon curiously asked, so what is this monster called? Marbas quickly answered. Doppelganger, he added further. It can mimic part of the victim's appearance, memories, and skills. It is a terrifying creature, often disguising itself as lost or abandoned people. It disguised itself as the girl following Leon, hiding to wait for an opportunity to strike. Marbas also warned him, then ultimately killed the original being, even consuming some of the victim's companions. Leon was slightly pensive, so what about the doppelganger now? Meanwhile, Marbas was highly satisfied and thought to himself that indeed the saying about life and death by Wellen held true. At that moment, the corpse of the doppelganger began to emit streams of deathly aura. It seemed to be controlled and rose up before Leon. While Marbas, pleased, finished his thought, you were so kind as to leave your most precious pack to your beloved descendant. Then the girl's body that the doppelganger had become smiled with eyes flashing a cold light. With a muted death aura surrounding the girl, the doppelganger had transformed into lifeless. Standing before him, Leon, puzzled, asked Marbas, should I feel satisfied? The lord confirmed, satisfied, certainly. Be careful, the creature can only become targets the necromancer has encountered. Marbas said this from above. A strange shape formed from the death aura above the girl. He paid it little heed and continued explaining to Leon. And any target possessing magical power superior to the caster cannot be revived even as a simulacrum by any means. Marbas asked in a low voice, do you accept these conditions? Oathbound one, no matter your talent, you are still inexperienced. He then pointed to the grimoire in Leon's hand as a reminder. Even if you succeed in imprisoning your uncle's soul, it means nothing if you have no way to maintain long-term control. Eventually, his soul will dissipate into oblivion. Speaking of which, Marbas made a suggestion to him. I advise you to leave House Marbas for a while, at least to find a solution to this situation. But before he finished, Leon firmly cut him off. No way, I will not turn my back on my bloodline. At that persistence, he did not hesitate to explain as clearly as day. If I am absent, what will happen? The innocent in the manor will be slaughtered or, in the best case, subjugated under the boots of the invading Sylvesters. Marbas growled in reply, and yet you are willing to put your life on the line for them. Leon held his ground, resolutely affirming, I am willing to die for them. He could not fathom Leon's thinking and could only wonder inwardly, to win out of blind loyalty to this house, to what end? But quickly Marbas set that question aside and returned his attention to the monster that had just manifested. All right, perhaps there are more urgent matters to discuss. By now the girl's body had completely vanished, leaving behind a creature formed of pitch-black death aura. He directed Leon toward the creature. Then do as you wish, turn that thing into your death spirit. I reckon you'll find it useful. Curious about the monster's background, he asked, do you know this creature? Marbas answered nonchalantly, of course, it was once one of the death servants commanded by Welland. Given your current state, it might be somewhat difficult to control. Remember, its temperament is rather unpleasant. After receiving the clear answer, Leon directed the death matrix within the grimoire toward the monster, and recited the summoning incantation. Spirit of the departed, heed the summons of the Marbas heir. Leon von Marbas calls you back to the realm of the living. Very quickly, the creature, previously just a mass of death aura, took on a clear human form. While it was still staring at Leon with rolled back eyes, Marbas from behind struck it a heavy blow on the head and shouted, wake up, Dark One, don't sleep any longer. For the first time in centuries, I have obtained a signee. The creature called Blackfruit flailed in confusion, while Marbas, impatient, scolded the foolish being, at least change your form before speaking, otherwise no one will understand you. Blackfruit took it in seriously and pondered, then immediately came up with a new idea. He cast a spell. Quickly from the flow of death aura emerged Leon's cold face, carrying taunts directed at Marbas, arrogant words from a ragged stray cat. Those words successfully made Marbas angry. What, are you tired of living? Blackfruit had now assumed Leon's complete appearance, mocking Marbas, I was already dead, you foolish cat. But Leon, facing a visage identical to his own, remained utterly calm. That was the final thought that ended his memory. Back in the present, Pullen seriously considered the plan at hand. If there is any way to replicate even Kirchar's little habits from his memories, then it is very possible. I can deceive the Sylvesters with his death spirit. My lord, he asserted confidently to Leon. In fact, I guarantee this plan will succeed. I, Pullen, swear to carry it out at all costs. Leon replied satisfactorily. That is the answer I wanted, Lord Pullen. This time he carefully asked, if permitted, my lord, may I be so bold as to ask one final question? Leon's silence was taken as consent. Only then did Pullen voice his concern. The Sylvester house will surely receive support from the crown to attack House Marbas once more. So why are you determined to stay despite the obvious danger? Wouldn't fleeing offer a better chance of survival? Those words reminded Leon of Marbas's earlier counsel. I advise you to leave House Marbas for a while, at least to find a solution to this situation. As before, he replied firmly, protecting the house is my duty. That steadfastness moved Pullen. He carefully swore his oath but could not help asking, then I, Pullen, vow to serve you wholeheartedly. However, if I may be so bold, may I ask about your true motivation, my lord? But this question seemed to trouble Leon. He paused thoughtfully and answered, to be honest, I've wondered about that for a long time. Pullen was surprised. You mean your own motivation? Leon confirmed without concealment. Yes, but I can't say I have any grand ideal in mind. I simply wonder how to become a worthy clan lord, and what does it truly mean to be worthy? The answer was still unclear. At least for now, Pullen was completely stunned by those words. Leon continued calmly. For that reason, I choose to buy time to seek the answer for myself. He smiled slightly, his voice briefly growing cold. With that purpose, I will stop anyone who seeks to take what belongs to us. He recalled past months and outlined plans and direction for the present, as long as I do not repeat my father's mistakes and can protect what I have. Again and again, perhaps one day I will find the answer to why I fight for this land. That's all I think about it. I fear there's nothing more lofty than that. He finished his words with a relieved smile. That night in the bedroom, Blackfruit once again took his form to converse. Who would have guessed this house had fallen so far? You have much work to do. The signee, sitting to the side, angrily protested. Call me master, Blackfruit. How dare you speak haughtily to our signee like that? He casually retorted. Oh, but Lord Marbas himself doesn't seem too concerned with such formalities. Marbas intended to scold him, but then suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Leon. Signee, has anyone ever told you that you're quite insensitive to social cues? Slightly surprised, he bowed his head. I think so, how did you know? He replied offhand, I just had a hunch, then went on to clarify Blackfruit's background to Leon. After all, Blackfruit was once Welland's bound beast. In other words, he was passed down to you as part of the inherited legacy. Blackfruit had been a loyal assassin serving your ancestors. Leon pondered the information and agreed. I see, the ability to transform into anyone would be very useful for an assassin. Receiving Leon's confirmation, he smugly teased. Marbas, Blackfruit, excellent at killing, will be very useful to the signee. Unlike some stray cat with an oversized ego, Marbas snapped angrily, I am not a cat. Do you want to be thrown back into the abyss for insolence? Meanwhile, Leon completely ignored their noisy bickering and said to him seriously, I truly need your talent. Blackfruit also ignored the skirmish between them and seriously asked, can you impersonate my late Uncle Kerchar? Blackfruit immediately assured him it was as easy as a piece of snake. As people say, Marbas immediately caught the slip in his words and mocked, you idiot, the saying should be easy as cake, not easy as eating a snake. Blackfruit didn't understand why one would waste human sweets when there was delicious snake venom at hand, right within reach. Leon chimed in, different strokes for different folks, I suppose so. At a loss for words, Marbas turned to warn him, don't indulge this fool, Signee. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door. Someone, Pullen, having received his reply, rushed in from outside. It is I, Pullen, my lord. And he placed a letter before him. I have just received a letter from House Sylvester and came at once to deliver it to you personally. He slowly read the contents of the letter, which was an accusation and a declaration of war. It has been over a century since House Marbas withdrew from its ducal duties. As a reproach to House Marbas, which still greedily enjoys the blood, sweat, and tears of its people. House Sylvester, under the rightful leadership of Count Alan de Sylvester, now challenges House Marbas to a conflict among the noble houses. If House Marbas accepts surrender within the stipulated time, a full-scale war will be avoided, and your people will be received with open arms. However, if you refuse these terms, in 1 month's time the forces of House Sylvester will march into Marbas territory and flatten everything in their path. In the name of the will and the clemency of His Majesty the Emperor, Countess Alan de Sylvester. After reading the entire letter, Marbas remarked, so the storm is gradually approaching. Leon muttered to himself, we only have exactly 1 month left. He sneered to provoke him. What? Suddenly feeling afraid. Then, jumping down from his shoulder, he seriously proposed a solution. It's true we don't have much time, but I think we can retreat, wait for a chance to counterattack, muster our forces, and Leon casually cut him off. My lord, you misunderstand me. He looked at the dark magic in his palm and smiled with a low tone. What I mean is I'm not sure I have the patience to wait that long. Marbas, hearing this, once again warned him seriously, you truly are a mad Signee beyond imagination. Their army will number in the hundreds. Do not be naive and underestimate them. This threat is entirely different from your uncle. Will you really face them? In response, he gave a cold glance and a faint, confident smile. Oh, I think we'll manage fine. He raised his hand and summoned a stream of black chi filled with screaming souls, the scent of death, in reply to Marbas. This time I need not concern myself with mercy. I will simply wipe out every life before me. The next morning, in the crowded market, several townspeople were talking. Hey, have you heard about young Kerchar disappearing at noon? Another replied, of course, so many ominous things keep happening. While the former householder had only recently died. A worried middle-aged man said, that's right, I only hope the young master is safe. He has just lost his only close relative shortly after his father died, another added anxiously. I don't know if he has the strength to face the storm ahead. A young man who had been eavesdropping joined in. You're talking about the Lord's son, don't worry, I believe he'll be fine. The middle-aged man worried about the opposing army looming outside the city. True enough, it's not as if the Sylvesters will storm the gates as early as last time. Hopefully those two are right. Another person chimed in, but an exclamation from behind quickly cut their conversation short. Pullen's expression darkened as he reminded the townspeople. Do I need to remind you that these walls have ears? Walking right behind him was none other than Leon. The townspeople recognized the two and hurriedly bowed and explained. Lord Pullen, we were only chatting idly in our spare time. They then turned to Leon and added, and of course, please accept our deepest condolences to you and the clan lord, for this loss of Marbas is truly grievous. Losing a loved one is hardship enough. I cannot imagine how much sorrow you must be enduring, my lord. Leon calmly interrupted him to announce, on the contrary, my uncle is still alive. He's just bedridden with a sudden severe illness. If you want to know, he thought silently, it's best to let the entire territory believe he's still alive for now. He then politely reassured the townspeople, but that said, you don't need to worry excessively about him. With those few words, he quickly ended the conversation, turning his back while thinking to himself that to deceive the enemy, one must first deceive one's allies. On the road, Leon quietly ordered Pullen. Pullen, you will be responsible for ensuring all surviving servants of the house and any witnesses keep this matter secret. He hurriedly replied, at your command, sir. Please trust me. He then took the opportunity to probe Leon's purpose for this visit. By the way, what is your aim in coming to the town center? If you command it, I will immediately prepare whatever you need. He answered him briefly. But there is one thing I must confirm personally. At that moment, Marbas, perched on Leon's shoulder, spoke up here. I sense a strong source of magical power from the building ahead. They were now standing before a building with its doors tightly shut. He went forward alone, not forgetting to instruct Pullen. Pullen, you may wait here until I return. he anxiously called after him, "Clan Lord. Are you sure you want to go in alone?" Leon calmly affirmed, "Yes, and I order you, Fong, to seal the door behind me. Do not allow anyone to enter or exit this place. Once I step inside." A chaotic scene struck his eyes. With several people busily cleaning up the mess ahead, Leon approached a man with animal ears and asked Marbas, "Is it him?" Marbas immediately confirmed without a doubt. The one they were talking about was a teenage beastman whose body was covered in scars and whose eyes were dull. Marbas looked at him and clicked his tongue in regret. What a pity to let such a rare talent go to waste. Indeed, when your house doesn't even have a servant sharp enough to recognize talent. Leon stepped in front of the youth and said kindly, "May I trouble you for a moment?" The beastman saw him and panicked, quickly kneeling low. "Forgive me, young master, there was a brawl at the tavern last night caused by some troublemakers. We would be grateful if you could come back another time." A woman from the back stepped forward upon hearing this and aggressively kicked the beast boy Walter. "Is that how you speak to the young master?" She then turned to Donda with a forced smile. "Beg your pardon, young master. We did not intend to have a lowly beastman receive you." As soon as she finished, she immediately snapped at Walter with a harsh reprimand. "You insolent wretch, do you know whom you're speaking to?" "Ah," she angrily lectured him toward Leon. "Remember well, this is young Master Marbas." The beast youth remained kneeling, pleading softly, "Forgive me, madam. I am new to this area and did not know." At this, Leon kept a gentle tone and repeated his earlier request. "That's right. And as I said, I want you to spare some time for me." The woman gladly agreed. "Oh, I'm more than willing. Young master, these days I have nothing much to do." But Leon coldly brushed her off. "Ah, no, I have nothing to say to you." He turned to Walter and insisted that the person he wanted to see was him, recalling Marbas's admonitions. According to the Demon King Marbas, this beastman has extraordinary potential. He will become an important vassal of the house. The teenage boy remained kneeling on the ground, but facing the person before him, his emotions had become panic-stricken. What did she just say? That youth is the heir of House Marbas. Meanwhile, Leon cast dark magic. Streams of deathly chi reached Walter, gently healing the wounds all over his body. The youth looked at his smooth skin in disbelief and exclaimed, "You healed my wounds." Leon patiently repeated his request once more. "One last time, may I ask you to spare some time for me?" The innkeeper again stepped between him and the beastman. "I'm sorry to say, my lord, but this beast is my private slave. He has no right to give you his time. If you wish, you should have asked me first." He sneered inwardly. "The innkeeper wasn't present when I took my uncle's life. With all the witnesses dead, she surely knows nothing," so he coldly smiled and challenged her. "Fine, I have a few questions. First, since when did the Marbas duchy permit the institution of slavery? And furthermore, second, although some time has passed since my predecessor died, why do you insist on calling me by my childhood title? Could it be?" At those words, deathly chi began to flood the air, startling both the innkeeper and the guards into alertness. Leon activated a magic sigil and asked in a low voice, "Do you not acknowledge me as the rightful head of House Marbas?" Marbas approvingly praised, "Well done. O oathmaker bound to me," you turned to those others, his tone full of menace. "Though he is young, I will not tolerate anyone who disrespects the bearer of my pact. Such people do not deserve mercy." Meanwhile, Leon calmly ordered the woman, "He is not the only one I care about. If you own any other slaves, free them all immediately. You have 10 minutes to carry out this order. I will give no further chances." The woman glared at him in displeasure, completely ignoring his command and sneering. "My lord, are you truly ready for what will happen next?" Saying that, she suddenly remembered and mocked, "Have I forgotten to use your proper title? Just be aware of it yourself." Leon paid little heed to her contempt and replied indifferently, "I've heard worse things anyway." As he once more gently reached out toward Walter, the action puzzled the boy. "My lord, I don't understand why you treat me so kindly. I'm just a useless slave." But a snap of his fingers cut off his question. Very quickly, a group of people, at the woman's command, surrounded Leon. The innkeeper loudly ordered her thugs, "Seize him." Kirchar said he'd back us up. They rushed forward, and faced with that, Leon calmly cast his magic. A stream of death chi dripped from his hand, and in an instant summoned a pack of death spirits. They charged in without hesitation and took down those men, and the innkeeper was immediately terrified by the scene before her. Meanwhile, Leon pulled out his cracked and broken sword, calmly offered it to one of the death spirits and said, "Lend me a sword, will you? As you can see, my weapon is chipped and ruined." He obediently handed the sword to him. Leon promised with satisfaction, "Good, I'll return it when I'm done." He slowly took it and walked forward, executing the unfortunate men who stood before him. He mercilessly killed the unlucky men who appeared before him. The innkeeper, now trembling in panic, muttered, What the hell is this?" She stared in disbelief at the carnage before her. How could a useless brat possess such terrifying power? Meanwhile, Walter still stood stunned as he watched the scene unfold. Leon then calmly said to him, "You ask what I did to make you worthy of my kindness. Can you view yourself as a useless slave?" He turned to the boy and affirmed sincerely, "But the truth could not be farther from that. At least for now, you can be an important factor in my plans." The youth couldn't believe what he had just heard and quietly denied it. "What is he talking about? Why would a noble clan lord need someone like me?" The youth couldn't believe what he had just heard and quietly denied it. What is he talking about? Why would a noble clan lord need someone like me? Memories from long ago suddenly flooded his mind, back to when he was a child beaten until he begged desperately. "Oh, it hurts, please stop, I beg you." But the children ignored those words, continuing to beat and kick cruelly, unleashing scathing curses from their mouths, calling him filthy vermin. It was they who ruined this year's harvest. We never should have let you into the village. What a revolting beast. The boy could only clutch his head and endure the blows. When I was young, I couldn't understand the malicious smiles and contempt directed at me. I would always wonder why human children bullied me like that, or why they took pleasure in my pain. I was just an innocent child, unable to make sense of any of it. His eyes flushed red and lowered as if to submit, but in the end they flared up with fury and resentment. But now I understand. With that came a terrible power radiating from him, which sent those human children flying. He angrily demanded of them, "Why can't you leave me alone?" In the youth's memory of that moment, clarity emerged. There was no specific reason they chose to make my life a hell. Other than that, I was different from them. But in the memory, the beast boy screamed at the children in pain. "Why are you doing this?" For that reason alone, I became the target of their hatred. When the boy calmed, he was surrounded by the bodies of the other children. Then one day, I realized what I had been too naive to understand before. The boy was horrified at what he had done and reproached himself in panic. Could it really be that I caused all of this? At first I couldn't accept that truth. I was afraid to face it. So the child in the memory turned and fled, escaping the horrors he had wrought. The truth was that I was a monstrous creature, just as they had said. Back in the present, the fight in the room had ended. The innkeeper, still unaware of the moment, angrily shouted at Leon, "What have you done? Do you think a petty tantrum will make Lord Kirchar give up his title? A worthless noble like you can't stop us, remember that." He merely replied coldly, "You might be closer to the truth than you think. But that doesn't mean I will always be the useless noble you describe, someone who never fights injustice. Soon I will become a clan lord worthy of House Marbas." As he spoke, a dark orb gradually formed in his hand. Leon aimed the orb at the woman, his voice low as he pronounced judgment. "And you have no place in the future of this domain." She only managed an incomplete scream, "You insolent wretch." Then very quickly, everything fell silent. Leon turned away in disgust, and opposite him were the eyes that had not left him, Volter's. He looked straight at him, thinking inwardly that he might be a murderer, hands stained with blood. Standing amid a row of corpses, watching Leon slowly approach, questions kept arising in his mind. But why do I not feel fear in his presence? Why is that? He stepped in front of him and smiled politely. "Volter, is it?" He made his offer. "Will you serve me?" "I need your service." He thought for a moment, then chose to be candid. "If it's not too abrupt, my lord, may I ask one question before pledging my loyalty?" Immediately after, he shed his disguise and, revealing his true form as he spoke to him, "I am a descendant of the Lang Ma clan. Even among the beast people, our clan is the most despised." He carried the pain in his heart and in anguish asked him whether he would have to endure this contempt for the rest of his life. "How much longer must our people live in humiliation like wild beasts? How much longer must our people live in humiliation like wild beasts? No more, I promise you that." He answered the boy softly, but as if opening a different path before Volter. "I do not fully know your sufferings, nor do I understand all the complexities involved. But if your lives are weighed down by unjust prejudice, let it be known that from this moment on, such prejudices will no longer be tolerated." Before the boy's hopeful eyes, he declared solemnly, "You will be a loyal servant of House Marbas." A gentle hand extended with a faint smile and a resolute tone. Leon said to Volter, "I give you my word." Volter's eyes filled with tears as he looked at him, the firm words pouring into his ears. "Let the whole world know that you will be a faithful servant of House Marbas. I stake my honor on it." 2 lines of tears ran down Volter's face. He placed his hand in Leon's as a sign of agreement. Still, Leon solemnly asked again, "May I take your astonished silence as your consent?" Volter joyfully affirmed, "Yes, my lord, it would be my honor to serve you." Elsewhere, at the magnificent palace of Emperor Arkheim, in the audience hall, Esteban von Arkheim, the imperial emperor, sat dazed on his throne. Behind him stood Louis von Arkheim, crown prince of the Arkheim Empire. He spoke on behalf of the emperor to the petitioner below, "Eldoras, why have you requested this royal audience?" Eldoras bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from Count Sylvester." The prince snorted in contempt. "As crown prince, I care only for the states and the duchy's great matters. Must I also concern myself with a petty count?" He then turned to the king's stern face and added, "Father will surely be angered to hear this." Eldoras hurried to explain, "I would never presume such a thing. Your Highness, I hurried here only to bring good news. Please pardon me." Those words successfully piqued his curiosity. Good news, huh? Facing that question, Eldoras broke into a sweat, thinking that the prince was currently the most powerful person in the empire. I must not let myself misspeak and displease him. After a moment, Louis von Arkheim asked again with interest, "Indeed, you speak of House Marbas." Eldoras eagerly confirmed to him, "Yes, your Highness, it is the enemy you have long resented over the years, one of the 3 great houses of the Abyss." He then, full of calculation, persuaded the prince, I humbly propose that your highness use this opportunity to side with House Sylvester, so we may once and for all eliminate our common enemy. Louis also showed excitement at the idea. It truly is an intriguing proposal. But he still feared the power of House Marbas and cautioned in a low voice, "Have you forgotten? House Marbas wields the power to summon death spirits to wage open war against them. It will not be easy." Eldoras heard this and smugly reported to him, "Indeed, as sharp as ever. Your highness, but currently House Marbas has no heir capable of wielding that power. Meanwhile, the Sylvester faction has grown to rival Duke Marbas." Louis seemed persuaded by the flowery words and agreed nonchalantly. Very well, continue with your game. This is the right time to purge those detestable grave robbers from the Empire." Receiving his consent, Eldoras became elated and cried out, "In the name of the ever greater Empire, I will personally lead this campaign to victory." Watching his figure depart, Louis smiled with satisfaction, thanks to his lenient rule. "Father, at last I can remove this thorn from our sight, a remnant of a bygone era." He exclaimed to the Hollow Emperor, "Your legacy will be preserved in my hands." Louis was like the puppeteer, and the Emperor was his puppet. Now, having taken the throne from behind, he smiled coldly in satisfaction. "And soon, everything will be mine to use as I please." Back at the Marbas estate, everyone was now gathered in Leon's private study. Pullen placed a magic necklace around Walter's neck and said to him, "The people still cannot fully trust beast people, Walter, so I suggest you always keep this with you." He looked at the glowing red gem on his neck and warned sternly, "Of course your lord and I both regard you as a loyal servant, but I fear we cannot ignore the influence of public opinion." At that moment, Walter's ears on his head twitched inward. He touched his smooth head in surprise while Pullen stood by, continuing to remind him, "From now on, none of our actions may hinder the Lord's ideals. Do you understand?" Walter stammered in reply, "Why yes, Lord Pullen." He nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, indeed, a sharp young man." Only then did Leon speak to draw everyone's attention. "If everything is settled, I wish to speak to you about a few important matters, may I?" After seeing that everyone had gathered, he continued, "First, I must emphasize one thing. Your oaths of loyalty cannot be mere words." Leon solemnly made his demand to all who had sworn with him. "So I ask you, are you ready to pledge your eternal loyalty to me and only me?" Pullen was the first to answer wholeheartedly. "Absolutely, my lord." He even clasped Leon's hand emotionally and swore, "I, Pullen, vow to devote my life to serve Duke Marbas' house until my last breath. I beg you to grant this lowly servant the chance to fulfill my oath." Lord Leon was a bit at a loss at Pullen's overly dramatic display and didn't know how to respond. The Dark One beside them couldn't believe the scene before him and remarked, "New master, I am truly amazed." He had broken the will of an old human merely with words. Marbas nearby also showed satisfaction. Indeed, conquest and subjugation are the core principles of House Marbas. At this, Walter also turned to Leon and earnestly spoke, "I share the same sentiment." "My lord," he solemnly expressed his attitude of submission to him. But Leon still seemed unsatisfied. He replied indifferently, "But that is your belief, not mine." Walter asked, puzzled, "Young master, who are you speaking to?" Leon did not elaborate further, only reiterating his requirement. "In any case, before we officially begin, I propose forming a monobound covenant with all of you. If anyone refuses this covenant, I will take it to mean you do not intend to follow me." Walter still did not understand and murmured, "A monobound covenant. It is a magical covenant, also called a pact. It transforms the magic of both parties into a pattern, binding and connecting them in an unbreakable relationship, allowing them to share secrets that would otherwise be buried in darkness." Leon slowly took his place within the circle. He declared in a low voice to everyone, "If there are no objections, then let us begin." No sooner had he finished than he summoned a black pit full of deathly chi. From within, a pair of hands grasping a scroll brimming with dark magic opened up before everyone's eyes. Marbas inhaled deeply and immediately reverted to his original form. He intoned, "As the guardian deity of House Marbas and the demon who granted a name to your bloodline, I will stand as witness to this magical covenant." He then addressed Walter and Pullen, who stared at him in horror, and spoke the incantation. "O you who have sworn fealty to the bearer of my pact, let your souls be bound to Marbas' dominion. Praise this glory and bear witness." Spiritual death energy coalesced into a sphere around Leon, continuously firing deathly rays across the room. Behind him, the solemn demon Marbas proclaimed that the Lord of Death spirits had arisen. Marbas sat there like a statue. The only other notable thing was the deadly danger radiating from his blazing red eyes. The gathered servants could do nothing but stare up at him with mouths agape. Only then did Leon speak. "I think that's enough of the theatrics." He addressed the oppressive presence Marbas still exuding behind him. "They are my loyal servants and they deserve respect." Marbas understood the meaning and pretended indifference. HMPH, so they have all accepted this covenant. But then he pointed at the two and warned seriously, "Know that the price of this pact is your souls, and any betrayal of the Death Spirit Lord will not be tolerated." Pullen, naturally timid, was terrified and bowed deeply to show his loyalty. I would never dare commit such a betrayal. He thought to himself, could this truly be the demon Marbas with whom the first Lord of House Marbas made a pact? There was no more reasonable explanation for how Lord Leon could command the power to summon death spirits. Walter, standing beside him, had been trembling continuously. The mana density is so terrifying. Our race is naturally sensitive to sensing magic, yet I am rooted and blinded in place. So the question becomes, what is Lord Leon's true nature, and that ominous black lion? After witnessing the sincerity and hearts of the two, Marbas felt reassured and reverted to a smaller form. The obvious truth was that his cat form was so irresistibly cute that Walter's fear immediately vanished, and he blurted out, "Oh, such a cute kitten." Fortunately, Pullen remained composed enough to quickly clamp a hand over his mouth, reducing him to incoherent sounds. But it was already too late, as Marbas had heard everything. He licked his bristling fur and asked in a deep voice, "What did you say?" Pullen immediately stepped in to cover for Walter. "Ha, I believe he was merely astonished at your grand and imposing presence. Lord Marbas, I suppose Walter has never witnessed such a majestic sight before." Marbas seemed to relish Pullen's flattering words and narrowed his eyes in smugness as he spoke. "Is that so? Very well, but you must not reveal my existence to the human world. Remember, we are at war, and in war, knowledge can mean life or death. My form may only be seen by those I choose. From what I can tell, the nobles in your kingdom seem uninterested in a man named Kirchar. Could that be him?" Pullen hesitated slightly when the name was mentioned. Lord Kirchar. But Walter beside him, unsure what to say, unconsciously repeated the name, Kirchar. After thinking it over, he said, "I recall the innkeeper once received a letter, or rather, that a letter was delivered to her to pass on to Kirchar." Hearing this, Marbas grew visibly excited, leapt onto Leon's shoulder, and exclaimed, "There, our next clue." Leon kept his eternally unreadable expression. "Where is that letter?" he asked, disappointed that Walter answered in such a mournful tone, "May the gods pity you." At that moment, the black crow at their side piped up to make his presence known. The black crow knows where it is. He produced a chest and chided them. "You fools, how could you forget to collect the spoils?" When opened, the chest was filled with gold, silver, and jewels, so dazzling they seemed designed to blind the eyes. Marbas smacked his forehead and complained, "I should have remembered how greedy you are. Since you raised the inn and dealt with the innkeeper, the black crow apparently believes everything left there now belongs to the victor." Contrasting with Marbas' non-stop chatter, Leon was silent, as if deep in thought. He stepped closer to the chest, rested his hand on the lid, and studied it for a while. Finally, he discovered something. Hidden among the colorful gems was a strange letter already open. Leon picked it up and said, "I think we have it now." Marbas praised the black crow without restraint. "I suppose even you can be useful once in a millennium." The black crow bristled at that tone and asked irritably, "Was that supposed to be a compliment, isn't it?" Leon said softly, "I will read it aloud." Then he read the lines of the strange letter. "Hear this. Enemies of House Marbas, the noble House Sylvester, in the name of the sovereign emperor, hereby declares war on your duchy. Although you possess great military might as a duchy, you have neglected your duty to serve Emperor Esteban von Arkheim. This neglect is a grave crime, and I will personally judge you on behalf of the crown. You have 1 month. If within that time you accept surrender, this declaration will be withdrawn and House Marbas will be annexed into House Sylvester as a just punishment for your crimes. Conversely, if you choose to resist, then prove your innocence on the battlefield. Lord of House Sylvester, Count Alan de Sylvester." After hearing the contents of the letter, everyone was stunned. They watched Leon stare blankly at the phrase 1 month. Marbas grinned slyly and asked him, "Is that not enough time?" But Leon's steady, unafraid gaze was his reply. "I see no problem with the time frame, though I have a rather interesting idea. Now that I can command death spirits by thought alone, I thought I might indulge in a little amusement with this." Then the two turned to the black crow, who had been standing beside them. "Black crow, I have a task for you." On the other side, House Sylvester was also watching the situation closely. A retainer reported to Alan, "The declaration of war has been sent to House Marbas." "My lord, you should have seen the look on that weasel Kirchar's face. He clung to my trouser leg, so pathetic I nearly ended him on the spot." Upon hearing the report, Alan couldn't help laughing loudly. That fool. I'm sure he's currently clutching his back and wailing. Still, we must keep him alive for a while longer. After all, he's a useful idiot, and it's better for House Marbas' power to be in the hands of a clumsy fool like him. Speaking of which, what about that boy, the one said to be the legitimate heir of that house? The man replied, "You mean Leon von Marbas. There's nothing special reported about him. I suppose Kirchar has made the boy disappear." Alan, quite pleased, said, "Good." But then the reporter added, "If I may ask, is there any reason to be concerned about a 14-year-old child? What could a brat possibly do?" Alan didn't scold the retainer but instead ordered him, "Answer me. What is the greatest injustice a person can suffer?" The man, with no prospects in sweating, stammered, I'm not a learned scholar, I don't know." Alan had to slowly voice his own thoughts. It is when one faces an overwhelmingly powerful enemy with no hope, unable to resist, left helpless as one's whole world collapses. There is no greater suffering than that. And what do you think causes that injustice? Alan didn't wait for the retainer to answer and answered himself. Innate genius and extraordinary talents so great others can do nothing but stare up in astonishment. The retainer still seemed dazed and said uncertainly, "What talent does that brat have?" At that point, Alan ran out of patience with his ignorant men. He propped his chin and stared at him but patiently explained, "Don't be foolish, you speak of the bloodline of Wellen von Marbas. Nothing about that cursed lineage is surprising. That is why we must prepare for every possibility." Hearing Alan's absolute order, the retainer bowed and shouted yes. House Marbas has also put forward their countermeasures. In the meeting room there are now two Leons facing each other. One said, "I must admit, this is a spectacular sight." The other agreed, "Indeed, impressive, isn't it?" The other added, "Human speech sounded so strange when you were in your original form, yet now you can use my memories and mimic my words perfectly." The other Leon put on an expression Leon himself would never wear and looked at Marbas with derision. "But you see, I am more than a mere wielder of magic, not like your little cat." Marbas called out, hissed flames in anger and shouted, "Be silent." Then, before Marbas could finish, he lunged and delivered a thunderous punch to the fake Leon's cheek with his small but skilled foot. The Black Crow, now in Leon's form, paid Marbas no mind. Though his face was torn by the blow, with his magic he immediately restored it to its original state. This made Marbas feel as if he had been punching a sack of cotton, furious but powerless, so he yelled, "You." Walter still found the chaotic scene here quite novel. He froze, mouth agape, and asked Pullen beside him, "Is it always this noisy here?" Veteran Pullen, with years of survival experience, immediately warned him, "Hush, keep your mouth shut. Walter, you'll live longer if you do." Walter asked anxiously, "More importantly, shall we begin?" Leon said softly, "You have only 1 month left." As he spoke, he set the sword down in the center of the room, placed it into Walter's hands before everyone present, and entrusted him with it. "All I ask is that you demonstrate your ability within that time." Walter understood him. He took the sword solemnly and repeated, "In other words, if I fail to prove my capability, I will no longer be part of your cause. Is that correct?" Leon nodded to confirm his thought. "Exactly, I'm not interested in taking in a retainer who is certain to die. The choice is yours." Walter felt this action was his one and only opportunity. He unconsciously clenched the sword in his hand, looked Leon squarely in the eye with a grave expression, and vowed, "Whatever obstacles stand in my way, I will overcome them. I will earn my place beside you. Once I am firmly established as your most loyal swordsman, will you grant me one wish?" Leon was pleased with Walter's attitude. He smiled and replied gently, "Very well, I give you my honor-bound promise." At that moment, Pullen beside him cleared his throat. "Ahem. Then I will personally oversee Walter's martial training. His true abilities will be revealed when he trains with the Knights of House Marbas under my arrangement." Leon found nothing excessive about this. He agreed with Pullen. "Fine, proceed." Marbas had already jumped onto Leon's shoulder sometime earlier and gleefully declared, "Excellent, now let's go." The werewolf is not the only one who needs training. You are just as far from your true potential as he is. Leon knew this to be true, so he left with Marbas as well. "All right, then let's go." Before long, at the Marbas training grounds, a cacophony of harsh sounds rang out in disarray. Walter was now training diligently alongside the soldiers of House Marbas. At the same time, Leon practiced commanding the death spirits as smoothly as possible. Besides training with the living, Walter also trained alongside the death spirits controlled by Leon. Finally, in the decisive match that would determine his fate, Walter successfully severed the head of a death spirit, ending it cleanly. After the match ended, Walter panted as if exhausted. One knee bent to the ground, the sword placed horizontally as he bowed respectfully toward Leon like one showing reverence to an undying creed. Leon stared at Walter for a long moment, then finally spoke with a proud expression, "Welcome to House Marbas. You may rise now as my first knight." Walter, hearing the words he'd waited for, smiled with satisfaction. 1 month later, on the day the noble houses went to war, atop the towering battlements, Leon, with Marbas, Pullen, and Walter, looked down below. Where the invaders, fired up and ready to assault, stood. Alan below bellowed, "I bring a message to the head of House Marbas. Although I generously offered you one last chance to surrender peacefully, you stubbornly refused and would not lower your arms. Know that this foolish choice will bring death upon innocent civilians." Leon looked at the blathering man as if at something dead. After the man finished, Leon calmly spoke, "So the war has begun." Pullen also spoke up, "Those yap-happy hyenas, don't they understand anything about honor? Cursed be them." Marbas, in contrast to everyone else, remained excited from start to finish and warned, "Don't be provoked. In my view, there is nothing in their hearts but fear. Those growls are really just the moans of insecurity." Pullen, puzzled, swallowed hard and asked, fearful inside, "What did you say?" "Even so, House Sylvester overwhelms us in every aspect." Marbas slowly explained to everyone, "There is still a loophole. Have you forgotten that their plan has already failed?" Poland was a little confused. Are you referring to Kerchar? Yes, if he were alive at this moment, House Marbas would have raised the white flag at the first opportunity. But would his death alone be enough to shake them? Marbas, confident in his calculations, said, humans are fragile. A small turn in fate is enough to throw them into chaos. Why haven't the enemies surrendered? What has rallied their spirits? Once such doubts begin to creep into their minds, their military strength will be halved. These thoughts were analyzed logically, causing Pullen to gradually grasp the idea. Yet he still wasn't overly confident about this battle. That may be true, but even halved, their forces still outnumber ours. The corner of Marbas's mouth curled into an alluring curve, a proud, confident smile of one who fears nothing. A signee of a pact with me who can't defeat them even at half strength. Do not be afraid, Leon is far stronger than you think. Leon did not deny Marbas's assertion, for it was true. Pullen, seeing his lord's untroubled expression, felt somewhat reassured and replied, of course, Lord Marbas. Outwardly he said that, but inside Marbas felt similarly to Pullen, quite surprised by the new lord's capabilities. Indeed, even I did not expect. Memories of recent training sessions replayed. In the middle of the training ground, Leon sat cross-legged, surrounded by surging streams of mana, while Marbas and the Black Crow stood at the edge observing. From the nearby rock and rune formations poured a jet of pitch-black energy. At that moment, Marbas also lightly stomped the ground, releasing an aura that summoned red death spirits to charge and attack Leon. Leon remained seated, eyes closed in meditation, yet he still keenly sensed the approaching enemy presence. He then emitted his own purple mana and summoned a squad of purple death spirits to strike back. In the blink of an eye, the two sides clashed, and in a few of Leon's slashes, he had clearly seized the initiative. The purple death spirits quickly finished off Marbas's red spirits and let out terrifying roars. Watching the fight, Marbas pondered that, although these were the weakest spirits one could summon, it had only been a week since the child learned to wield mana, yet he could sense mana's flow even with his eyes shut. It was unbelievable. His talent exceeded all reason. The Black Crow next to him shared Marbas's thought and spoke up. This signee is a true genius, like the brilliant star the first ancestor once spoke of. Marbas agreed, indeed. Once more, he could drown this continent in blood. One day, everything he desires will be within his grasp. In response to Marbas's arrogant, frenzied words, the Black Crow asked an almost mindless question from its perch. Even tasty snacks like peanuts, as many as he wants. Marbas, slightly annoyed, scolded him, aim higher, you fool. He might even be able to unlock the most forbidden dark magic, the terrifying realm of temporal regression. While the two were talking, Leon opened his eyes and stepped toward them. He bent down and said to Marbas, finished. Now which training module shall we continue with? The skulls of the death spirits beneath the ground had been severed from their bodies, yet they continued to emit gruesome sounds. Regardless, Leon walked over to where Marbas and the Black Crow were gossiping. Done, what challenge do you want me to try next? But it seemed Marbas had no next plan, so he grunted for now, keep going. Then he escorted him back to the Lord's chamber. As for the next skill you must master. Do you know anything about dark magic? Upon hearing this, Leon fell into thought, dark magic. Of course I received training in it within my family. But those words did not sit well with Marbas. He growled, do you mean the cheap tricks your uncle showed you? From now on, forget that rubbish he calls dark magic. Leon pondered for a moment and convinced himself that made sense. Considering how Ancestor Wellen conquered the entire eastern continent so swiftly, it would be hard to believe he relied solely on a bunch of spirits. Just then, the Black Crow slowly shifted into Leon's form and spoke. Exactly. He summoned a mass of magic in his hand and said, the essence of soul summoning is merely a branch of dark magic. In other words, to control spirits you need a wellspring of mana and mastery of dark arts. Pullen agreed with this. Of course, it sounded like the words of vassals loyal to our ancestors, but Marbas disagreed. HMPH, spare me. I was never his vassal. If anything, he and I are comrades, walking side by side as equals, not like that foolish shapeshifter. I must add, the Black Crow seized the moment to interject mockingly. Yes, unlike you, I've never regretted my loyalty. Marbas refused to be outdone and retorted arrogantly, you still hide under Leon's youthful guise sometimes. The Black Crow blustered back, what courage do I need to tease a kitten? Leon waited until his headache was enough and then spoke to end their pointless bickering. Enough. Which type of magic do you want me to learn? But before the Black Crow could answer, Marbas interjected. Before learning anything, there is a prerequisite you must fulfill. Be careful, for it will force you to delve into your own subconscious. Leon mumbled the words back. My subconscious. Marbas emphasized, exactly. You may not know it, but deep within your mind lies a source. It contains a massive reservoir of mana that, if you can unlock and channel it, would make the wars between noble houses seem child's play compared to what you could truly achieve. But I must warn you, dark magic demands a hefty cost in mana. Leon listened intently to Marbas's explanation and said his thoughts aloud. I can guess that much. But he likes to spin things around, so he told Leon, I don't think that's what you should worry about. Why? If you can believe it, Leon, I sense in you a mana source equal to, even surpassing, your ancestor. At that, Marbas paused, withholding the rest of his thoughts, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. But he had no choice but to accept it. If he wanted to restore his house, Leon couldn't help but exhale at what Marbas had pointed out. Phew, that eased him somewhat. Seeing him relax his guard, Marbas repeated once more that this did not mean the process was without risk. There's a way to unlock your hidden potential in the short time we have, but even I cannot guarantee your safety during it. Lord Leon did not hesitate to ask straight away, is that so? So what is your miraculous method? Marbas, highly observant, stared at Leon, gathering even his smallest expressions. Suddenly, a light seemed to return to his hollow eyes. Looking back now, I can see clearly that a single desire drove the young Leon, who was somewhat pleased by what he had observed. Marbas instructed Leon, first, you will begin by exhausting all of your mana to the last drop. Then your potential and subconscious will guide the way. Leon immediately replied with almost no hesitation, then begin the test. Marbas concluded his curiosity, a primal craving for the greatest driving force of power. After Leon poured out all the mana he had, he staggered slightly and had a headache. Whoosh, I think that's enough. Suddenly, he toppled backward without warning, sending Pulin's spirit soaring into the air. My lord, you cannot abandon us so soon. Seeing the old man wailing as if about to die, Marbas angrily swooped over and pecked him hard on the head, snapping, do not disturb the boy. You fool, put your faith in the lord you worship. Pulin wept, tear streaming silently. But master, Lord Leon may be our lord, but as you said, he's still just a boy. The Black Crow stood to one side and explained in a low voice, didn't you hear what we just said? Our master Signee may be the most outstanding genius we've ever seen. Marbas rarely agreed with him, but this time the crow's words made sense. If his potential truly rivals Welland's, he will surely return to us. Save your tears for another occasion. Pulin sniffled and vowed, I will try my best, master. Just then, as the atmosphere sank into grief, Walter, clothes rumpled as if he'd crawled out of a coal pit, appeared at the door. In a clear voice he declared, I did it completely successful. Behold your new novice swordsman. But when he saw Leon lying motionless on the floor, Walter was so startled he nearly popped his eyes out. Wait, young master, you're no different from Pulin, someone said, tears and snot clinging as they clutched their lord. After calming, Pulin, taking Marbas's place, advised Walter, calm down, young Walter, I've already made a fool of myself for you. Walter finally stopped crying slowly. All right, whatever happens, I fully believe he will pull through. Marbas watched the scene with some bafflement. These mortals are all the same. How could such a great talent have been buried for so many years? No wonder this lineage stood on the brink of extinction. Everyone fell into their own thoughts beside him, waiting for Leon to awaken. The main figure of concern remained deep in sleep. His subconscious began to open and took him to a strange place, not strange for its scenery, but because it was entirely black. Leon gave no thought to whether something might leap out and kill him. He simply observed quickly. Then he decisively stepped forward. He suddenly stopped when he saw the scene beyond the darkness, a ruined city devoid of people, except for a lone figure in black standing tall. Without turning his face, the man easily sensed Leon's arrival and spoke, Welcome, Leon. I had a premonition you would come. Leon heard the man's voice and recoiled inwardly, his face cracking in disbelief. The other slowly turned his face. He had a face identical to Leon's, only he was middle-aged. After they stared at each other for a while, he broke the silence first. Let's walk a while, we have much to discuss. Leon, still stunned by the sight before him, stood frozen and finally found his voice. Father. The desolate landscape of this space truly makes one shudder in fear. Leon and his late father paid no mind to such things. The two of them slowly rose higher and moved into the city. They walked on and on until, seeing the family crest trembling in the distance, they finally halted. He spoke softly, Leon, your presence here proves you have chosen to awaken the hidden mana within you. Leon replied politely, yes, father, though I cannot say for certain what level I have reached. I have gathered a band of loyal followers to stand with me. Hearing everything come so lightly from his son's mouth, Run could not help but feel proud. How fortunate my son is. As you may have guessed, I am only a fragment of memory within your mind. I died at Alan's hands, and this body is merely a remaining magical imprint. Leon had been thinking the whole way, so he easily realized that, I understand. Seeing that he understood, Run continued to explain. The reasons I ended up like this stem from a lack of inherent potential, such a cruel fate. Do you agree? Even so, I can still help you in some way, as you know. I failed to win the respect of Master Marbas and could not command the death spirit, the family's relic. But you will take a different path. While alive, I researched a spell that can transfer the collective mana of our predecessors into your own magical reservoir. Initially, of course, you could only control a small portion of that vast energy, but it will certainly help you consolidate power as head of the house. Leon listened intently to his words, then finally spoke. But father, I still remember what you said before. You warned me about the danger of absorbing another's mana. You also mentioned the risk that foreign magic could spiral out of control and utterly destroy my mind. Run recalled that such events had indeed happened. He did not hesitate to praise his son for his maturity. You listened well, mana bears the unique imprint of its user, so it is very difficult for another to assimilate it. After gripping Leon's arm as if to pass on strength, Run quickly affirmed, "But you, my son, are an exception. You may not understand now, but consider yourself a blank slate." Leon echoed puzzledly once more, "A blank slate." At that moment, Run suddenly released his hold on him. Beside him, streams of purple mana thickened. He spoke to Leon in a low voice. "Indeed, since the time of ancestor Wellen von Marbas, no one in our line has possessed such a pure source of dark mana." After a period of crystallizing mana, Run formed a purple orb in the palm of his hand. The orb glowed brilliantly to the human eye, radiating a terrible power. Run, as if chanting, repeated to Leon, "You have been bestowed the greatest gift of this bloodline." Suddenly dark, black airs flowed out from the purple orb. The orb shook violently. With its tremor, fragments of earth and stone from buildings began to float in midair. The grotesque scene under this strange power was controlled by Run. He guided the orb to his will while murmuring to his son, "This is your true self, my son, but you must always remember this power." The purple orb rose high and cast a dreadful force over the space. After everything subsided, he returned to the visage of a real father. He looked at the youth before him with tenderness and a slight smile. Then suddenly, Run placed his hand on Leon's head and stroked it. Under the dim glow of the purple orb, father and son shared a bittersweet final moment together, calmly announcing, "It seemed our brief reunion had come to an end for now." At that moment, Leon felt something as well. He looked at Run longingly and asked, "Will we meet again?" "Yes, father." Run the benevolent answered him firmly, "Of course, I still have much to teach you, as your father." Having said that, he supported the purple orb, then brought it and handed it to Leon. Leon quickly sensed something from the orb. He was surprised. "I've never felt such an enormous source of mana before." As that vast energy merged into Leon, a strange sigil appeared on his chest. Run calmly explained, "This talisman is called greed. True to its name, it will devour whatever you place beneath it with a frenzied hunger. Never forget that, my son." Leon gripped the crucifix that had just appeared at his neck and fingered it, tempted. "I will remember it by heart, father." He had barely finished when the space began to collapse. Run hurriedly spoke his final words. "The next time we meet will be when you desire it most." When everything had almost vanished, Leon bowed solemnly toward Run and replied, hoping that day would come soon. Then he disappeared into the void. Only then did Run voice his doubts. If a single wish could come true, you could shine as brightly as the greatest rising star on this continent. But sadly, the future is not in my sight, and no one knows whether this power will lead you to glory or to the abyss of ruin. In the deepest despair of my heart, I fear that may be the final outcome." Outside in reality, the four of them stared fixedly at their lord lying unconscious on the bed. If looks could pierce a person, Leon would have been a sieve by now. The scene was eerily silent. Pullen spoke anxiously, "Are you sure he'll wake up, my lord?" He fretted, not knowing what to do. "I do not mean to doubt your wisdom, Master Marbas, but remember young Master Leon is only 14. What if this illness leaves permanent damage? I don't know how to face our predecessors in the afterlife." Marbas, a little annoyed, answered Pullen sternly, "You might meet them sooner than you think. If your young master can't endure a simple trial like this, put aside your petty worries and wait for your lord with unwavering faith." Walter, however, proved more steel-willed than expected. Wearing a confident expression, he advised Pullen, "I agree. Sir Pullen, he will get through this. We need not worry so much." The Black Crow interjected oddly, "Indeed, this old servant worries too much." Suddenly, a powerful aura radiated from Leon, startling everyone. Marbas had realized something. He shouted, "Ah, now I understand why he woke late." Walter asked curiously, "Master Marbas, what kind of mana is this? I've never seen anything so dense and vast." Marbas climbed onto Leon to sense it. Then, with a face of absolute authority, he assured everyone, "Soon, your lord will return. Be ready to welcome him when that time comes. But be cautious, the lord who awakens now will no longer be the boy you once knew." Just as he finished speaking, Leon snapped awake, his eyes opened wide, while those beside him remained astonished. Leon said nothing and shifted his gaze downward. He sighed helplessly and said, "No wonder my chest feels tight. Could you step down?" Marbas stubbornly answered, displeased. Everything continued as if nothing had happened. Walter ramped training up to the maximum. At the same time, Leon carried out the duties of a lord, practicing magic, and directing the training of the city's soldiers. Meanwhile, 4 days before the noble war at a distant place, House Sylvester's troops appeared to be ready. Alan waited for something, sitting in the lord's seat and reluctant to rise. After a moment, he turned to the soldiers and shouted, "The time has come, all soldiers of House Sylvester, listen to me. Today, the centuries-long history of the Marbas line will be wiped out and sink into the dust of the past. Follow me and we will write a new chapter." Immediately, a thunderous cheer echoed through the air. Glory to House Sylvester. At the same time, no one noticed Kerchar standing quietly in a corner. His pupils began to glow strangely, an omen of an approaching storm. Through the red light in the night, the army led by Sylvester marched forward silently. He stroked his beard and exclaimed, "So this is the weakest point in their formation, the place with the fewest troops. Truly, you've seen through the problem excellently as always. Lord Kerchar, I am grateful." Kerchar smiled calmly, "Ha ha, I feel the same, my lord. this is but a small effort to repay your generosity. Sylvester said that but remained somewhat suspicious. Still, I'm surprised. I thought those fools of House Marbas would guard their ancestral tomb more secretly. Moreover, they foolishly deployed their main force across an exposed field like this. Understanding his meaning, Kerchar quickly interjected, after all, we are a lion mage house, not strategic advisors. Perhaps they acted overly cautious to avoid damaging their ancestral graves. Hearing that, Sylvester relaxed. Their reputation may have decayed long ago, but they still try to cling to a residual glory, right? Kerchar hesitated slightly. I think so, pity for them. Sylvester, displeased by that tone, snapped, why the hesitation? What do you mean, do you wish to object? Kerchar hurried to deny it. Not at all, my lord Sylvester. I suggest we continue the advance. After marching a while, Sylvester was startled to look ahead, and suddenly saw a unit of men in black appear before them, led by Leon and Walter. The two armies slowly approached each other. Leon called out cheerfully, just in time for our appointment. You are punctual, my lord. Sylvester frowned and replied, I thought this was the weak point of a decayed house, yet you waited for me with hundreds of well-equipped soldiers. As he spoke, he slowly drew his sword, and swung it swiftly at Kerchar's head, shouting, is there some trick here? What do you say, Lord Kerchar? The sword sliced through Kerchar's body, releasing purple smoke, and his head fell to the ground, but that cold voice remained calm as it spoke. Only my master has the right to swing a sword at me. With that, purple smoke enveloped the entire head, sucked it upward toward the neck, and finally reattached it as if nothing had happened. Kerchar curled his lip in a smile, truly a novel experience. Sylvester watched this sweating. What? That strike should have slit your throat. Kerchar paid no mind and urged his horse forward toward Leon. Sylvester barked in frustration. Fine, you will pay for your insolence, young Master Marbas. Do you really think you can stand against me with a paltry few hundred men? This is an insult to the head of House Sylvester. Leon replied nonchalantly, not at all. Sir, only a true threat deserves to be called an insult. Sylvester ground his teeth in anger at Leon's casual demeanor. Leon slowly raised his hand and said, why do you think I agreed to enter this battle? Black magic slowly dripped from his palm. Leon smiled and said, to put you in your proper place. Of course, the black magic pooled and thickened beneath the horse's hooves. Immediately, countless undead crawled up from the black magic pool. Sylvester murmured in horror, necromancy. Leon coldly confirmed, quick to recognize. Count Sylvester, are you surprised that a lion mage house controls the dead? Hearing this, Sylvester fell silent and reflected. What is the greatest injustice a person can suffer? It is facing an overwhelmingly superior enemy with no hope left, unable to resist, helplessly watching your world collapse. Nothing is more painful than that. And what causes that injustice? Simply talent, a natural gift so deep it makes others afraid to lift their heads. On the battlefield, nothing decides victory more than that. Before he finished the thought, Leon's undead surged forward to cut them down, and a commander within the force rushed out to block them. But the undead soldiers kept pouring forward in waves. The commander realized that when it ended, the enemy was only a young boy. No matter his talent, he could not have prepared for the brutality of a fight to the death. So he charged again to attack, determined to carve a bloody path to reach Leon. But just as he neared his goal, Van lunged out to intercept him. The enraged commander yelled, who dares stand in my way? Walter coldly leveled his sword and barked, sorry, but I won't let you near the young master. It is my duty and I will not break my promise. Having declared this, Walter smiled pleasantly. The undead troops continued to surge forward, cutting them down. Sylvester panicked and ordered his mages to initiate the attack. A group of mages gathered and began to cast spells, unleashing their strongest attacks onto the swarm of undead, and a considerable number of undead were destroyed. Sylvester raised his sword and issued an order. The vanguard cavalry charged forward to break the enemy formation. But Leon remained cold-faced and unconcerned. Sylvester advanced a short distance, feeling smug, staring straight at Leon and threatening him. Let me tell you, I am naturally timid. Even though you are my elder brother, you should have become the head of the family, or my sister. I never truly regarded them as kin. Before he could finish speaking, Leon cut him off. Do I need to concern myself with your messy family affairs? His hand drooped as more black magic condensed. Sylvester growled darkly. Perhaps not, but precisely because of that, a young master spoiled since birth like you will never have the resilience required to defeat me. Answer me, young master, do you crave revenge? If so, you will die in vain, left only with regret. Leon, unwilling to listen to his rant any longer, raised the Book of Death, and coldly declared two things. Your assumption contains two errors. Sir, let me be clear, I do not crave revenge, and you are not strong enough to take my life. That's simply it. The book opened, and Leon infused it with black magic. A few days earlier at the army encampment, Leon summoned his retainers to discuss strategy. After presenting the plan, Leon fell silent. Marbas sat beside him, licking his paw. After a while he spoke. I have seen worse plans over countless millennia, but your plan is excessively risky. Choosing this location as the operational area was a correct decision, But aside from that, Leon interjected, I can affirm there is no better option. It would be foolish to be overly cautious when the optimal solution is right before us. The Black Crow nodded in agreement. I have faith in my master's plan. Then, getting a bit serious, he taunted Marbas. So what right does a foolish cub have to order us around? Walter replied awkwardly, if so, I will also follow your strategy. Not that I disdain your wisdom, Lord Marbas, of course not. Marbas flopped and pouted. Are you planning to completely ignore my opinion? Suit yourself. Pullen also voiced his view. As for me, I will order the mobilization of every force we can muster. On my honor as a vassal, I will not let you go to the battlefield alone. Leon stood up, satisfied. Good. If everything is clear, I propose we act immediately. As everyone began to leave, Leon called out, Lord Marbas, before this meeting ends, there is one thing I want to ask you. Marbas glanced at him displeased. What is it? Leon raised the talisman and asked, this charm, do you know the consequences of using it? Marbas paid no heed. How should I know? The Black Crow interjected mockingly, truly an insolent cub. He added, your father may not have told you the whole truth, but this talisman carries a power akin to poison. It is far too dangerous for you to endure, at least in your current state. Leon said, but I suppose you still gave it to me for some purpose. Marbas sighed helplessly. I do not deny that, but the time has not yet come. For now you are strong enough to do what must be done. The Covenant, the gift you possess, surpasses ordinary mortals. But it cannot be denied that your potential has not yet ripened. Your followers may be loyal, but no human is without fault. You are immortal, and you know little of the depths of their thoughts. They could betray you in an instant. Some have even betrayed your father. So tell me, what makes you think those mortals are worth wagering everything on? Leon fell silent after hearing this. In return to the battlefield, the Book of Death opened, and Leon steadily poured black magic into it, his pupils gradually flaring. Seeing no change, Sylvester glared and spat. Do you think I cannot kill you? Leon remained silent. His pupils grew brighter and brighter. Sylvester suddenly gave a start, and stared at the countless black magics converging before Leon, thinking with wide eyes that the amount of mana was nearly incalculable, along with a pure aura of darkness. He was precisely controlling the exact amount of magic needed for each moment. How could he reach such absolute mastery? Leon recited coldly, all loyal servants of Marbas in hell, hear me. Sylvester grew even colder. My instincts are warning me. Whatever is about to happen, I must stop it at all costs. He turned and ordered, quickly stop him from casting. Leon glared and growled, the legitimate descendant of House Marbas summons you. Answer me and serve under this banner. The entire battlefield trembled violently. Countless earthbound undead surged forward, both humanoid and demonic in form. Sylvester lost his will to fight and stood stupefied. Before him was a sea of soldiers stretching beyond sight. Marbas stood on a cliff looking down, frowning as he assessed the abyss below. To the very edge of the chasm, this brat is as unruly and stubborn as his ancestors. Wellen. The cross-shaped talisman began to glow. The army of undead growled in rage and charged straight at the soldiers to cut them down, the demonic forces overwhelming humanity's ability to resist. Behind them was a squad of Necromancer revenants, hurling energy orbs aimed straight into the army. Sylvester cried out in panic, damn it, it's a trap. He intends to drag us all into the grave. He commands an army of the undead. Sylvester hesitated, unable to decide. Meanwhile, Leon was sweating, head bowed, his face contorted as he clutched his chest. Unable to hold back, he spat up a mouthful of blood. Sylvester seized the opportunity and shouted, stop at once, or you will be throwing yourself into death. Fine, I promise to spare you and your men, but end this farce now. Leon paid no heed to the rant. I do not wish to disappoint you. Master, recall earlier Marbas asked, what makes you think those mortals are worth betting everything on? Until your talent is fully ripe, I advise you not to foolishly sacrifice yourself for others. You are not yet strong enough to worry about others' fates, let alone their lives. Leon pondered for a moment and said, Lord Marbas, why must we always wait until a fruit is fully ripe before picking it? Is it really so wrong to pick it early and let it ripen afterward? After a while, the entire battlefield was left with only Sylvester. Seeing him kneeling on the ground, Leon slowly walked forward. His eyes looked up to meet Leon's cold, icy gaze. A heavy rain began to fall, and Sylvester remained kneeling there. He dared not lift his head and asked, you say revenge is not your goal? Leon confirmed, yes. Sylvester trembled and grabbed his robe, begging, then you will grant me mercy, even though I do not deserve it. I swear I will never oppose House Marbas again, nor reveal a word of your power to the rest of the Empire. Please, I beg you. Leon stood silent and did not answer. After a while he spoke. Since when have we been close enough to grant each other such favors? Sylvester tilted his head and shouted, but you can see it too, revenge only breeds an endless cycle of hatred. Leon coldly glanced down. Sylvester was terrified and dared not speak further. Finally he threw off his cloak and begged, I was forced. Besides, as the head of another noble house, you must understand. We have a duty to do everything for the prosperity of our house. Leon rubbed his chin and muttered, duty, perhaps your words are not entirely without merit. The burden of being a househead is indeed not light. Seeing Leon show sympathy, Sylvester quickly added, yes, I am crushed by it to the point I cannot struggle. I am forced to do cruel things because of my responsibilities. Before he could continue, Leon cut in. But how does that relate to me sparing you? Sylvester was stunned. What? Leon slowly drew his sword and said, do not misunderstand. I bear you no personal grudge. The only reason I must take your life is a cold, undeniable truth. Your continued existence offers no benefit to House Marbas. Farewell. Sylvester ground his teeth in hatred, trembling as he threw back his head and screamed, arrogant fool. By the time you realize what you've done, it will be too late. Before he finished speaking, Leon swung and lopped off his head. Facing blood spraying across the sky, Leon's expression remained icy. Sylvester's body collapsed, signaling the end of the battle. The undead soldiers gradually dispersed. A pain struck Leon's chest, and he slumped down muttering, I should have known the price to pay would not be light. With that he fell forward. Walter shouted, my lord. Marbas leapt forward to reassure him, don't worry, he's only suffering the consequences of depleted mana. Little Leon's talent is unquestionable, rivaling that of his ancestors long ago. The question is whether a child like that should be allowed to hold such immense potential. Inside him is a monster that even I cannot control, a perilous pact that trades away every aspect of his humanity. Saying this, he turned and looked at Sylvester's corpse and exclaimed, and more urgently, it seems the demons have begun to intervene in the human world. This is an ill omen. Pulin and the Black Crow also rushed over. After some time, Leon slowly opened his eyes, and the loyal servants rejoiced, he's awake. The loyal servants rejoiced, he's awake. Pulin collapsed and wept. Forgive me, I have failed you again, I will atone on the scaffold. Marbas said with amusement, I won't stop you, old man will make for entertaining spectacle. The Black Crow immediately piped up, though he looks endearing, that foolish cub lacks compassion. Marbas snapped angrily, do you expect sympathy from a demon, and don't think I'll stand for your constant sniffling. Leon sat up and said, the scaffold won't be necessary, you have fulfilled your role admirably. I assure you of that. Walter hurriedly reported, the Sylvester house seems to be on the verge of total collapse after their leader's death. I don't think they'll dare launch another invasion in the near future. Pulin clenched his hands in excitement. That's only right. Under your wise leadership, House Marbas has finally recovered. However, there remains one more issue. Leon turned in surprise. What is it? Pulin bowed his head and replied, although I am ashamed to say this. My lord, House Marbas is now nearly completely drained financially. Moreover, we are carrying a substantial debt. Leon gaped. What? Marbas waved it off. I don't see that as a big problem. Just send a hefty compensation bill to House Sylvester and it's settled. Pulin remained gloomy. Normally that would work. However, the Imperial Court has issued an absolute ban on all compensation claims. Marbas complained. What? For what reason? Pulin explained painfully, but you must know. The Lienhaber, Seder, and Marbas houses, the three noble bloodlines, have long been tightly controlled by the court. Perhaps the court wishes to prevent our rise and has therefore quashed all compensation requests. Marbas sighed helplessly. It's chaotic both inside and out. Leon asked tensely, so how much do we owe in the end? Pulin said nothing and held out a hand. Leon forced a smile and blurted, 50 million gold. Pulin shook his head and gave no comment. Leon was speechless, 500 million. Pulin, as before, shook his head without speaking. Leon rubbed his chin and guessed it surely couldn't be as high as 5 billion. 500,000 would still be a manageable sum. As he spoke, Pulin cut in, forgive me if I'm abrupt, my lord, but you guessed correctly. Leon was surprised. Guessed correctly about what? Pulin replied, House Marbas debt. My lord, it's 5 billion gold. Leon felt as if he were about to become a beggar. At the same time, inside the city, a handsome young man entered, looking around and muttering, and now I'm in the territory of House Marbas. This was Richel de Flamel, High Templar of the famed Mage Tower and founder of the Eremita sect. Suddenly a girl stepped out, smiling, we meet again, Master Richard. She was Carleen, leader of the southern branch of the Lunatic Crime Syndicate, the notorious loan shark across the continent. Flamel was flustered and at a loss for words. Miss Carleen, our school's debt to you was settled long ago. Carleen answered cheerfully, oh, you think I came all the way here just about that old debt? This time it's not about you. Flamel still shivered and said, then forgive me. I fear I still haven't gotten over the feeling of being used whenever I face lenders like you. Back then I thought the very existence of the Mage Tower was threatened. Carleen winked and smiled. That's why we always tell our clients to read the fine print carefully. Flamel didn't want to argue further and quickly turned to leave. Let's skip the pleasantries. I suppose we both came here for the same person, didn't we? Inside, Pulin confirmed the amount of debt the Marbas family was carrying. Sir, it's up to 5 billion gold. After saying this, both he and Leon fell silent, sweating. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside, and everyone turned to look. Pulin strode out, glanced back, and said, let me go open the door. Leon tensely peered outside. Seeing his strange expression, Marbas asked curiously, what's the matter, Leon? Leon replied with difficulty, I hope it's nothing serious. A moment later, Pulin ran in to report, sir, there are visitors at the manor. Leon asked warily, how many? Pulin answered awkwardly, two, sir, a man and a woman. Hearing that, Leon fell silent again, and set his teacup down on the table. Richel took the cup, sipped, and introduced himself. Thank you for receiving us. I am Mage Richel, head of the Eremita school. Carleen, seated beside him, added, and I am Carleen, head of the Lunatics' southern branch. When she finished, the room fell completely silent. After a while, Leon managed to force out a few words. Welcome to the Marbas family. Rachel smiled at him, and Carleen smiled in response. Seeing this expression, Walter anxiously asked, those two give off an extraordinary aura. Are you sure it was a good idea to invite them? Marbas bluntly replied, who knows? The Black Crow stammers and mocks, my master is stronger, don't worry, he'll get through it. Sensing the tension, Carleen took the initiative to speak. We recently heard of your victory in the noble family's conflict. It seems we should congratulate you, Lord Marbas. The spoils from that battle should be enough for you to pay off your debt to the Lunatics, right? Leon wiped his sweat and replied, by the way, Carleen, exactly how much is the debt? Pullen, standing beside him, whispered, please remember that when it comes to credit, the Marbas family's reputation has hit rock bottom. But of the total 5 billion gold borrowed, 4 billion is debt owed by you, Carleen, and the Lunatics organization. Carleen, head of the Lunatics' southern branch, the largest criminal organization on the continent, is said to be the kind of creditor everyone wants to avoid. At that, Leon blurted out, those who can't repay are sold as live test subjects to the dark mages. Carleen burst into a laugh when she heard that, so you already know a bit about our operations. Lord Marbas, you're fortunate, then let's get straight to the point. Leon confirmed, yes, may I ask what my current outstanding balance is? Carleen narrowed her eyes and stared at him, pulling a sheet of paper from her chest and replying frankly, we must demand you pay at least 10% immediately. Then you can repay the remaining 90% over time at your discretion. However, I advise you remember that our interest rate is 30% per year. I'm sure you'll settle the debt soon. She stared at Leon like prey. Leon also sweated, not knowing what to do. 400 million gold to pay immediately with a 30% annual interest rate. Even after paying 400 million, the principal would still increase by 1.08 billion after just 1 year. He exclaimed helplessly, who would sign such a crazy agreement? Pullen stood at the back gloomily and said, it was actually your father who signed. Sir, thinking of your father's figure made Leon even more anguished. Father. Why does the atmosphere suddenly feel so tense? Rachel spoke up and smoothed his face. Come on, let's calm the mood a bit. Lord Marbas just won, shouldn't you deserve a little celebration? Besides, I highly doubt he already has such a huge sum on hand. But Carleen cut in bluntly. Sorry, Rachel. Don't you see we're discussing business? I hate being interrupted rudely. Please remember that. And who can guarantee that a careless word won't cost you your life, leaving you as an empty corpse? Rachel stood up ready to leave. I heard you clearly, Miss Carleen. I'll come back after everything is settled. Carleen smiled lightly at that. Oh dear, what a waste of a good pot of tea. Leon stiffened, unable to speak, and finally managed to squeeze out a few words. Miss Carleen, but before he finished, Carleen interrupted. Oh, if you mean you have no money now or want more time to scrape together every coin, you can forget it. I've already heard everything from your old lady. Leon muttered helplessly to Marbas, why not take her out now? Marbas snapped back, don't be foolish. She isn't someone you stand a chance against. If you want to be torn apart in an instant, go ahead and try. Leon fell silent again at a loss. The Black Crow interrupted with his opinion. At this rate we'll lose everything, even our peanuts. I'm truly disappointed with the appointed one. Pullen said despondently in a low voice. The old patriarch, trembling, acted for the future survival of the family. Suddenly Walter shouted, be brave, young master, you'll find a way. I have complete faith in your wisdom. Leon bowed his head in thought, and after a while looked up and said, if I may, Miss Carleen. Carleen cut in again. What? Leon answered seriously, I beg you to have mercy on all of us. Those words left Carleen stunned, and even Pullen, Marbas, and the Black Crow were dumbstruck. Walter froze, not understanding. At the same time, outside the main hall, Rachel looked at the portrait on the wall and pondered, Leon von Marbas. Just meeting him was worth the trip. Remembering the moment he first met Leon, Leon radiated a dense dark mana. Rachel grew more certain he felt a gigantic stream of mana flowing deep within him. If he could persuade him to join the Aramida mages, it would be a huge advantage for our academy. There must be a way to win his favor. While pondering, a light flashed in Rachel's hand, and an orb of light slowly shrank. The mana on Rachel was drawn into it. Rachel calmly looked inside, and saw an old man urgently pleading, Director, please, you can't keep disappearing like this. The academy has fallen into chaos because of your absence. Rachel replied nonchalantly, all right, I'll explain later. But first I have one important question. The old man asked anxiously, yes, what is it? The director Rowe forced a smile and said, how much gold do we currently have in the Aramida Academy treasury? As soon as he said that, the old man clutched his head inside the room. Carleen tilted her head and asked with a smile, Dulong Thuong, sir, I truly don't understand why you're so flustered. Perhaps you think our lunatics organization is just some cold-blooded crazy gang. She paused for a moment and gathered mana at her fingertips, and with one gesture easily shattered the teacup in front of Leon. When the warning was finished, she said coldly, "But I assure you, we scheme far more than you think." Watching the tea spill before Leon, Walter couldn't help drawing his weapon and shouting, "How dare you threaten the young master?" Carlin paid him no mind and replied calmly, "Our fury is reserved for defaulters." "Is that clear?" Leon sighed in response, "We have nothing left, Miss Carlin." Carlin asked in confusion, "What did you just say?" Leon looked up to confirm, "Literally, our treasury is empty." This made Carlin pause for a few seconds. Then she bowed her head and forced a laugh. "Ah, now I understand why you tremble like a frightened puppy. So let me show you directly what happens to those who can't repay their debts." Seeing the aura she emitted, Leon broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Rachel burst in and shouted, "Wait." Everyone immediately turned to look toward the door, but Rachel was also a bit sheepish and didn't know what to say. Carlin, unable to wait, growled, "Ah, I've been wondering why you're so restless. It turns out our honored guest has no money." Her gaze was like a predatory beast staring, but Leon couldn't resist. Rachel mustered his courage and shouted, "How pitiful. Please don't crush the budding future of Aremina Academy." He rushed forward to stop Carlin. Leon remained motionless and silent, but this hit Walter's eyes differently. He ran up and flattered Leon. As predicted, young Master Leon had planned everything in advance. Leon didn't understand a thing. Aremina Academy, aha. Carlin continued to look at Leon with a hostile glare. Rachel smiled and intercepted her. Carlin sighed and withdrew her killing intent. Leon sat there brooding in silence. After a while, he finally ordered those nearby, "First, everyone please step back a bit. We need to clarify a few things." They, outside. Lon then spoke, "If Aremina Academy officially accepts me, you will pay 10% of my debt to Carlin." "That is your proposal, correct?" Rachel smiled in confirmation. "Yes. The recent battle for territory against the Sylvester family. It was clear you used necromancy in that fight." Leon denied and asked back, "Why do you think that?" Rachel explained, "Because it was a battle you would have surely lost without that magic." Carlin thought the same, "Which is why she came to find you, isn't that right?" Carlin smiled and replied, "That's mages for you, always cunning." "Ha, it's no secret. I also suspected the head of the Marba's house had regained his former strength and came here for that reason." Leon asked irritably, thinking she might try to reclaim the debt. Carlin replied fiercely, "To be honest, I won't deny I considered it. But I know that debt can't be paid off immediately. I only want to set it aside for the time being." Marba's, overhearing, guessed at once that the debt must be piled up like a mountain. Hearing the two of them, Leon understood their intentions. "Sir Rachel wants to recruit me, Lady Carlin wants to settle the debt, but I still don't understand why she's so certain. The power to control the undead may not have returned. I could just ask others for help or hire mercenaries." Carlin interjected, "But of course those options cost a fortune, don't they?" Rachel laughed at that. "Haha, I've never believed war can be won by money alone. That's why I suspected from the start. The unique power of the Marbas line. The ability to summon the undead has awakened once more." Carlin added, "If that ability even reached a fraction of Lord Welland's level, befriending the continent's unparalleled genius wouldn't be a bad outcome." But Leon still cut to the chase. "Even so, debts must be repaid, right?" Carlin interrupted, lowered her eyes displeased. She took something from her clothes and said slowly, "Of course. Did you think I do lending for fun?" She cocked a round into her small pistol, aimed it straight at Leon and said, "I can tell you why." Rachel, seeing this, hurriedly intervened. "Miss, could you let me and him speak privately?" Carlin lowered the gun and agreed. "HMPH, if he truly is the talent Aremina Academy insists on recruiting, I won't object. After all, debt recovery remains my top priority." With that, she tucked the gun into her clothes and walked straight out. Rachel sighed in relief at that. She was something else nearly ruined us. But Leon remained wary and said to me, "You are not trustworthy either. You're not human, are you?" At that, Rachel smirked, pointing ahead and saying, "Nor are you. You're standing next to one of the 72 demon gods, aren't you?" Marba's, pointed at, growled in displeasure. "A mage sees me without permission. Your body is slowly reverting. Returning to your demon god form. Roar, what the hell are you?" Rachel's body transformed, revealing his true form in front of Leon alongside Marba's. Marba's exclaimed in surprise, "A dragon, I thought you were all extinct after the war against magic." Leon was startled to hear that. "A dragon," Marba's confirmed. "Yes, you can tell from the pair of horns and that characteristic tail." Rachel also asked with interest, "Even I'm curious, why would one of the 72 demon gods accompany a human?" "I don't know the reason, but it must be related to the first head of the house." Leon hurriedly clarified his stance. "Don't worry, Lord Marbas stands with humanity. He isn't like the other evil demons." Marbas confirmed that was true. "Though a demon, I do not share their goals." Rachel understood and interjected with a knowing smile. "Otherwise, you would have no reason to involve yourself in human affairs." Seeing both sides honest enough, Leon moved to the main issue. "So let me ask, what do I need to do to join Aremina Academy?" Rachel explained, "Our school is a secretive academy. You will take part in joint missions and continuously elevate your status within the mage community." Leon didn't believe it. "That's it," Marbas barked, "tell us the real reason." Rachel had to confess, "Haha, you are perceptive. Actually, even if I didn't say it, I would add this. You may not join any other academy, nor accept missions from them. Those are our conditions. Marbas pressed to the point and asked, to prevent other schools from developing. Ritual calmly admitted it. Of course that's one reason, but the main reason lies elsewhere. He placed a demonic insignia on the table and said coldly, among the two other renowned magic academies outside Iremina, at least one is breathing demon influence. Evil. Marbas sighed at that. They have finally begun to act. Damn, I wish I had awakened earlier. He then asked what their goal was. But Ritual fell silent in thought, and after a moment replied, the Demon King. They want to revive Baal from the Demon War. The first great war between humans and demons. A tragic event where King Solomon found eternal rest. Before he fell, he poured all his power into countless chains to bind the surviving demons. Through the dark mana from the death book of the Marbas house, sealed by the Marbas ancestor who first restrained the storm, the war finally reached its end. In the demon-slaying war, King Solomon cast his sealing spell. But over time, that power gradually weakened, to the point where a demon awakening at any moment is not surprising. Leon interjected to ask, I've heard His Majesty the Emperor has lost his wits. He used to be wise but is now called the Foolish Emperor. Is that related? Ritual admitted it. Yes, demons always exploit the smallest gaps. And you already have a demon at your side, so you understand better than anyone. Marbas, named, was displeased, and added some information he had. I also heard many dragons and other races fell in that war. This explanation sounds plausible, not like a lie. But Leon paid no mind and asked, the reason you won't let me join another academy is because you've found a demon's mark at one of them, right? Ritual confirmed, exactly. Please join our Iremina Academy. We believe we can reveal many truths to you. Marbas jumped in to bargain for a fee, though it will require a sizable sum. Ritual could only smile wryly. Haha, on that we are powerless. Leon calmly asked, is there a way to earn steady gold? Owing 5 billion is a bit beyond me. Ritual pondered thoughtfully. After a moment he smiled and said, I've thought of a good idea. The Adventurers Guild, the person closest to the guildmaster, is Carling. If you accept quests and obtain a gold badge, you can take on missions worth 10 million gold at a time. Leon was shocked by the figure, 10 million. He threw away his pride and bowed. Please speak to Lady Carling for me. Marbas could only sigh, how pathetic. The Black Crow couldn't help but scold, you foolish lion, don't insult your master, it's just for show. Marbas, displeased, asked who said that. The Black Crow pretended not to notice. The steward Marbas was at his wit's end with him and helplessly slapped his forehead. Suddenly Ritual shouted toward the door, Carling, I know you're eavesdropping, give me a hand. Carling had no choice but to push the door open. Damn, Ritual knows me too well. But facing Leon this time, she couldn't be arrogant. Ritual stood and reintroduced her. Go on, introduce yourself. This is the demon that serves our master. Carling helplessly held her head. Getting involved with you lot never ends well. Ritual could only give an embarrassed smile. A few days later in the wild mountain forest, Leon's group set out on a journey to earn money to pay the debt. Carling irritably questioned, why the hell am I escorting you to the Adventurers Guild? Ritual, as usual, replied with a smile. You owe 4 billion, consider this me paying part of that debt. Don't get the wrong idea. Leon asked curiously, what kind of place is the Adventurers Guild? Marbas perched on his shoulder chimed in, I'm curious too. There wasn't anything like this before, it's strange. Carling explained, simple. It's a place to receive and complete contracted missions. You can freely form teams, split rewards, and raise your personal value. Something like that, if you're not capable you'll die, but if you're skilled you can earn tens of millions in a single run. Marbas commented coldly, a place where moths burn their lives away, that's what people say. Ritual snorted with laughter, but it's not always that harsh. The Adventurers Guild is neutral territory. With good achievements you can even be invited by other nations to serve as knights or mages. If you have the strength, it's the fastest way to make money. Leon asked again, explain more about badges and ranks. Ritual smiled and turned to her. Alright then, Carlin, you're showing your annoyance, planning to boss me around now, are you? But he still explained it to Leon. The Adventurers Guild divides adventurers into 5 ranks: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and black. The higher the rank, the stronger the adventurer, and they receive higher tier missions. Leon got straight to the point and asked, so becoming a black rank adventurer is the fastest way to make money, right? Ritual smiled and confirmed, that's right, but it's nearly impossible, so I won't bring it up. There are fewer than 10 black rank adventurers across the whole continent, and missions at that level demand rewards of at least several hundred million gold. Very few people in the world are that rich. Leon then understood. The group quickly made their way to the city gates. Carlin stopped in front of the 2 gate guards. She handed them a slip of paper and told Leon, first you must be tested to see if you're capable of earning the bronze badge. Imperial laws are complicated. Minors can't easily become adventurers. Ritual hurriedly interjected, now Sin, don't dampen the mood. They entered a tavern with a sign of a beer mug. Ritual led the way and said, begin the check. we're here. Leon looked up and asked, bewildered, is this the Adventurers Guild? While he was still looking left and right, he caught the attention of a silver-haired girl. She casually raised her tea and asked, seems a noisy regular just walked in. Staring straight toward the door, Leon's group slowly entered, the patrons on either side laughing and chatting. But when they saw Carlin among Leon's group, they immediately fell silent and glanced over. After a moment, shoulders whispered to each other, wait, is that Carlin? I think it is. Look at those eyes like a starving beast. You can tell she isn't someone to lend money. Why is she suddenly at the Adventurers Guild? Is that Rachel standing next to her, headmaster of Aremina Academy, so shockingly handsome? She looks young, and I hear she's even become a tower master. Oh my, that ruins my mood to drink. Life is unfair. Hearing the gossip, Rachel looked at Carlin with some embarrassment and said, it seems she really made them uncomfortable. She scowled and hissed, shut the nonsense. Move quickly, we don't have time to care about people like that. Leon poked his head up and asked, where's the person we need to find? I don't see anyone with a commanding presence around here. Marbas heard the denial. No. Don't you sense a stream of mana watching us? At that moment, a young master in the crowd's expression went ugly. He slowly edged forward to tail Leon closely. Leon felt his pace slow, glanced at the man, and let out a wave of mana to search around. Leon was astonished to discover found him. No sooner had he spoken than the silver-haired girl lunged forward. Without a word, she drew her sword. Carlin coldly turned and drew her weapon as well. The girl pressed her blade to Leon's throat while Carlin aimed her gun at the girl's head. Carlin smiled mockingly, you're getting more hot-headed. Rally glared back over her shoulder, lowered her weapon and snapped, I told you not to casually call my name, Carlin. Leon paid it no mind and stepped forward, asking, you're the strongest here, right? Rally turned irritably and replied, sorry, but I haven't given you permission to speak. Who are you? In her mind, she judged silently. He's a real monster, even more dangerous than the two behind him. Leon introduced himself casually. Leon von Marbas, the 10th heir of the Marbas family. Everyone calls me that. Moments later, Walter entered the room and shut the door. And everyone expected for this meeting was already seated inside. Rally lifted her teacup and remarked, I've heard the head of House Marbas has changed, but I didn't expect it to be a child. Carlin cut in coldly, still his magical talent is undeniable. I can vouch for that. Rally, still wary, asked, but it's strange for a noble to appear in this shabby adventurers guild. Rachel forced a smile. Haha, I have my reasons. Rally grew more displeased. It's interesting to see you with a demon. Carlin, are all your friends this odd? But Marbas, being lumped in, snapped angrily, apologize right now. The blonde jumped up to join in. That's right. Finally, the black cat sobered up. Marbas leapt over, growling something. Leon, indifferent, held him back and explained, I have my reasons. I'm heavily in debt. I want to work at the Adventurers Guild. Carlin added, a place anyone can join without revealing their identity. Isn't that Muolian's biggest feature? So there's no reason to refuse him. Rachel pleaded with a smile, please give him a chance. Seeing both of them plead, Rally conceded. If you two are so insistent, then fine, you might die though. Leon replied matter-of-factly, my family and I live close to death all the time. Besides, Rachel told me that not repaying that madman's debt would be worse than hell. Rally thought of Carlin's cronies and agreed, that was indisputable. All right, I'll give you a chance. Saying that, she poured the teacup in her hand onto the table, and it flowed perfectly into a symbol on the tabletop. Immediately, a matching symbol glowed on the floor below. The room trembled violently as white smoke rose. Leon broke into a sweat, speechless. Marbas explained, a type of teleportation magic. A high-level formula, she even simplified it. It seems she's a genuinely capable mage. Now there was an extra row of stone statues in the room. Everyone looked over in unison. Rally stood, stepped over, and spoke as she walked. The test is very simple. Among these statues, only one contains mana. That's the real statue. Find it. You have a total of 30 minutes. If you don't finish in time, you'll have to return to your family. Still want to do it? Leon agreed immediately. I'll try. Rally declared at once, I begin now. Carlin, prepare the hourglass. Called in, she grumbled unhappily. What a nuisance. Fine, I'll help this once. An hourglass immediately appeared, hovering in midair. Leon slowly walked into the circle of statues. He lifted his head and examined every detail. When suddenly Rally shouted, hey, that statue is moving. I'll attack you. As she spoke, the statues raised their weapons to attack. A club came down. Leon sprang into the air to dodge the blow. He had just landed again, when another statue struck from behind. Leon hurriedly ducked to avoid it. Carlin watched the scene displeased and gritted her teeth. Rachel also said anxiously that Rally had gone too far this time. Even a mid-level mage would struggle to pass this test. He's very talented but still just a child. But Carlin objected that this wasn't right. Oh really? She knows better than anyone that the younger you are, the easier you fall. Now we can only watch. The chance of success is almost nil. Marbas was also tense. Each statue's strength was negligible, but finding the magic golem was nearly impossible. The mana density was too low. The blonde stroked his beard in assessment. This task is truly difficult. Even a dull lion could sense that. The contract signer will struggle greatly. Marbas stopped bothering with him and stared toward Leon, wondering, you who signed the contract, what on earth are you thinking? Rally frowned and thought, handing the guild's emblem to a child is truly dangerous. because on this continent, even exceptional talent can collapse easily. As for Leon, after dodging for a moment he fell back. That deadeye locked onto several golems, and they charged to attack once more. Leon gathered 2 spheres of dark mana in his palms, and as they neared he threw them, directly seizing control of Rally's statues. Seeing the statues stop attacking, Leon murmured in satisfaction, just as I thought. This seems the most effective way. The onlookers were stunned into silence. Marbas broke into a sweat and could barely speak. That kid is. Leon continued gathering more dark mana spheres, saying what I learned from Lord Marbas is only one of the dark magics I know. But for now that's enough. Dark spears immediately manifested above Leon's head, countless mana-tipped spears. Marbas and the blonde were astonished. Ritual was secretly delighted. Dark spears as we know them, Leon didn't bother to hesitate. He directly commanded the spears to rush forward. The statues couldn't withstand it and were smashed to pieces. After that assault, there were no statues left on the floor. Marbas muttered helplessly, "You're insane." Carlin stepped forward, picked up a shard, and said, "His mana amount and control are indeed excellent. But the purpose of this test is to find the statue that contains mana." It seems he failed, but Ritual showed no worry and turned away, saying there's only one remaining way to pass the test. If he plans to use that method, then we must recruit him into Aramida Academy. That statement left Carlin silent on the spot. On the other side, Leon closed his eyes and chanted, "I call the wandering spirit of the celestial realm. I, a direct descendant of Marbas, summon you. Open your eyes." Immediately the piles of broken stone on the floor moved, and they slowly drew together. The sight astonished Rally. This is. Ritual couldn't contain her joy. Leon von Marbas had planned for this from the start. Mana is life force, so anything with mana is a living being. Once killed, it can respond to necromantic summoning. But how many people can truly do this? Perhaps we've just met someone beyond imagination. Carlin also wiped sweat in agreement. I don't want to admit it, but he's really impressive. I thought his mana alone was admirable, yet he came up with that method in such a short time. Rally bowed her head and said nothing. Then seeing Leon return, asked, "How did you do that?" Leon answered casually, "I killed it and then revived it, as you can see." Rally anxiously looked up and asked, "Why did you think of that?" Leon replied hoarsely, "Because a golem isn't a construct, it's a real creature. This golem is the one that contains mana." At that, Leon turned to look at the hourglass, saw the sand was still flowing, and asked, "Have I passed the test?" Rally smiled in acknowledgement. "You're extraordinary," but Leon didn't care and said, "If that's a quality a family head needs, then I'll have it." Knowing you can't argue with this rock, she turned away and proposed, "All right, you've passed. I'll award you the silver badge. A bronze badge isn't fitting for a mage with that mana, does everyone agree?" Carlin, incredulous, asked, "Give him the silver badge from the start." Ritual laughed and exclaimed, "How full of surprises this journey has been. Lord Marbas, you truly are an extraordinary contract signer, aren't you?" Marbas nodded in enjoyment. "Indeed, he is my contract bearer." Of course, still unsatisfied, the blonde interrupted. "A lion doesn't even know how to accept praise, and now there are more things I can't do. I'm useless." Leon paid them no mind, standing like a log and watching them. Just then, Walter entered this illusory space, and was surprised at the scene before him. Golems. They are usually considered products of magical engineering, but some core-bearing creatures can also appear naturally. From the characteristics of the green golem compared to artificially created ones, he could distinguish the difference between them. "Indeed, young master," Rally explained softly, "this case is quite special." "I admit it, you're truly strong." Leon remained as cold as a stone in reply. "Thanks. How much could I earn from a quest with a silver badge?" Marbas scolded angrily at the question. Truly money-obsessed. Ritual, embarrassed, didn't know what to do. Asking that now, Carlin smiled and answered, "It depends, but you could easily earn about 3 million. Of course, given your debts, you'll need to achieve at least a gold badge." Ritual stepped in to break the tense atmosphere. "Still, it's a very good start. It's been a long time since the guildmaster awarded a silver badge right away." Carlin sighed in agreement. "Yes, that's right. It's been a long time since the guildmaster awarded a silver badge right away." Carlin sighed in agreement. "Yes, that's true." Leon bowed in thanks. "Thank you for your concern." Guildmaster Rally casually snapped her fingers. The pile of golems Leon had smashed stirred. They perfectly returned to their original state. Walter watched in amazement and exclaimed, "Just a flick of the wrist and everything's back to normal." Not only her mana level, but the precision of her control is astonishing. As expected, the guildmaster is a monster. Ritual turned and suggested, "Then let's return as well." A short while later, inside Rally's office, they sat silently, recalling the recent events. Remembering the image of Leon attacking with the dark spear, she couldn't help but mutter, "I was sure it was over," but he acted differently and ultimately passed the discernment test. Distinguishing a life-bearing golem from the others should be easy for him. Although from the start he already knew which one had mana. Why didn't he say so? Was he hiding his true strength? The Marbas family is on the brink of survival. It seems an absurdly powerful monster has appeared for the first time in centuries. But what troubles me most is those emotionless eyes. Leon von Marbas, what is he seeing with those eyes? The next day, inside the the office, everyone sat down again. Raleigh pulled out a scroll and said, "Along with your silver badge, this will be your first mission." Leon took it and read aloud, "In Celici, where the Pope of the Ardent Church, the goddess of creation, resides. Shall I investigate allegations of corruption against the Pope?" Raleigh confirmed, "Yes, recently in the southern city of the capital, Celici. News has spread that Pope Cadon has been corrupt there. Deal with the matter and I will pay you 1 million. Carlin couldn't help but ask, "Isn't it a bit much for a first mission?" That question made the guildmaster stare at her, and she eventually replied indifferently, "This is a rare privilege. You should handle it." Rachel gave a helpless, bitter laugh. "It seems there's no room for negotiation." Leon didn't care and said, "If this helps me rank up quickly, then I'll accept. I'll do my best." Raleigh warned, "If you give up, you'll have to start over from a bronze badge." Leon nodded in reply, "I accept." Raleigh then instructed, "If you can, accompany him and provide support." Carlin flailed and shouted, "What? I told you it's too much trouble. Do I really have to go?" Rachel smiled and answered, "Of course. We're also curious about Leon's ability." Carlin angrily barked, "Excuse me, doesn't my opinion matter?" No one replied. Leon bowed in thanks. "Thank you, everyone. My father always taught me that in moments like this, I should be the one to greet first." The scene left Carlin, who was stormy, stunned. The blonde laughed heartily with pleasure. "Indeed, my young master, he truly knows how to deal with people." Marbas smugly chimed in, "Of course, a demon must know how to touch people's hearts." Walter grumbled unpleasantly in rebuttal, "But the young master is human." And before he could finish speaking, Marbas's glare scared him into silence. Leon remained nonchalant and said, "Anyway, we'll definitely succeed, since we desperately need the money." At the same time, in Celici, where the Pope of the Ardent Church resides, 2 worshippers were kneeling in prayer before the holy chalice. He stepped forward slowly and arrogantly said, "Excuse me." The 2 did not bother to turn their heads and stared into the chalice. The water surfaced, gradually revealing the words that the miraculous saint who inherits the blessing of the goddess of creation and holy power will be one of the 2 girls. Only one will shine like the sun and the other will face destruction. The 2 will become one, and one will die to become 2. When they finished reading, they sat motionless like statues. Religions across the continent are largely divided into 2 types. One worships the goddess who created the world, who is said to have created the dead stone. A religion that worships Arden is called the Arden Church. The other side worships the Ban and the 72 demons along with many other false gods, called the demon-revering sect. Typically, if they are human, they will worship the Arden Church. And those chosen to wield this divine grace, the Holy Spirit's power, is known across the continent by a sacred name, the Miracle Saint of the Right. Cut to a new scene, the clatter of a wagon on the trail. Outside the wagon, a dark-haired man wore a stern expression. His gaze kept drifting to the window. Inside the wagon were Rachel's entourage. Opposite him were Leon and the 2 others. Returning from earlier, the dark-haired man was puzzled by their group's request. "Excuse me, you want to go to Celici?" But Celici is currently in dire straits after the religious war. Even pilgrims hardly visit anymore. Suddenly he asked, "Is there any special reason you need to go there?" Rachel replied awkwardly that it was difficult to explain the reason clearly. He then looked at Carlin with a hint in his voice. Hearing that, Carlin gave a wry smile. "I understand." She then produced a large pouch and set it on his table. The bag spilled out a pile of gold coins. She spoke in a stern, commanding tone, slapping the table. "At this point, I think there's no need to ask why anymore. If you don't want to, we can find someone else. After all, we don't have only one mercenary." He hugged the bag of gold to his chest and looked toward them. "Anyway, if you guarantee my safety, I'll definitely go." At that moment, while the horse moved, he thought to himself, "I said it's for the money, but is this really okay?" Celici, a city collapsing under the aftermath of the religious war. A cardinal should have been dispatched to support the Pope, but in the end, everything fell apart. And the divine power too. The Miracle Saint of the Right has still not appeared. With this, the continent will lose Arden's grace and divine power. Thinking of that, his expression darkened somewhat. Inside the wagon, Leon spoke first. "Our mission this time is just to expose Pope Cadon's corruption. Is that all?" Walter replied, "There's a dangerous scent about this." Marbas disagreed, haughtily saying, "They're just a bunch of shrimps. Don't worry, no one can stop someone with the current power." Rachel also spoke up, "That may be so, but the human kingdoms have grown much stronger over the centuries since Lord Marbas was sealed. If we prepare too sloppily, I'll get hurt." Carlin agreed, especially since this involves the Pope. No one on this continent is truly free under the name of Aiden, and the Miracle Saint of the Right has not yet appeared. Rachel added, "The problem is that the current saint is a direct descendant of the Pope, and people believe that tradition will continue. But if something even more serious has happened." Leon continued for him that 2 daughters were born when there should have been only one. That has thrown the church into turmoil. He continued gravely, because only one person inherits the power. Walter looked at him and voiced his own conjecture. "It's impossible for both to receive the divine power, right?" Lord Marbas answered him, "Divine power passed through bloodline has always been meant for a single person. In the end, one of the 2 will have to die." At this, Rachel's gaze fixed on Leon as he assessed him silently. The more he thought, the stranger it seemed. Leon was genuinely surprised. The dark-haired man sitting outside spoke up, cutting through his thoughts. "We're here. This is the greatest religious sanctuary on the continent. Celishi. Inside the villa, a tall man slowly opened the great door. That man was Glazer. He called out, "Your Holiness, the people who requested the mission have arrived." The one addressed as Your Holiness cleared his throat softly. "Is it them? Could they really have slipped past the royal surveillance?" Hearing this, Glazer replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Holiness. If they come from the Vo C letter 1EF1C Hoa Liern, it's entirely plausible." Cadon admonished him sternly that this matter must be kept absolutely secret. "After all, this entire charade is only to save my daughter." A moment later, he stepped outside to greet them. "Hello, I'm Glazer, the chief steward responsible for supporting the Pope in this city." Richel asked with a friendly face, "You sent the request regarding the Pope's corruption?" He smiled faintly, his voice low. "Yes, I didn't expect the head of the Aremia Academy to carry out the mission personally." Hearing that, he forced a smile. "Sorry, but I'm not the one in charge of this mission." His face registered surprise. Then who?" Leon spoke up. "I am." Seeing him, the steward looked somewhat worried. "You seem rather young to be undertaking this mission. We must act so the Pope does not notice." Seeing the steward's expression, Leon understood his concerns and produced his badges for him to see. Glazer was surprised. It was the silver badge of the Adventurers Guild. Before accepting the mission, he suddenly asked oddly, "I have a question. The two women have disappeared. Are they enemies?" Indeed, there were two shadowy figures behind him. When the two shadows realized they had been noticed, they revealed their true forms. At that moment, he looked at him with different eyes, his tone serious. "We should move to another place. This conversation will likely take a long time." Downstairs, they were sitting properly around the table in the middle of the room. Glazer looked at Leon with a pensive gaze. It had come to this at last. "Celishi's power has waned, but how could a young mage like him possibly help us?" He suddenly spoke. "I'm not sure, but it's best not to reveal any emotions." Then he used thought to speak with him. "You said your name is Glazer." Hearing what you conveyed, he couldn't believe it. He added, "I'm not sure this will help much," but he quietly wondered. "Telepathy. That's the kind of magic that at least mid to high-level mages can use, right? Better not hide anything. I know this mission was entrusted directly by the Holy Pope, so can you tell me what the real mission is?" Upon receiving this, a subtle smile spread across his face. This made him trust him more. He resolved that he could not be deceived. Immediately after he began speaking, "I understand very well. Let me explain the mission. The Miracle Maiden, the one who will receive the blessing and power of the Creator, will be one of the two daughters. Only one will be chosen as the son, while the other will face destruction. The two will become one. To separate into two, one person is compelled to die." According to him, His Holiness was deeply worried. "If the prophecy is true, what will happen to our daughter?" The woman beside him said respectfully, "Forgive me, but it seems the power has been split between the two and is still incomplete. In the end, to perfect that power, one side must." Upon hearing this, he snarled angrily, "One person must die for the power to be whole. Is that the idea?" Feeling his rage, she grew fearful and said, "I'm sorry." That day, a knight came to him by order. "I am Caliban, commander of the royal knights. By order of His Majesty the Emperor, I have come to deliver the imperial decree to the Pope. In the name of Estevan, the son of the Empire, I command that under this sky there cannot be two sons, sir, and I believe you understand that." He said that when the two daughters reach maturity, one will live to become the Miracle Maiden, and the other, to perfect that power, will be burned alive in the name of the fallen saint. Because of that, His Holiness could not believe such cruelty and cried out at him, "What are you saying? You tell me to burn my own daughter." He paid no heed and merely laughed. "This is the Emperor's order, sir. Consider it a small sacrifice." Then he turned and left. "Let us go." He did not believe this truth. He fell to his knees in utter despair. "Why? Why would you inflict such misfortune upon my child? O Ardens, you took my brother and now you take my daughter. Why must I bear these trials?" At the end of the tale, the two sisters could not hold back their tears. Richel spoke up. "In short, the Miracle Maiden who bears divine power hasn't appeared for decades. And this time the maiden born into the legitimate line came as twins. So the power is split." "Is that what you mean?" He replied, "Yes. I came here to save both of the people beside me. That's why I'm here. I know I'm acting against the will of the Empire." But Leon interrupted him. "May I ask someone else this time instead of you, Glazer?" Hearing his request, did he look puzzled? He politely asked for permission to step back a moment, then knelt on one knee to show his respect. He asked, "May I ask which of you two would be able to accept death?" Startled by his sudden question, Marbaz was taken aback. "Hey, contract bearer, what are you talking about?" He answered calmly because it was the most effective approach. "I'll do my best, but it's hard to deceive the Emperor. So in the worst case scenario, one person will be forced to die." He kept a serious tone. "I asked the question again. Is any of you willing to accept death?" Their eyes were full of worry and shock. The two sisters, Heaven and Heaven, hesitated. People call us that, but the two of us never thought we were blessed. We are the unchosen. Demons rampage madly, destroying and killing the people. His Holiness is in despair, damn it. And at a time like this, the Miracle Maiden lacks the power of light. What can we do now?" A knight urged anxiously, "Sir, it's dangerous, please step back." He shouted angrily, "A demon. I will absolutely not forgive this. You who have betrayed his will." Cut to the scene of the sister's mother, Mrs. Rhea, who spoke in a gentle and soft voice. "What a relief that our child may become the new Miracle Maiden." His Holiness was pleased but burdened with sorrow. Of course he was glad. But Rhea, every role carries its own burden. That is what makes me fear that the girl will be idolized and exploited by people as a saint. As he spoke, he clutched the hem of his robe. Sensing his worry, Mrs. Rhea gently took his hand. Don't worry, Kadun, this child will be strong and I will teach her to live that way. Then she continued, name her Heaven, okay? It means she will bring a heaven-like life to people. What do you think, dear? I've never heard my mother speak like that. She poured all her strength into giving birth to us, and in the end she passed away forever. I'll say it again, our beginning was tragic, and the end will be tragic too. No one can change that. That is the fate of the two of us. Yes, it's simply like that. At that, the older sister spoke firmly. Have I decided already? She was cut off by her younger sister before finishing. No, the one who should die is me. The sister was born first. Only the elder can carry on our mother's will. She's better than me in every way. How could a defective person like me compare to her, please? Hearing her sister speak, she couldn't hold back her tears. Don't say that anymore. She turned to him and said, I've never been taught what to do in a situation like this. He thought for a moment and asked, are you saying that if both of you die it's fine? That would make things simpler. Marbas warned, hey, contract bearer, your mission is to save both of them. If one dies, you won't receive the reward. Hearing that, he slapped his hand once. Indeed, Lord Marbas, you mentioned something I hadn't considered. So let's start finding a way to save both of them. Hearing this, the elder felt less anxious. It will be difficult, but please try. But please don't put our father in danger. He's innocent. The younger agreed with her sister. That's right, father was only fulfilling his duty as pope. Leon stood up, I understand. He asked aloud, so tell me the details, when will one of them be burned? The elder replied, in 2 days. If by then there's still no solution, I will sacrifice myself. Hearing this, the younger panicked sister. He thought to himself, 2 days is really too short, can it be avoided? He ordered seriously, next, check if there's any definitive solution. Lord Richel, first inspect the mark given to the miracle maiden. He carefully asked the two of them, can you show me that mark? The elder hesitated, its location is a bit. The younger interrupted, everyone except Leon and the lady, could you step outside for a moment? Carlin spoke up, wherever it is, we should ask that fellow to leave. As she said this, she pushed him out. Her action puzzled him. Why are you doing this? I'm the archmage, I can inspect. She shoved everyone out while arguing with Richel. I can do that too, planning to sneak a peek at a woman's body. Afterwards, she even dusted her hands off. Seeing that no one remained, the two sisters signaled to each other and gently removed the outer layer of cloth, revealing the 2 marks, one on the left and one on the right of each of them. It seemed impossible. Leon spoke after seeing their marks. The transfer or bestowal of power is done by magic. Carlin added that because of its location, it's no wonder she couldn't easily show it to anyone. Lord Marbas also spoke, from what I see there's only one way left, though it will take time to accept. But in the end, Leon used telepathy to tell him, one person must die. One of the 2 prophecies and fates is truly terrifying. They destroy 2 lives in the blink of an eye. He replied to him with a look I'd never seen before. Are you angry? Cut to 2 days later. Louis von Arkheim propped his chin with his hand, showing delight. The moment had finally begun. The miracle maiden is about to be born. After more than a decade of waiting, people will surely rejoice. Caliban added that another woman under the guise of a witch would be burned alive on the pyre. He added they shouldn't have been born as twins. We'll have to wait until they reach adulthood. Leon stood at a distance and heard everything they said. He went silent, then used telepathy to speak to Lord Marbas. Should we really save those who want to live and kill those who want to die? You're perplexing, what are you saying? He continued, one of the sisters is lying. Perhaps only to me, only someone near death can truly feel how much a person truly longs to live. The other genuinely doesn't care about dying. So I'm torn about who to save and who to let die. He asked him, will you decide on that very day? He repeated the elder sister's words, no one ever taught me. What should one do in such a situation? Many people stood on the altar platform. A man named Louis von Arkheim stepped forward. Louis von Arkheim, I have been commissioned by the Emperor to attend the birth ceremony of the miracle maiden. Those below shouted wildly. He gestured for order with his hand and continued. Tonight the darkest night will fall upon you all, but it will soon pass and a new miracle maiden will appear. Therefore we will burn the witch known as the Nameless One on the pyre. A knight also spoke up, just as the sky cannot have 2 suns. This world can only have one miracle maiden. The birth of 2 children that disrupts the continent's order must be the work of demons. With proper ceremony, the emperor will act in the name of the crown before everyone's eyes. Then he narrowed his eyes and asked, does anyone object? No one dared speak against it, despite how cruel it was. Then the 2 of them approached His Holiness and the sisters. He looked at the 2 and said mockingly, what a waste of such beauty. If she weren't a witch, she might even be kept as a concubine. Hearing him speak of his daughter that way, His Holiness ground his teeth in fury but could not act against the man. He clenched his hand, as the crown prince's hand rested on his shoulder. Then the prince walked away. The 2 men's expressions seemed to relish it. He quietly asked Leon, is there no other way? To save both, Leon pulled his hood down and replied, the chances are very low. That is why I have something to ask. I have a question for your holiness. He turned around. Do you have something to say? Leon stammered. Then the scene shifts to inside the church. Heaven whispered comforting words, "It's okay, don't cry anymore. If someone must be sacrificed, she always thought it should be her." Heaven's tears fell endlessly. What did we ever do wrong? Is being born a sin? The elder gently accepted that truth. Perhaps that's how it is. In any case, in the end, we must accept it, for prophecies are never wrong and must always be fulfilled. This time, it's actually a bit better, right? At least I can choose who will die. Outside, Caliban shouted orders to bind the witch tightly and bring her to the pyre. She felt some reluctance, but knowing the time had come, she pushed the door open, a resigned smile touching her lips. "I'll go." The younger sister fretted, then knelt low on the ground in apparent contrition. "I'm sorry. I lied, thank you for taking my place." Unexpectedly, Leon was standing behind her. He cast a spell that shot straight toward her. She screamed once and then fainted. He looked coldly on. "Are you sure this is the best choice you can make?" Lord Marbas asked. Hearing that, his face darkened slightly. "Yes. Though best hardly seems fitting for this situation, at least for me." On the pyre, the girl labeled a witch was bound to the stake, awaiting a painful death. On command, the man with the torch began to set the fire. The crown prince showing obvious satisfaction. Finally, the moment of the miracle maiden's birth. Now all who doubted my power will be silenced. Caliban joined in. Who would dare doubt the crown prince? Those who don't follow the trend face only death ahead. Soon they'll understand. The girl screamed in agony amid the flames. On the other side, Leon's party watched the brutal scene. All stunned, Carlin spoke first. "Even so, are you certain about this decision to go this far?" The young master forced a smile. "Doing this means the mission neither fully fails nor fully succeeds. At least it's not entirely a failure." Leon also spoke. "After all, I only want both of them to survive." What kind of feelings must one have to become a father? To be honest, I don't fully understand his holiness. But even so, he still wishes his daughter to live. Even if he must die himself, just to see the girl alive before his eyes is enough. Then he thought to himself that he did not yet understand that, but perhaps one day he would grasp that indescribable feeling. The heavy weight in his chest was deeply uncomfortable. They must have noticed already. That person will be fine too. Somehow I feel relieved, as if I'm simply being punished. Unlike her, I was never a good person and I fear death. So I clung to the gentle words of that kind sister. Watching the girl within the flickering flames, Louis von Arkham snapped an order. "Pour more oil on it." The servant immediately carried a barrel of oil over and dumped it on the fire. The flames caught the oil and flared up violently. Seeing his sister scream pitifully, the younger sister, racked with guilt, cried, "I'm sorry, sister." 2 days ago in Pope Cadon's chamber, Leon hesitated and asked, "Do you want to save the daughter who wants to live or the one who is ready to die?" The Pope heard this and coldly replied, "Can such a thing be clearly distinguished?" Leon answered confidently, "It can be, though it's hard to explain precisely." But the Pope fell silent upon receiving the answer. After a while, he looked up and said, "If you truly have eyes to see through, then save the one who wants to live." Return to the present. The Pope and the younger sister stood at a distance watching the fire. The heartbreaking scene made the younger sister clamp her hand over her mouth to stifle her sobs. At the same time, a carriage approached the square and stopped. Outside the carriage, Richel and Carlin hid in a corner to observe. Inside, Leon lowered his head and asked, "What do you think?" The carriage fell into a hush. Lord Marbas saw this, looked up and asked, "Huh?" Leon said again, "Why would his holiness choose to save the one prepared to die?" The carriage sank into silence once more. Lord Marbas jumped onto his shoulder and smugly said, "You asked the obvious question." "Because I want them to feel the value of life." Leon was puzzled. The value of life. Marbas nodded, "Yes, because those who remain alive must live on behalf of those who are gone. So when the moment of choice comes, you who chose death understood how precious that choice was, understood its meaning, and understood that they stood in place of someone else. They understand more than anyone." Leon realized this, but the one who wants to live may never truly understand it in a lifetime. Our people used to say gratitude fades with time. Eventually, it's taken for granted. Kindness that lasts will be exploited superficially. Marbas agreed, "That's exactly right." Walter listened to them and felt bewildered. If this keeps happening, whom should my anger be directed at? What did they do wrong? Suddenly Richel, who had been sitting silent, spoke up. "There is no other way. This continent needs a saintess of miracles, and no matter how skilled we are, we cannot defy royal orders." All eyes turned to Richel rather than to the miracle saintess. After a while, the dejected younger sister stepped out from within. Carlin let out a long sigh. "So it's over. The saintess's power has likely fully awakened." While speaking, she suddenly froze and widened her eyes. Huh. Even Leon and the others were stunned. Richel blurted out unpleasantly that the power was still incomplete. Even the younger sister stared in disbelief at the sigil on her chest. The Pope shouted in terror, "What is this?" The younger sister started and turned around. "Father." Before he could finish, Louis von Arkham intervened. "This has gone out of control, Your Holiness." His face darkened. Pointing at the Pope, he ordered, "Even after executing the witch, the power is still incomplete. Arrest Pope Cadon and all his followers immediately." The Pope was restrained but shouted defiantly, "This is absurd. That child is surely my daughter." Louis von Arkham didn't want to hear more and cut him off coldly. Are you trying to play games with me? Caliban, I showed you respect and gave you time, and yet you chose this foolish path. Kill him. Caliban hesitated a little and stepped forward. What? But the Imperial Lion Pope is still on the scene, and he might be hiding the true saintess. Louis von Arkham glanced back and said, if he doesn't present her here, it means he is confident he's hidden her somewhere. In any case, I've survived for decades without the miracle saintess. I won't let religious faith sway my decisions. I'll say it again, Caliban, kill him. Caliban had no choice. He hung his head low, drew his sword from its sheath and whispered, hold no grudges. This is the consequence you brought upon yourself. The Pope denied in terror, no, she is my daughter. Caliban pointed the sword at his throat, saying that then everything must be settled. With that, he raised his sword, and just as he brought it down, the younger sister leaped forward to block it. A long cut raced across her body. The sight left the Pope dumbfounded, unable to cry out. Why go this far, all for a useless father like me? But the younger sister merely smiled and whispered, it's not just because of father. Because if I do not truly live, then everything is meaningless. I've always sought the meaning of my life but never found a clear answer, so I only wished for my sister to live in my stead. I chose to run away. Perhaps this is my punishment. At the same time, inside the carriage, Leon glared out at the charred corpse on the wooden stake, from which a faint deathly aura rose, mixed with a strong miasma pouring out from the younger sister's body. He flinched and murmured that it seemed they had punished the wrong person. Over here, the Pope repeated in shock, punished. The younger sister said coldly, father is no different. Father, the Pope fumbled to explain, bewildered. What are you saying? My daughter, I was only saying this much. He stammered awkwardly, unable to speak. The younger sister smiled and exposed the truth. To the Holy Father, we were never his daughters. We were merely tools to maintain power. Now admit that so we can find peace. In the end, Father, you never truly had a child. This is the only punishment I can give you, Father. Perhaps this death is that punishment. Saying this, she collapsed, exhausted. The Pope screamed in horror, my daughter, but it was too late. She had stopped breathing. The miracle fled from her body. The miracle was also stripped from the elder sister's corpse and flew off her body. Inside the carriage, Marbas jolted, staring at Leon, who emitted a deathly aura beside him, stammering. The contract signer, could it be you intend? Leon coldly opened the black tome and read aloud, 2 souls lost their lives in the maelstrom. Hear me. This incantation made Carlin beside him startle. What? Leon shut his eyes and summoned. I solemnly declare that your task is not yet finished. As the rightful heir of House Marbas, I make this offer. The eye on the black tome flared brightly, and an invisible pressure descended upon Leon. Carlin was terrified. This was necromantic inner arts. The spirits of the elder sister and the younger sister were peeled free, merged together, and gradually flew toward the carriage where Leon sat. He looked up and called to the departed. Hear the summons of Leon von Marbas. Even in immortal form, do you will to continue existing? The 2 souls paused mid-motion and, puzzled, asked Leon back, are you saying you will resurrect us? Is this real? Leon answered firmly, if you accept to live on in the bodies of the dead. If you accept a life without the warmth of a living heart, then I am willing to receive that. With that, he raised his hand. 2 strands of deathly energy flew out and wrapped tightly around their 2 souls. The younger sister smiled and asked, what must we do? Leon said bluntly, it may sound blunt, but you will work for me. The younger sister was unconcerned and agreed immediately. Hearing it felt fair. If you demanded nothing, I'd be more suspicious. Hearing this, Leon lowered his eyes and pronounced, then I'll take that as consent. I bind these 2 wandering souls to me. In the name of the heir of House Marbas, are you ready to swear loyalty to me? The 2 exchanged a look with each other, then smiled and nodded. The eye on the black tome lit up once more. Leon waved his hand to draw the 2 in and declared, the contract is complete. When this contract ends, I hope in your new lives you will find what you once sought. Ultimately, that true value will be in your hands. I sincerely pray for that. Back on the square, the Pope stood frozen, eyes rolled white, staring vacantly at the 2 royals before him. Caliban vigilantly searched around. I sense an extremely strong magical force recently. What the hell is happening? Is there another faction here besides Prince Louis? Outside, Leon closed the black tome, stepped into the carriage, and only then glanced once at the black tome. Marbas leaped up and scolded him. You dared use summoning restraint without warning me. When we return, prepare to be scolded. Contract signer. Leon awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. But since things have come to this, I saved them, so I'll be rewarded, right? Walter smiled and praised, the young master is truly extraordinary. Carlin added in various ways. Previously, Marbas had taught that to revive those without consciousness, like beasts, into immortals, they must undergo a process called imprinting. It's a sophisticated technique, but the most effective way to achieve total control. Leon then asked, what about those who are intelligent? Marbas explained, I must persuade souls still lingering in the world to obey orders. Leon, not fully understanding, repeated persuade. Marbas confirmed that a soul carrying regrets cannot move on. The Death Soul Master helps them complete the unfinished matters of their life and borrows their strength until those matters are resolved. We call this process by another name, constrained summoning. Leon stroked his chin, realizing, so that's it. It means freeing the dead's regrets so they find meaning to continue living. Marbas nodded. Exactly. The stronger the regret, the greater the power they carry. Remember this, a death soul master is not merely someone who exploits the dead for profit. Leon obediently listened. Yes, I'll remember. Returning to the present, he took out the black tome and chanted, as the heir of House Marbas, I call you by name. Heaven, Helen, respond to the summons of the death soul master. The book glowed and two souls inside flew out. They merged together in midair, and from the entwined souls, a new body was born and descended. Leon watched in bewildered expectation. And when nothing else happened, he turned to ask Marbas, why did only one person return when both were revived? Marbas, not surprised, explained, it's simple. Since from the start they were two souls born into one body. Even in death they become one. Hearing this explanation, the others understood. Makes sense, very interesting indeed. But Walter looked puzzled at the girl who had appeared. The atmosphere felt different, strange somehow. Leon also demanded coldly, Heaven, Helen, who is here now? The girl heard this and smiled. It's Heaven now. Leon asked again, can it be changed? Heaven replied immediately, yes, I think so. Leon, slightly intrigued, exclaimed, wonderful. Suddenly Heaven hesitated and averted her face. Although there's one issue, Leon is curious. What issue? Heaven said no more. Her whole body exuded a deathly aura. Heaven's eyes changed. Helen took over the taller body. What? We have to serve such a strict master. Not easy. Rachel broke into a sweat watching this. Personality changed already. Perhaps Helen's hidden ego has just awakened. Before they could speak, she cut in. Hey, you milk-faced brat, shut up. We're talking to the master here. Can't you see? Leon hesitantly inquired, so what are the twins good at? I summoned you to become immortals. If you're useless, I'll send you straight back to death. The number of immortals I can register is limited. Hearing him, Helen nervously whispered, you talk about scary things so calmly. But fine, we'll do whatever it takes to satisfy our master. For example, she silently grabbed Leon's collar, bringing her face close to his, but faced with the beauty before him. Leon's gaze remained as cold as ever. Helen whispered in his ear like this, Master. The next day in the Adventurers Guild Hall, Raleigh asked in surprise, is it done? I didn't expect things to be resolved like this. Carlin stepped forward to explain. After all, the Pope has agreed, now it's just waiting for payment. Raleigh massaged his temple, relieved of boredom. Rachel awkwardly said, he is extraordinary in many ways, but turning his daughter into an undead before her father, and being snapped at by Helen for merely glancing, look where you're starring. No matter what, I belong to Leon. Rachel, at a loss for words, stepped forward to put some distance between them. Marbas also grumbled irritably, I saved you from death and this is your attitude. Leon paid little mind and said, I'm fine, I'm more used to this state now. Walter forced a smile, well, I don't know much, but isn't the fact I'm still alive a good thing? Although to be honest, calling it living is a bit of a stretch. Raleigh had no choice but to agree. All right, I acknowledge it. I officially recognize you as the bearer of the silver badge. The reward will be sent to your manor. Leon asked again, this isn't over, is it? Raleigh looked up and replied, if there's new work, I'll contact you. Carlin also assured, don't worry, I'm as tight-lipped as I appear. The lord of our house said, as long as you keep paying on time. Rachel couldn't help but stick out his tongue, tusk sweet for no reason. Before he finished, Carlin smiled and leveled his gun at his head, silencing him. Marbas suggested, let's move on. Heaven and Helen right, we need to test their strength. Carlin beamed and asked, while helping her, can't we do a little more? Raleigh understood and set the teacup he was holding down on the table. All right, meanwhile at the Imperial Palace. Caliban returned to report, Pope Cadon has stopped eating and is currently delirious. The shock of losing both daughters at once seems unbearable. But Louis von Archheim scoffed, isn't having more children the solution? Truly a bunch of weaklings. So ashamed they don't even dare face the Emperor anymore. We've missed the chance to claim the miracle saint. Who knows when the next prophetic word will come? Caliban hurriedly knelt and begged, I have no words of comfort. If you grant me another chance, I will devote myself to the Empire. Louis von Archheim frowned displeased. HMPH, you'd better do that. By the way, hasn't anyone tracked down that dark mage who interfered this time? Caliban looked up and admitted, unfortunately not yet. It seems the souls of both saint candidates have vanished. We believe someone intercepted them mid-transit. But as far as I know, no mage can manipulate magic with such precision, unless he's a beast soul mage. Louis von Archheim repeated suspiciously, a beast soul mage. As for Leon's group, they had entered a desolate wasteland. Raleigh hesitated and asked, so what skill did his undead awaken? Leon snapped his fingers and said, I'll show you directly whether we can summon a suitable opponent. Any common rank will do. I'll test the girl's ability first. Helen responded immediately. A golden light appeared around her. Heaven took control of the body, bowed in alarm and apologized, sorry master, my sister was rude. Yes, I'm ready. Raleigh immediately waved his hand, and a bunch of golems crawled up from beneath the ground. Rachel glanced and recognized it as a forest troll, right? It has very strong regeneration. With Heaven just recently transformed, Carlin agreed it would be quite difficult. But the Lord has already shown me more than enough. Over here, Walter cheered with extreme confidence. I trust you, young master. Crow followed suit. Crow has believed in the master from the start. Marbas couldn't help but snark. Weren't you complaining earlier about only getting peanut shells to eat? Leon, not fully understanding, asked, a troll, heaven, can you handle it? She replied tensely, of course I can. The golems thundered forward. Leon coldly flipped the black tome to summon. An ancient warhammer appeared in her hand. The lead golem lunged and took a hammer to the cheek, and was immediately thrown aside by heaven. The scene made Marbas and the black crow, who were fighting, pause to assess. Good, but this one seems dangerous. What do you think? Crow will be careful. This immortal woman is truly dangerous. She's smashing its head with a hammer. After taking down one, the golems behind stopped and no longer advanced. Heaven awkwardly turned to look at Leon, and he only coldly said, looks like she can be used. The rest is Helen's job. He immediately switched their souls back. The weak gaze hardened into a sharp glare. Before Leon could command, Helen pulled a chain whip from her chest and laughed wildly. Leon, finally it's my turn to shine. A chance to prove I'm useful. She leapt up, swung the whip to wrap around the golem's neck, and scolded. Arrogant monsters need to be taught a lesson right. She yanked hard and flung it into the air, then slammed it hard against her back. Strutting forward proudly, she stomped on the golem's head and laughed. Die for the love between me and Leon. This display left everyone here stunned. Marbas threw up his hands and shook his head. However you look at it, these guys are completely crazy. After a while, Leon returned to his family once more. Looking at the familiar gate, he couldn't help but exclaim, so you finally came back. Marbas walked beside him and sighed. We resolved everything and gained quite a bit of power. Indeed, not a bad trip. Leon looked down in agreement. I think so too. I feel I've grown considerably as a Death Soul master. Walter hesitated to interject, merely expressing regret that the two had left earlier. When Leon returned to the family, Rachel smiled and bade farewell, but I'm glad the Eremita Academy has gained a new star. Carlin glanced and reminded, don't forget you still owe me money. Seeing her reach out toward him, Leon caught her hand and asked, are you two leaving already? Rachel answered, as for me, yes, I've been away from the academy too long. Carlin then emphasized with a cold look, there are many others out there who still owe us money. We need to go check on them. Marbas exclaimed, you're really diligent. Suddenly Carlin turned to Walter and asked, hey, you're Walter, right? Walter started. Ah, yes. Carlin said, although you're overshadowed by your master, you possess uncommon talent. I don't know the details, but if the commander sees it firsthand, he'd surely be surprised. Rachel wiped sweat and interjected, even so, I hope I never have to face the lunatic's commander. Leon looked puzzled. Why's that? Rachel awkwardly replied, because he's a monster. This guy is also a monster. But remember, the commander of the monsters is a completely different kind of monster. Anyway, Walter's talent is genuine. If you remain loyal like this, you'll achieve everything you want. Encouraged by them, Walter was grateful. Thank you all. I'm still not used to receiving praise. Leon stepped forward and assured him that he would become an excellent retainer. I believe he will grow beyond your expectations. I will make sure of it. Rachel laughed loudly at that. That confident attitude suits the role of head of the house. Then let this be a hopeful farewell, not a teary one. Until we meet again. Leon cheerfully finished, yeah, I like that idea too. Carlin immediately turned away and instructed, we're off. I've connected you with the guild, so I trust you'll repay your debt properly. At the mention of money, Leon's expression fell. Yes. Rachel scowled and nagged, you really ruined the pleasant atmosphere today. Halfway through his sentence, Carlin coldly pointed a gun at his head. Silencing Rachel, Carlin threw an arm around him and pulled him away, saying, I think keeping a chatterbox around too long isn't good. I hope you'll be stronger next time. Young Master Leon said nothing more, just stood there smiling, watching the two's backs as they walked away. Then returning to the present, the scene before Leon stunned him. The townsfolk saw him and murmured, the young master has returned. We can't believe you didn't abandon us. Oh my, thank the heavens, truly blessed thanks. Leon wiped sweat, puzzled. What's going on here? No sooner had he finished than Pullen came running from afar, shouting, young master. Leon tilted his head, trying to recall. Pullen. Suddenly someone smacked him hard on the head. A girl who had been standing behind him all along cried out, Leon, where did you disappear to, leaving the whole family behind? Leon held his head, turned around and looked shocked and speechless. Sister Diana. Walter anxiously ran up. Young master, are you all right? Leon glanced back and asked, shall we go inside first? Marbas grimly nodded. Yes, on second thought, that would be better. After a moment, Marbas asked again, so that girl has bonded with the little Earth Lion contract and is also the heir of the noble Virexia family. All eyes turned to Leon. He glanced at them and replied, yes, she is an excellent elemental summoner. She's helped us a great deal from the start. The black fruit liked that and grinned, Master, I'm great, and I'm also a beauty. Suddenly Diana interrupted, more importantly asking, you're a demon, right? Marbas traveling with Leon is indeed hard to understand, but the people here find it perfectly normal. Things just happen that way, it's the truth, it happens. Only Walter hesitated awkwardly, excuse me, that was what he said. Diana also threw up her hands and sighed. Leon, why do you always get involved in these matters? I really don't know why either. Still, how could you leave the whole household and go to the guild alone at a time like that? Everyone panicked, thinking the head had abandoned them. Leon replied awkwardly, I'm sorry, Sister Diana, I'm surprised you managed to keep everything under control. Diana blushed and averted her eyes. Well, poor Pullen too. They said you were coming back, so I waited. Leon still asked coldly and directly, what did you want with me? This made Diana turn in surprise. She lowered her head and endured, then finally shouted, there's not much time left, so I came to check. Do you understand what that means? Leon, puzzled, repeated, not much time left. Diana waved her hand to beckon him closer. She flicked his forehead and said it was a punishment for a head of house who forgot such an important event. Leon snapped to it. Could Diana be stepping in? That's probably exactly what I thought. The social gala would include a ball where all the noble houses gather. And you should know you must be my dance partner at that event. Even if it's just in name, we're still betrothed. A few days later, inside the distant hall, a white-haired youth was still sleeping when the steward came in to announce, young master, the noble's banquet is about to begin. He refused to get out of bed and grumbled, such a bother, aren't my brothers going too? I don't see why I have to go. The steward tried to explain. It is the gathering of the 3 great dark houses and also an opportunity for the youngest Heir to shed his reputation as a troublesome child. Hearing that, he could only stand up and sigh, what a nuisance. While Pullen was adjusting Leon's clothes, Diana entered, looking at the woman before him. Leon thought to himself, Diana de Verexia, she is the next heir and a powerful figure of the Verexia Marquisate, long allied with Marbas and also my fiancé. Leon spoke first, do we really have to attend? Before Diana could answer, Heaven and Helen pouted in hurt. I thought the young master would be faithful to one woman, did I trust you? Hearing that, Diana, annoyed, said, what the hell, it's just a formality. She stepped forward, grabbed the handkerchief at Leon's collar and said sarcastically, marry someone like him? Really? Personally, I prefer someone more mature. Leon went along with it, she was right. Seeing it all, Marbas angrily scolded Leon, as a contractor, are you so easily shaken? DP Ganner loudly addressed Steward Pullen. Tell me, what kind of emotional provocation is this? Pullen nervously wiped his sweat, stammering. Well, Leon and Miss Diana are complete opposites, so they argue every time they meet. Besides, the 2 families have been close for a long time. Perhaps that's why they feel comfortable around each other. At that moment, Leon spoke up. Excuse me, could you let go of my collar? He had seemed about to explain after staying silent for a while, but instead only complained about a trivial matter. That comment thoroughly disappointed Diana. She withdrew her hand. I thought when you became head of the house you'd be different, but you're still the Leon I always knew. Leon adopted a lecturing tone. Someone once said people shouldn't change so easily. Diana grimaced, you're such a nuisance. Then she got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Seriously, don't keep making the people of the territory worry. You and your father really are. As she spoke, Diana suddenly remembered that Leon's father had died, so she stopped immediately, knowing she had overstepped. Diana feared she had touched that pain of his father's loss. She turned away and lowered her voice, sorry, I didn't mean to. Leon, unruffled, calmly replied, Miss Diana, you don't need to apologize. My father had no regrets. So do I, he died protecting what he wanted to keep. Diana was stunned for a moment. Then she returned to her original tone. You really are different. Anyway, you'd better attend this event. I don't like these things either. Diana emphasized, but our Marbas family won the territorial war with Sylvester and has now restored the honor of a duchy, right? This event is a chance to elevate your status. And besides, Leon replied, I understand that. Pullen sighed beside him. Unfortunately, the other houses still look down on us. Leon prolonged his tone, if that's necessary to protect the family. At that, everyone around buzzed. Walter cheerfully said aloud, so the young master will finally be recognized. DP Gunner folded his arms and praised, I'm impressed, not bad, head of house. At last Leon decided, all right, I'll attend the gala. At those banquet tables sat one table in particular, where the crown prince and many other high-ranking officials were discussing among themselves. The brown-haired one spoke up, by the way, is it true Sylvester lost the territorial war? I heard even Count Allen failed, one of them asked curiously. Who did they clash with? The brown-haired man whispered mysteriously, can you believe it? They say it was the Marbas family. Hearing that, Reve dismissed it at once. Come on, isn't that a duchy in decline? How could it become strong again? Ridiculous. The brown-haired man tried to insist, no, it's true. Seeing the awkward situation, he nervously pointed in the direction of Leon and Diana. There, ask the head of house directly. He really looks just like his father. As for Leon and Diana, the 2 must pretend to be close and hold hands at the party. Leon, a little embarrassed, said, perhaps I'm not suited to occasions like this. It's noisier than I expected. During the time the 2 held hands, Diana paid close attention to this, but when she heard Leon's remark, she adopted an arrogant expression. Annoyed as usual, do you think anyone likes these things? Maintaining poise and agility at occasions like this is also part of a true head of house's duties. Leon suddenly turned to Diana and smiled. I understand, thank you, Diana. Diana sighed, her thoughts in turmoil. I've known Leon since he was a child, but this time he truly seemed moved, mentioned the head of house's duty, and he'd leap into the fire. What am I to do with him? Leon spoke up, those others will be fine, right? They haven't yet developed their full potential. Hearing that, Diana sneered, saying that is basically claiming you're fully developed, you know? After all, you're still just a 14-year-old kid. Leon calmly affirmed, in rank I consider myself higher. I am the head of the house. Diana, exasperated, said, you really never give an inch. Reveh stepped forward, interrupting Diana. You are the head of the Marbas family, correct? Leon answered, yes. What do you want with me? Reveh put on a mysterious air. Oh, nothing too serious. He thought to himself that this one defeated Alan, though only a count, his house was still considered on par with dukes in influence. I know, the rumors must be exaggerated. Thinking that, Reveh feigned a smile to probe Leon. You were the one who defeated Sylvester in the territorial war. I heard such an absurd story. Leon said decisively, it's true. Hearing his tone, Reveh glanced at Diana and realized immediately. Acting like a child, all because of a girl here. Reveh forced a fake smile. I can't imagine that scene. May I ask how you won that territorial war? Leon lowered his voice. I killed him. Reveh couldn't believe his ears. He asked again, what did you say? I killed Alan de Sylvester as the head of the Marbas family. It's hard to show you the whole process. But as he spoke, his eyes bulged as if about to devour someone. If you make my family your enemy, who knows, one day you might witness it yourself. Marbas popped out from behind Leon. By that day we'll be exhausted. Everyone's gone mad. At that moment, someone in the distance was watching the whole scene. It was Nox. He stood up and stroked his chin. This will be interesting. Hearing the commotion, people began to turn and pay attention. The blonde asked, what the hell is going on? Why so noisy? The brown-haired one guessed, is the young master of Marbas causing trouble? The blonde shook his head. No, impossible, that house has no power anyway. The brown-haired one agreed. Indeed, all this reached Reveh's ears. Meanwhile, Marbas had jumped onto Leon's shoulder. You're joking, you spout nonsense like it's true, but I don't care anyway. Leon hummed. He was about to leave, when Reveh raised a hand to block him. Giju, your joke has gone too far, he glared threateningly. If you're insulting the Varela house, be responsible for your words. Leon was no less. Did I say anything wrong? Weren't you the one doubting Marbas's victory? Reveh growled, but with what you just said, Marbas has practically declared war. Suddenly Diana spoke up. Why don't you calm down a bit? She spoke with a mocking tone. Be honest, Reveh, aren't you from a branch of the Varela family? You're not even the heir, yet you dare challenge the successor of a duke. Diana raised an eyebrow slightly. That behavior was plainly rude. Have you prepared yourself to bear the consequences? This meticulous, airtight phrasing left Reveh momentarily speechless. He was so angry he didn't know what to say, so he spat out whatever curses he could. Don't think that winning once gives you everything. He edged close to Diana and sneered, especially at her. The young lady of Varela was no exception. Diana calmly let out a few words. If you were truly fearsome, I wouldn't treat you like this, but right now I see nothing to be afraid of. Hearing that, he grew even more enraged. How dare you? Suddenly a strange voice rang out. Hey you, you're doing fine there. Reveh, not yet knowing who it was, hastily shouted, who dares speak to me like that? The moment his eyes fell on the person before him, Reveh trembled and became mute. Leon watched with growing suspicion. He had been so arrogant a moment ago. Why had that attitude vanished now? What on earth is going on? The person turned back to Reveh and raised a glass of wine. Reveh, something? You just spoke up and don't even know who you are addressing. At that, Marbas whispered into Leon's ear, watch your mouth. That one is dangerous. Nox grabbed Reveh by the collar, looking very impatient. Speak, do I really have to explain this myself? Outside the gala, Walter and Pullen were waiting there. Walter anxiously asked, is the head of house and Miss Varela all right? Pullen stammered, of course, it's just that this is his first time coming to a place like this, so. Walter said tensely, so in the end you were worried after all, weren't you? At last Pullen could no longer keep up appearances, and he let out a sigh. Damn it, I have to admit, but it's true, you know how reckless our head of house can be. I can't help worrying he'll cause some trouble. Walter reassured him, regardless, he's still the head of Marbas, all we can do is trust and wait. Pullen smoothed his chest, relieved a little. Fortunately, Miss Diana de Varexia accompanied him this time. After all, he's very headstrong. Walter curiously asked, trying to recall what Miss Viria was like. I heard she's his fiancée. Pullen confessed, how should I put it? To be honest, rather than a fiancé, Walter looked a bit surprised. Honestly. Pullen continued, she's more like an older sister and is considerably older than him. He emphasized that she really was much older. He added that she always cared for and looked after our clumsy head of house. Walter guessed, so it's more familial affection than romantic love. Pullen said, you could put it that way, but now's not the time to talk about her. I've heard there's a social bomb attending this gathering. Walter jumped and asked, a social bomb? Pullen then explained, yes, a notorious troublemaker, the heir of one of the 3 dark houses, like our young master, the youngest son of the Reinharber family. Their power far exceeds that of the weakened Marbas. His name is. At the same time during the gala, a man named Nox grabbed Reveh by the collar and introduced himself. Nox von Reinharber's voice is always mild-toned but terrifyingly intimidating. If you don't know him, you'd best remember the name, if you want to leave here intact. Hearing that, Reveh became terrified and hurriedly bowed. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the young master of Reinharber, please spare my life. So the social bomb Pullen mentioned turned out to be this Nox. At that, Nox showed no mercy and slowly poured wine over Rivet. He also added a few insults. You're pathetic, look at you now. Because of you everything turned out like this. Fool. Seeing this everyone was shocked. Finally Nox pressed the glass down on Rivet's head and then walked away. Rivet said humiliated, I truly apologize. Young Master Nox. Leon asked curiously, who are you? Nox smiled amiably. If it's that name, you've likely heard of me before. Diana beside him spoke up. Nox von Reinharber is called one of the two great houses comparable to the holy races. You're the lousy servant who beat the youngest son of a prestigious family. Nox slightly frowned. Oh, I recall I helped you back then. Then he laughed and said, your name is Leon, right? I think we'll be meeting often. Leon did not object. If it's necessary for the family's advancement, then so be it. Hearing that, Nox turned to him. That's a refreshing answer. Good, then let's meet often. As he left, Diana warned, the youngest of the house is known as Reinharber's watchdog. You don't need to be overly wary, just don't be rude. Leon suddenly asked, the disgrace of the Reinharber family, is that true? Diana looked puzzled. Yes, why? Marbas then spoke, you're right, that one seems different from you, but he truly is a genius, even if his body is a bit crippled. Leon, puzzled, put a hand to his chin. I thought so too. Since birth, this is the first time I've sensed such powerful dark mana. Watching the figure depart, Leon mumbled, I guess we'll be meeting often. I don't think that's a bad thing. As for Nox, while he was walking, a maid approached to ask him something. Young master, may I ask why you helped a man named Leon? It's just that you usually find such matters bothersome. Nox simply replied softly, in a few years. The maid, curious, repeated, in a few years. Nox continued, there will be no one left who doesn't know his name. As to whether he will become a useful pawn for me, I'm not sure. That's enough for today. We should rest a bit. Turning back to Leon, Diana suggested, let's go. Even if it's just for appearances, we're engaged, aren't we? Hearing that, Marbas jumped off his shoulder. Leon asked, puzzled, what should I do? Diana replied, you know how to dance, don't you? You must have learned from the head of the leading house. So Diana took his hand and began to dance, moving in time with the sweet flowing music. The two moved gracefully with each step. The moment Diana looked at Leon, she felt a slight flutter in her chest. You seem to dance quite well, you're kind of cute. Diana murmured, but you're completely not my type. Perhaps the music is too loud, so Leon didn't hear. He called out, huh, I couldn't hear you clearly. Diana shyly said, it's nothing, don't worry about it, just do it moderately. After all, this is only a formal dance. Leon remained serious. My father used to say the head of house must give his all in everything. Saying that, he used his hand to draw her waist closer. This meant their faces were very close. Diana was slightly flustered. Do we really need to be this close? They danced together just like a couple. This caused everyone's eyes to focus on them. After a tense moment, Diana finally sighed. Are you still serious about such nonsense? Leon anxiously said, Sister Diana, you're frozen stiff. Diana, embarrassed, lowered her voice. Shut up, you were once just a tiny bean. Suddenly, everyone rushed to the doors, a commotion. Is there a fight outside? Why is there such noise at a holy social gathering? Not a fight, it looks more like someone is being beaten one-sidedly. What the? Those who noticed something amiss exchanged glances to confirm it, then ran out together in haste. Outside, the scene was chaotic. Poland was clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground, while Walter was fighting someone with a sword. Diana shouted, you need to clearly explain what's happening here. Rivet de Varela. Rivet wondered, are you Lord Varisha? Diana ignored the question. She forced her voice and said again, explain this situation. The corner of Rivet's mouth lifted. There was no one left to help. And you look very tired. Marbas thought to himself that thanks to the white-haired man disappearing earlier, the situation had become chaotic. What a useless person, stirring up trouble over nonsense. Leon stepped forward toward the trembling Poland. Leon glanced up at Walter. Explain how this happened. Walter hesitated, that. Returned just before the incident occurred. Rivet stormed out of the party angrily after the earlier commotion. The brown-haired companion kept asking if he was all right. Then Rivet burst out, shut up, you're all trash. He clenched his fists. Damn it, images of Nox kept flashing in his mind. And Leon, as he was stepping outside, he happened to see Walter and Poland talking. Walter spoke up, after all, this gathering is for noble houses to meet and exchange, a place to introduce each house. Poland, hearing that, said, I see. For our Marbas house, gatherings like this are even more important, because our influence has weakened recently. So he came to present Lord Varisha. Walter smiled and asked, it seems you two are close. Poland replied casually, I've had a good relationship with young Master Leon since he was a child. At that moment, Walter noticed someone standing before them and cautiously raised a hand to block him. Rivet spoke up to confirm, you come from the Marbas family. Perhaps he learned this because he overheard their conversation by chance. Poland pondered, he's the young head of Varela, why did he approach so suddenly? Then he bluntly said, sorry, but I cannot tolerate anyone insulting my house. What are you aiming for? Rivet answered oddly, just a hot topic lately. Then he called to his subordinate Kalman. Take it easy on him a bit. Kalman hesitated, but isn't Marbas a duke? Rivet tried to persuade him. I understand your suspicion, but after all, that family is on the verge of collapse. Do as I said. Hearing that, Kalman complied and drew his sword to probe. Since it's come to this, if you're the knight over there, draw your sword. Poland put a hand up to stop him. He admonished, no, Walter, don't do it. Our house's foundation is still weak. There's no need to raise an army now. Walter hesitated, but seizing the moment while he was unfocused, Kallman stepped forward and stabbed Pullen. He crumpled in pain. Walter shouted in alarm. After Pullen was struck, he completely lost his temper. Seeing this, Pullen shouted a warning. Stop, I'm fine, think of the head of the house. But then Kallman used his foot to kick Pullen in the head. This time Walter was completely enraged. He raised his sword ready to fight. Pullen repeated again, Walter, I don't intend to fight. Walter declared resolutely, I will protect you. After all, you are precious as the clan leader, and so is Lord Pullen. Rivest smiled truly admirable. Then he ordered his men, just keep watch for me. So Kallman and Walter exchanged sword strikes relentlessly. But unexpectedly, Walter found himself at a disadvantage. He lost his footing and fell, but he was determined to get up and point his sword at Kallman. Just then Diana appeared. You need to explain clearly what's going on. Rivet de Varela returned to reality. The onlookers began to gossip about the fight. Some said the leader of Varela has really caused trouble this time. Others excitedly said, isn't this interesting? It's also a chance to see if the conflict with Sylvester is real. Hearing that, a girl spoke with contempt. Really? What can a minor noble possibly do at most? The man beside her added, exactly. Now that it's come to this, I hope all the villains get swept away. Rivet challenged Leon, since you're here. Leader, do you want to start things a bit? There are plenty of spectators. Leon decisively said, I accept. Diana intended to dissuade Leon. Leon ignored the calls and focused on summoning. Rivet snarled, die. Leon suddenly spoke, I am truly disappointed. Walter awkwardly bowed his head. Sorry to trouble you, clan leader, I couldn't control myself. Unexpectedly, Leon denied it. That's not the case. Suddenly, Kallman swung his sword. A beam of light burst from behind Leon, severing his hand completely. At that sight, everyone was utterly stunned. Leon coldly said one line, I ask, did you do your utmost to protect Lord Pullen? He lowered his voice, let me tell you the new rule of Marbas. At that moment, the terrifying skeletons Leon had summoned earlier began to appear. Pullen was a bit surprised. My lord. The skeletons moved forward and clamped Rivet by the throat. Leon bluntly declared that if necessary, he would kill, for the honor and prosperity of the house and for the safety of himself and those around him. All would be dealt with accordingly, even if it cost him his life. Rivet bowed his head low, blood still flowing from above. When suddenly someone stepped up to him, he shouted angrily, what? Who dares do such a thing this time? But when he realized who it was, Rivet fell silent, seeing Louis von Arkheim smirking before him. He could only address him as Your Highness. Rivet fearfully bowed his head in salute. I am rude, I did not know it was Your Highness. Louis cut him off with a question before he could finish. No. It doesn't matter, Rivet, he immediately answered in a respectful tone. Your Highness even remembers my lowly name. I truly don't know what to do. Seeing him ramble, Louis ordered. Keep it brief, Rivet replied, forgive me. Then he went straight to the point. I see you're entangled in a dispute. It seems interesting. He paused, then quickly explained, the dispute, Your Highness, is between young master of the Marbas house and Lienhaber. Rivet was correct. Louis stroked his chin, intrigued. Indeed, I cannot hide my curiosity. Rivet, now I want to know why the two black houses are siding with you. I've never heard they could cooperate, so why did the Marbas house win this territorial battle? Rivet hesitated for a moment. Then Louis suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered into Rivet's ear, I'll prepare a small stage. Can you expose the true intentions of those black house maggots? Hearing the personal benefit, he froze. Just now Nox Lienhaber had left and the Marbas fellow had lost his fangs. With Your Highness backing him, it might not be impossible to deal with them. This was an opportunity. His eyes brightened as he replied, yes, I obey. A faint smile appeared on Louis's lips at that. Cut to the present, Rivet was being held at knife point. Damn, have I meddled where I shouldn't, he tried to threaten. Even if you are the house head, this cannot be overlooked easily. Meddling in the affairs of a few servants, Leon's face expressionless, he turned and said, a few servants? Sorry, I don't think so. Kallman heard this, veins bulged on his face, but he still bowed his head. His hand clenched in anger. Rivet asked in confusion, do you really have to go that far? Leon calmly affirmed, I've said it, if necessary there are no exceptions. Then he turned and walked away. Stepping up the stairs with the undead, before leaving he didn't forget to give orders. Walter took Pullen to the royal physician. Walter immediately complied. Yes, I understand. Lady Diana saw the situation was bad and hurried to intervene. Leon, I understand how you feel, but it's too dangerous. Marbas is a ducal house, perhaps not worth worrying about. There are too many eyes watching. It's better to step back. Leon said nothing but pondered for a moment. At that moment, Rivet looked back and signaled the servant with his eyes. The man nodded in acknowledgement. Then he rushed forward to subdue Diana. Marbas frowned and spat an obscene curse. Only then did Rivet show his true face and say, damn it, if you don't intend to play the saint, then you better stop here, or your little toy will get scratched. He showed no concern, tilting his head in puzzlement. No matter how you look at it, Diana is not that kind of person. Are your eyes that poor? Marbas clapped in exasperation. Oh, contractee. Rivet, unfazed, continued to threaten. If you don't want what's yours damaged, why not stop and walk away to keep the matter peaceful? The others also hesitated a little. Leon began to emit murderous intent and said to him, let me confirm one thing so there's no mistake. After insulting my house, you also insulted the Barakia family. And now you've insulted Lady Diana. If so, one arm of your servant likely won't be enough to pay the price. Something was wrong, the atmosphere shifted. Murderous intent rolled off Leon as he asked, "Did you just insult Lady Diana?" At that moment he leapt up aggressively and proposed, "Contractee, begin." As they say, silence implies admission. He acted smug, as if learning a new lesson. "I see today I learned something new. If that's the case, then die." Seeing this, he looked to the servant and shouted, "If you insist on wanting to see me dead, then Riv was wrong to let Diana be captured." She quickly dealt with the servant. Blood spattered onto his face, but Diana smiled, a mask appearing on her face. Diana moved to stand behind Leon. The undead he had summoned began to wipe out all the enemies. One by one they fell before Rivet, his face changing from green to black. A hand reached forward and grabbed Rivet's face. Leon looked at him with cold, murderous intent. Only then did Rivet feel fear. Diana, seeing that, was puzzled. How could this be? "I've heard Leon grew stronger, but I didn't expect it to be this much." Marbas now approached, wagging his tail at the young lady as if you mean a lot to him. She asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" His face showed nothing but eager explanation. "I've never seen a contractee display so much emotion." Rivet then shouted loudly, "Wait." But Leon ignored him and cast a spell on him. Diana was momentarily stunned. Those around her were terrified too. How could this happen? More importantly, it was Leon, wasn't it? Didn't you see the housemaster use dark magic? His mana flow might still be unstable, but it's truly terrifying. From now on, Marbas will be treated by society in one of two ways. Either as an overwhelmingly victorious figure who makes people flee in fear, or as a target everyone wants to kill as a precaution. At that moment, Rivet could no longer utter a sound. He dissipated into dust. Leon's face remained calm, even though he had just killed someone. Suddenly, there was applause from afar. Louis stepped forward to praise what had just occurred. "Leon von Marbas, the head of House Marbas, is truly fascinating." He continued to clap, though no one welcomed it. Leon replied calmly, "It must be a horrifying sight for the faint of heart. You certainly have a bizarre taste." Diana was startled and hurriedly called out. Louis merely smiled wryly and said, "It's fine. I'm simply intrigued because dark magic has returned after centuries without anyone able to wield it properly. How is that possible now?" He kept his cool, replying, "Maybe it's a talent. Even I don't know the full extent." He continued, "A talent that hasn't appeared in centuries." "What does that mean?" Leon, not mincing words before the prince, answered, "I'm not sure either. But what I am sure of is that I have not lost and that I am still standing here." "That I have not lost and that I am still standing here." Louis's face hardened. He gave an order-like remark. "Just make sure that talent isn't directed at the royal family." Leon smiled benignly, tilting his head, and said, "Of course, as long as they don't block the protection of Marbas." The guards followed behind. Louis suddenly felt a chill when he saw Leon's expression. Louis turned and left without a word. Marbas then climbed onto Leon's shoulder and said, "Well done. Many will try to restrain you, but thanks to the spectacle at the gathering, things will be quiet for a while. You must grow up quickly." He replied indifferently, "All right." And then you switch off the joking mode and warn seriously, "That guy is dangerous. I can smell someone of the same kind as me." Leon agreed with Marbas's assessment. "I sense a base darkness, like something demonic, as if night were falling over everything." Inside the room, Marbas leapt onto the soft duvet and lay down. Leon also looked up and relaxed after a tiring day. After the incident ended, they brushed off the Rivet matter as if it were nothing. Marbas then said, "It's definitely that prince's doing. Louis is surely plotting something." Join the discussion. "Things will get harder from now on because we've barely managed to scrape together the loan advance. So we need to strengthen the fund and renovate our facilities. But as Lady Diana said, we need an excellent chancellor." A memory drifted back to Diana's words. Exactly. She pointed at Leon's face and asked, "If you keep cycling money just to pay debts, you'll be a debtor your whole life. Are you planning to die and leave that debt to your descendants?" He pondered at that. "I don't want that." The Black Raven quickly proposed an idea. "You only need to reach the pinnacle and become a great archmage, then you won't die. Spend the rest of your life paying off debts." Marbas angrily cut in, "Shut up, Crow. I won't allow my contractee to be a lifelong servant to the usurers." Helen asked with great concern, "But is that really okay?" "The chancellors worthy of being called outstanding are pursued by the city-states," Leon added. "So our situation is that we must spend money to make money." He frowned, confirming the plan. Worrying first isn't a good habit. "Let's return first and plan for the future." He clenched his hand in determination. "All right, I'll make sure to find an excellent chancellor." For the family, Leon's eyes gradually returned to the present, and he turned to Marbas. "I'll post a notice." He asked in puzzlement, "A notice?" Leon patiently explained, "Whether noble or slave. As long as they have the ability, I'll appoint them to the position." Marbas made an approving sound. He added, "Although I'd like the wages to be a bit cheaper," hearing that the Lord could only evaluate. "If you hadn't said that, I might have thought you were actually cool." The Black One interjected angrily, "Truly a foolish lion. How dare he insult my great master just because he didn't spend more?" Marbas snapped back, "You two clean up all that petty junk now." Hang said. He immediately grabbed his things and left. "This is my reward from the recent trip. I won't share it with anyone." Leon paid no attention to the small quarrel and called others. Helen promptly responded, yes, master. A rare seriousness appeared on his face. Call Pullen. And next time start the first Great House Masters Council. Cut to the prince's castle. Louis was reclining on a lounge chair, tilting his head back and muttering. He really is an interesting man, as if carrying a certain scent. The smile on Louis's face grew more domineering by the day, the demonic mark on his chest peeking out from beneath his shirt. Even if I think the same of myself. The town inside was then abuzz with chatter. A notice was posted on the bulletin board. Everyone stood there reading it. They were loudly debating the contents of the notice. The Marbas house is choosing a chancellor, a blonde fellow asked. Is that family rich enough to hire a chancellor? The man beside him hurriedly warned, hey, watch your mouth. Still, this is too much, our lord must have some plan. The blonde stepped up to the notice. Maybe, but look, doesn't it say they accept applicants regardless of status? Doesn't it say they accept applicants regardless of status? Another nodded. Encouraged, he continued analyzing. The only explanation is the clan is running out of funds. A slave or commoner who doesn't even know how to read, how could he become a duke's chancellor? From a distance, a figure stood. Watching everything, her hand tightened slightly. The person was Saren. At Lord Marbas's manor. Marbas sighed. In the end, they want someone and will only pay 1 gold coin. Pullen raised the current concern anxiously. We can't do anything either. The crown is restraining us. We're restricted to the point we can't even receive war reparations. It's true the head of the house had prepared a considerable sum, but most has gone to debts. Leon calmly summarized that only about 100 gold coins remained in hand. Perhaps not enough to last a month. The black pair erupted angrily. This is serious. Crow must sign the contract too. The master has to give me peanuts. Walter remained calm, reporting the situation. Currently, the applicants for chancellor had all gathered outside. Why not meet them once and decide? He stood up and quickly agreed. Then let's go. Sitting here and babbling gets us nowhere. No emotion showed on Leon's face. Then Pullen helped him adjust his outfit. Seeing Leon's awkwardness, Marbas only sighed. He had nothing to say, and quickly stepped out saying, then let's go. To the training yard, where the weapons were laid out and the wooden posts for training were ready. Above, there was a reserved bench for the clan's head. Those applying had already been waiting. Saren was among them. Suddenly she startled and turned behind. What? Alcar had his hands in his pockets. As he walked past Saren, you're here too. Unexpectedly, a lowly man had crept into this place. Alcar de Nejishi, the third son of the border clan Nejishi. The one who obsessed endlessly. I didn't expect you to follow me all the way here, Saren asked irritably. What does me being here have to do with you? Alcar replied through gritted teeth. Of course it's related. You're my future wife, so of course I have to come, right? Saren brusquely shrugged him off her shoulder, leaving Alcar looking displeased. He began using insulting words at her. Why don't you give up, trying to climb to a higher position? You were born from the mud, understand? Saren snapped back angrily. What about you? Can you have everything you want? Alcar raised his hand high, asserting that he was at least above a commoner. She immediately retorted, but you can't have me either. This hit the mad streak in him exactly. You miserable wretch. Saren unfazed continued, I will climb higher. So what if I was born lowly? So what if I came from the mud? I'll change, I'll rise up. Alcar, unwilling to lose, continued to taunt. Do you think a noble would take in trash like you? At best you'd be a concubine. She cursed back without fear. Still, if I can claw my way up. Isn't that better than being sold to trash like you? Insulted, his anger exploded. Alcar raised his fist and shouted. You bastard! Saren's feet did not retreat. The crowd murmured and turned to look at them. Alcar froze just before throwing the punch. A wave of dark aura emanated from Saren, forcing him to back away. What? The one who produced that dark aura was Leon. It seemed the place was getting noisy. Sorry, but I don't much like noise. Then he gently sat on the prepared chair. Leon spoke in a cold voice to greet them. I am Leon von Marbas, head of the Marbas household. Now we will begin the examination to choose the chancellor for House Marbas. Saren blushed slightly as she looked at him with admiration. Leon's gaze swept over her. This made Saren smile with delight. Marbas, seated to the side, smiled in satisfaction. Oh, there truly is someone promising here. It seems fate won't let you die easily, huh? Leon now sat in the presiding chair, his eyes showing a slight curiosity towards Saren. What Leon gained after meeting Marbas was nothing but eyes that could see through others. Demons are like that by nature. They know what talent someone has, what flaws they have, then tempt them and grind them down and take them for themselves. This time what caught Marbas's eye was a young woman, but her will was fiercely strong. Saren continued to look at him with admiring eyes. Dark aura radiated from Leon as he announced coldly. Now we will begin the examination to select the chancellor for the Marbas family. Then Leon raised his hand. He took the scroll from Pullen and explained. The first thing you must do is understand the current situation. Walter, by order, brought each person there a similar scroll. When opened, inside was a map. This is a map of the area around the Marbas family's domain. You all know the Marbas family's finances are not prosperous. I believe you are all aware of that, however, through relations with other domains, or by leveraging local specialties and various resources, it can still be overcome. Leon then raised his hand and used magic to produce an hourglass. He tilted the hourglass in his hand and asked, 10 minutes should be enough, right? Saren quickly unfolded her map. She frowned, skimming each area and marking them with her pen. After marking, Saren sighed. Think about it. The Marbas family lies in the south of the continent, with no special local products, only a single ore mine. And of course they lack the capital to exploit it, so it remains abandoned. It's a dead end. Having finished thinking, she put her pen down. The most important thing remains the people. Alcar glanced at Saren from the side, but the chance of other young men and women moving here was very small. Hearing knights or mages is also impossible, because all require money. If you ask what advantages or strengths the Marbas family has, suddenly he sneered at her, saying you'll soon realize, country girl, that you can't do anything. Saren turned and glanced back, then walked away, refusing to argue with him. Alcar could only curse inwardly. Damn it, he muttered as he looked at the map. What kind of meaningless challenge is this? Suddenly an idea crossed Alcar's mind, and the last grains fell in the hourglass. Signaling time was up. Leon clapped to signal a stop. Those who give up may leave. Those with plans step onto the stage and present them. The participants holding maps hesitated. A blond man volunteered and raised his hand. Let me try, sir. Leon nodded in agreement, then he climbed the steps. The blonde performed the courtesy carefully, and then he raised his map to present. First, my plan is this. The Marbas family is known as a natural outpost, but as you said, there are no significant resources or local products. So what I consider is the untapped ore mine. If we can mine sapphire or ruby, which have become fashionable among noblewomen recently. Before he finished, Leon interrupted. Where will you get the capital to exploit it? The blonde started a tea that moment. I don't know the exact financial details, but I think the family could at least afford that much. We could also borrow from guilds or local authorities. Leon asked sternly, if that isn't possible, then what? The blonde fell silent and bowed his head in surrender. Sorry, I think someone more suitable than me exists. He then called for the next person. Next, please step forward. The participants all hesitated and dared not step up. Only Saren wanted to step up but couldn't. She finally made up her mind. I can do it. If this is the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Saren slowly climbed each step of the stairs. Everyone below looked up curiously. Leon also glanced at her as she stepped onto the platform. Saren, already tense, grew even more nervous as everyone focused their gaze on her. She clenched the scroll tightly in her hand. After a moment of daze, the crowd below grew noisy. What is a girl of that age doing up there? The Marbas household must be in dire straits to rely on an ordinary servant. Indeed, they had been struggling long before the young master took the head seat. Leon, seated in the presiding chair, paid no attention to the surrounding noise and activated the power of his eyes to look at Marbas. This one perhaps deserves your attention more. You find it interesting? Marbas replied in a low voice. Indeed. I sense the same potential I saw in your warrior, the fragrance of an uncut gem. After speaking, Leon turned to look at Saren and spoke. Present your proposal, first your name and background. Saren looked at him firmly and replied, Saren, my lord, I am an orphan. Then she fixed her gaze on him. Cutting to a few days earlier, Leon sat in his room contemplating this new ability to distinguish innate talent, granted by my contract with Lord Marbas. Only revealed itself a few days after I first met him. Marbas, uncomfortable at his stare, spoke up. Listen, contract signer, from now on you must command countless retainers and subjects at your side. Only then will you attain even a fraction of ancestral glory, the glory of he who was once called Lord of the Lost Spirits. Leon glanced at Marbas and replied, I do not doubt your wisdom, my lord, but I certainly won't recruit useless people off the street. Reviving our house requires more deserving hands. Marbas smirked and asked him, indeed, but what if I grant you the power to separate grain from chaff? Leon looked down at Marbas in puzzlement. Seeing this, he reminded him, observe, contract signer. He then lifted his foot and a surge of power appeared, manifesting like an eye radiating intense energy. It flew and merged into Leon's eyes. Startled, he looked into a mirror and whispered, my eyes. Marbas, seated beside him, explained, it will grant you clarity when recruiting new allies. The more talents there are, the more brilliantly they will shine. Leon stood by the window, looking down at the training yard in thought. Marbas stood on the window ledge, cheerfully concerned. Well, what do you see? Leon was silent for 5 seconds before answering. 1,000 hues of white, deep red, amber gold, and countless other colors, Marbas praised. Good, whoever has the brightest hue possesses the greatest talent. Ah, now I understand. I must watch the candidates with the strongest light. I have a question I'd like to ask you. My lord, even with these powers, is there still hope to revive House Marbas? What talents do I have to serve that goal? Marbas fell silent, turned away, and spoke mysteriously. That is a question that needs no answer. You will soon see it with your own eyes. Danger thought to himself, and I will also await with pleasure everything you deliver to me in return. Back in the present, Leon glanced at Saren. He looked at her contemplatively. A brilliant golden light shone. Marbas went on to explain to him how to recognize the colored specks. In very rare cases, you might see someone emit a black glow, symbolizing their dark vow. He gave an example like that fellow Nox, who also radiates a black light, while Saren stood beside him, quietly cheering herself on. Never doubt yourself, Saren. Then, steeling herself, she began. My lord, I will present my own assessment of House Marbas' current situation. As mentioned before, the lands of Marbas lack any unique local products. there are two materials of value that can be sold for gold. So it is important to find new avenues to raise capital. Leon listened silently as she answered. Below, people soon burst into excited discussion. Isn't that what that guy just said? What do you expect from a peasant woman? She should have bowed out immediately instead of wasting our time. Leon, irritated by the commotion, coldly emitted a murderous warning. The other candidates fell silent. I do not like being provoked or hearing meaningless remarks. Do not forget, all of you are being tested right now. Then he turned to Saren and waited for her to continue. Seeing the crowd fall silent, Saren continued, an abandoned mine is one possibility. Yes, aside from lacking the manpower to exploit it profitably, in my assessment the greatest challenge is the scarcity of young labor willing to migrate here. Therefore, my proposal aims to overcome this issue by mobilizing my lord's greatest asset. The undead army led Marbas to victory in the recent war. Leon looked at her, his narrowed gaze grew increasingly dangerous. Leon asked in astonishment, use an undead army. Saren raised the map and replied, exactly. With the ability to command a horde of undead, my lord would have fields they could work, not just a battlefield. Leon heard this and propped his chin, pondering. Meanwhile, the crowd below whispered and murmured, this lowborn surely isn't serious. Who in their right mind would put the lord's undead to work in the mines? What can be expected from a lowly peasant woman? She clearly doesn't understand how fiercely these nobles guard their magic and swordcraft. Likewise, if one's life depended on it, every noble house builds around its own secrets of combat. Seeing Leon hesitate and remain undecided for so long, Saren could not wait any longer and hurriedly urged him. My lord, don't you wish to restore the glory of House Marbas? He replied, yes. Saren continued, then there is no other path that will get you there in such a short time. Place your trust in me, and I promise I will not disappoint you. Having said that, she anxiously looked to her lord, waiting for a decision. Leon silently turned to look at her for a moment. Then he turned his head away. Immediately after, Leon took out a lion-shaped badge and handed it to Saren. You have passed the trial. The rest of your proposal I will hear in detail later. Saren, surprised to have passed, smiled with joy. Among the astonished crowd below, Alkar de Najishi, eyes wide with surprise and envy towards Saren, exclaimed, what the hell? Then the competition continued. One by one, the contestants stepped forward to present what they had discovered. But Leon, with his cold expression, did not respond to them. As the sun neared the horizon, Mr. Pullen stepped forward to announce, thus ends the first trial in the selection for the new chancellor for the glory of House Marbas. The second trial will be conducted via private interviews later. For now, all candidates are dismissed. People left one by one, only Saren remained, still stunned as she looked down at the badge in her hand, smiling and thinking, I actually passed. Yet this is far from over. Wake up, Saren, you still have much to prove. With that thought, she slung her bag over her shoulder and tucked the badge away. Finished preparing, and set off home in high spirits. Zine shifts to a village. She walked on but kept sensing that something unusual was happening to her. At least 4 shadowy figures were following her. It was odd to find such a secluded lane crowded. Thinking this, she glanced back furtively to see if anyone was truly tailing her. She clenched her hand over her chest in worry, then lowered her hand and pulled out a dagger strapped under her pouch for self-defense. Bravely, Saren turned to confront the man following her, but she didn't notice a large arm darting from behind to clamp her throat. Startled and unable to resist, Saren screamed, damn it, I can't breathe. In the darkness, the man who had been following her appeared with a smug smile. I told you to know your place, Saren. It was Alkar de Najishi. Saren recognized him, Alkar, but she couldn't speak because the man behind was choking her. Alkar de Najishi said with relish, truly, does the sight of your betrothed excite you so much? I can see your legs are trembling. Though frightened, Saren refused to submit and shouted, stop right now. You know this isn't fair. I won't allow it. At that, Alkar de Najishi's expression darkened. You will allow me whatever I desire. It's laughable to see you so weak. You should be the first to understand how ridiculous the cries for fairness in the slums are. Saying that, he raised his hand threateningly. Simple, hand over the badge to me and abandon that fanciful dream. Saren, who had obtained it with great difficulty, resolutely resisted. How could I let him take it? No, you think I will kneel before someone like you. With that, she stomped hard on the foot of the man choking her with her boot, and pushed him away. Not stopping there, Saren summoned all her strength, grabbed the dagger and lunged at Alkar de Najishi. But he easily caught her hand and restrained her. His eyes seemed to lose patience as he asked, is that all? I think my new bride needs to learn some manners first, you lot. Hearing him call out, a gang of men immediately emerged from the alleys and surrounded Saren. Alkar de Najishi grinned wickedly and ordered them to make sure she stayed alive. Without hesitation, his henchmen lunged like starving wolves to seize Saren's belongings. Suddenly, the badge Leon had given her emitted a purple light. It rose up from her clothing, radiating a great spiritual energy. Immediately after, Leon appeared from nowhere and said coldly, I had hoped to avoid having to kill my own subjects. The henchmen were utterly horrified at his appearance. Saren was also taken aback. Then Leon lightly snapped his fingers. His voice calmed to the point of being terrifying, for that is the sorrowful duty of a lord. for House Marbas. A powerful stream of spiritual energy surged out, enveloping the henchmen and causing them to fall one by one in agony. Alucard and Nejishi, seeing the sight, shifted from surprise to anger, grinding his teeth. Saren watched the scene, worry clearly written on her face. Saren stepped forward and asked, "My lord, what are you doing here?" Leon kept that expression and repeated his words once more. "I told you, it is my duty." Saren stared incredulous. Leon stepped forward and continued, "It is also the duty of a lord to seek talented retainers to serve the domain, and I will not let my retainers die in vain like this." Although bitter over his failed scheme, Alucard and Nejishi had to fall to his knees and beg. "Please forgive me, my lord, I truly did not know you cared for that girl. Please have mercy on me." Leon frowned and exclaimed, "Care? Good heavens, what nonsense are you thinking?" Saying that, he fixed them with a gaze as sharp as a blade, and gave orders to the Scotan soldiers. Then he continued interrogating Alucard and Nejishi. "Is that right? I suppose your intention was to harm this woman, isn't it?" Alucard and Nejishi, sweating with fear, hurriedly replied, "I would never dare look at her again, my lord. I must have been out of my mind." Leon spoke without hesitation, revealing his plot. "If someone else had stood in her place, you would have sent your lackeys to rush both of them." Alucard and Nejishi was struck to the core by Leon's words and could not rebut, only bowing his head to the ground in silence. Leon kept pressing him with rapid questions. "A life spent trampling the weak and bowing before the strong, how much pleasure does that give you?" Alucard and Nejishi, terrified by the murderous light in his eyes, frantically begged, "Forgive me, my lord. This will never happen again. Just spare my life." As he finished speaking, a sharp blade reflected the fear on his face. A Scotan soldier raised his sword high, accompanied by Leon's judgment. "Clearly your answer is not worth hearing." Having said that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind Alucard and Nejishi's agonized screams as he was executed. Saren, seeing this, was speechless and stood frozen in place. Leon approached her and announced, "After that incident, the second trial is unnecessary. We should go." Saren, having said that, he gave a faint smile. Cut to Leon's manor. Lord Marbas spoke up. "In other words, you killed one of your subjects right in the street." Leon replied nonchalantly, "Of course, everything is for House Marbas." While Saren sat properly in the carriage after he brought her home, she peeked at the surrounding scene, wonder apparent on her face. Pullen, holding a sheet of paper beside him, defended Leon. "I find that man to be of no moral character. My lord, your action was entirely reasonable. You need not worry about that matter any longer." The Black One joined in the fun. "Fine, eliminate those worthless people from the world. Once we're done, only half of humanity need remain." Leon replied with an emotionless face, "In any case, I'm glad to hear the problem is resolved." Then he looked at Saren and said, "And now, welcome to serving House Marbas, Saren." Saren flinched and embarrassed replied, "Oh, thank you, my lord, I will do my utmost." Saren, why so formal? "My lord," Leon asked on hearing that, "it's my habit to address others with respect. Does that make you uncomfortable?" Saren was dizzy with confusion and hurriedly denied it. "Not at all, my lord, I wouldn't dare." Mr. Pullen stepped forward with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Saren. The lord's manner of speech is probably just unusual among the nobility." Saren forced a smile and replied, "I understand. Thank you, Pullen." Walter chimed in, "I'm equally awkward seeing a noble treat a subordinate with such respect, but you'll get used to it." With the greetings finished, Leon got straight to the point. "Now to more important matters. You'll have a lot to do as the new Chancellor of House Marbas. I'm impressed by your proposal to use the undead for agriculture and to restructure the family's finances." Saren smiled but spoke cautiously, "I am honored, my lord, but I'm still not certain how feasible that proposal is." Leon answered with a commanding gaze, "Let me judge that. You can rest assured. I am the lord of this land, and it is entirely up to me to decide how to employ the legion of the undead. The only thing I ask of you is honest counsel. The rest is the duty of the lord to make it happen." Having said that, everyone in the room fell silent and smiled. Saren couldn't help but think in surprise, "Amazing. I didn't expect a 15-year-old boy to speak so clearly. Perhaps he had to grow up too quickly after the tragedy of slaying his own father." Seeing her stare, Leon said, "Do you have any questions, Saren?" She hastily waved her hand and replied, "No, my lord." In her heart, Saren resolved that she would need all her ability and then some to help steer House Marbas back to prosperity. "This opportunity is yours, Saren." Suddenly, Helen appeared behind her and issued a threat. "By the way, I won't tolerate another vixen lurking around, my lord, understand?" Saren startled and let out an awk sound, which made everyone in the room burst into laughter. Meanwhile, at a dark temple, a mysterious man with golden hair spoke up. "A revival of the fallen House Marbas, unacceptable." He sat in the center of a large chamber, which made him seem even more imposing. One of his subordinates asked curiously, "My lord, hasn't the family been cursed for generations, their talents sealed forever? They could never recover their strength." The blond man smiled with relish and said, "On the contrary, there is still a path. A path for a transcendent genius to surpass every limit imposed on mortals. Indeed, my grand plan must be accelerated further." Saren pushed up her glasses and then spoke slowly. "First, we intend to exploit House Marbas' minds. To do that, we need to know how many undead the head of the family can control and for how long. I need various pieces of information. Leon stroked his chin and agreed with her, reasonable. But Poland had a different view. Then agriculture isn't the top priority. Why assign the undead to mines first? Saren began to explain the reasons in detail. Because it is the most suitable option and it yields the highest efficiency in the shortest time. The Black One heard this and excitedly shouted, "Oh, the highest efficiency." Marbas, by contrast, appeared calm. He ordered her to continue. Saren still couldn't believe the immense power hidden behind that small, cute figure. She thought to herself, really? Is that one of the 72 demons? No matter how you look at it, it just looks like an adorable lion. She continued her speech. As you surely know, mining is a very dangerous job. A single mistake can send many people to their death. But the profits are also enormous. It's very suitable for large gains. Helen was delighted. She clasped her hands and came up with the idea. Using the undead means we don't risk civilians' lives. Even if a mine collapses, it's much safer, right? Saren also thought the idea was excellent. She replied, exactly. So we'll scout the mine first to determine what kind of minerals exist and what the demand is. Agriculture is important too, but to maximize profit we need to trade with other territories, prioritize the wealthy ones. Everyone listened attentively. Leon closed his eyes, repeating his earlier thought, reasonable. Before checking the mine, I must assess the limits of my own capability. Saren asked him, are those all the undead we saw earlier? Marbas, full of pride, immediately dismissed the notion. Don't be ridiculous. This is a talent personally recognized by Lord Marbas. If it were only summoning a few dozen undead, it would be humiliating for our name. Seeing everyone discussing energetically, Van Tur also added, however you imagine it, there are probably even more. Even I was quite shocked. Saren, flustered, thought, how powerful is he? Suddenly Leon pushed up on his hands and stood up, decisively stepped out the door and said, anyway, let's set off. Seeing it with our own eyes will be fastest. Saren was stunned as she looked at the scene before her. She anxiously assessed, so many undead, can one person control them all? Now Leon's eyes glowed a fierce gold, his aura suppressing everything. He channeled magic and judged that the space felt a bit cramped. He pondered everything silently and proposed, I still have about half the demons. Marba smirked, hinting to him. Contracted one, we're only going to mine one quarry. If you don't plan to fight, you'd better stop. The Black One again praised energetically, this is an army, my lord is truly amazing. I have never seen such talent. Helen, shy beside him, echoed it, exactly as expected of our lord. Saren turned to ask him in wonder, how long can you maintain them? Leon answered, about 6 hours a day is no problem. If you reduce the number, I can sustain them for over 10 hours. Saren adjusted her glasses as if unable to believe the power before her. She gasped, really? Other mages struggle to maintain one summoned creature. I've heard it drains almost all their mana. Valter was not surprised. He explained for him, our lord is somewhat special. Leon suddenly strode and led everyone toward the mine first. Having hundreds of undead is meaningless if you can't control them properly. In the magnificent palace, Louis was wearing a sinister smile and plotting his schemes. He ordered, we must eliminate all underground forces at any cost. Eldoras, your role is crucial. You must stop their growth at all costs, understand? Eldoras respectfully obeyed him. Yes, your majesty, I will crush them so they will never rise again. Louis continued maliciously, I hear they took private high-interest loans just to mine. Do whatever is necessary to sabotage them. Eldoras bowed in salute, fully understanding the lofty mission he was to undertake. He said, understood, yet in a corner by the wall the silhouette of a woman was hiding. She had heard everything, she told herself, so it was my brother who prevented them from paying compensation after the territorial war. It was Penelope, princess of the Arkham Empire. And beside her was the saintess. She spoke, it seemed so. In the current circumstances, of course eliminating the underworld is necessary for the crown. The saintess speaking was Echidna, the eldest daughter of a holy house who served the princess, her right hand. And Penelope's right hand asked in puzzlement, but it's strange. Why does my brother care so much about just one underground organization? Since they didn't know the reason, the reply was, who knows? Penelope immediately frowned and said sternly, whatever it is, I need to verify it. Whatever his plan, I cannot let him vie for the throne. Do you understand? Echidna bowed respectfully and replied, of course, your majesty. I will ensure that never happens. With those words came eyes so brave and resolute they were frightening. The undead were continuously busy with their work in the mines. Saren and Leon were in charge of overseeing this operation. Seeing that a large amount of gemstones had been gathered, Leon exclaimed, isn't this enough? Saren immediately smiled in response, yes. We can secure emergency funds right away, and it will bring long-term benefits to the Marbas territory. She proudly looked toward this vast resource, while Leon looked up at her, then suddenly said, better. This makes Saren puzzled. He expressed his feelings more clearly. I have always admired those who can do that, for I have never been able to. You can smile so purely. I have a feeling you will become very precious to me. This remark was suggestive enough to make Saren flush immediately. A few days later, the undead's mining operation continued as usual. Except that, the quantity of gemstones had grown to an almost unbelievable amount. Diana demanded, what the hell is this? Leon explained to her it's lapis lazuli. She was stunned and replied, "No, I see it." Looking at the huge pile of gems in the distance, Diana cautiously asked Leon in a low voice about his extraordinary method. "What did you do in such a short time to extract such an absurd amount?" Leon simply said, "I borrowed the power of the undead, and moreover, I found someone who could become a chancellor." Saren, introduced by him, shyly greeted. Diana returned the greeting properly, then she immediately got to the point. "I heard you became the chief minister of House Marbas." Saren replied awkwardly, "Yes, I'm just a commoner, so I may still be ignorant of protocol." Diana abruptly cut her off. "Don't worry, those things matter less than you." This lull in the conversation not only made Saren uneasy, but her companions trembled as well, expecting to be scolded. But unexpectedly, Diana warmly praised her with starry eyes. "Wonderful, you know how to use the undead like this. I almost want to bring you to my territory." Of course, Leon couldn't stand idly by if a talent in his ranks was about to be stolen. He bluntly refused. "No way, even if you are my sister, Diana." Diana, seeing her cute scheme fail, let go of Saren. Pretending indifference, she replied, "I was just joking, don't be so childishly serious." Pullen suddenly changed the subject. "Can Miss Varexia process all these lappies? Our house has no one who knows how to craft them, so we're suffering." Diana somewhat avoided the issue. She said it's not that they can't do it, but her house can't afford losses, so let's agree first. Leon, not understanding her meaning, asked again, "Agree. Does that involve money?" The mention of money turned his face pale, sweat poured down, and his facial muscles froze. Diana, seeing this, was frightened and clarified, "Come on, just between us, agree not to supply lappies to other territories. Even the rough stones look high quality, they'll likely sell well to the noblewomen." But when Leon made a bold suggestion, "Then why don't you handle them directly?" Before he could finish, Saren jumped in to defuse it. She bowed respectfully and proposed, "I think you should discuss that contract with me. First, I'd like to take a sample to negotiate the price and then talk further." Diana asked bewilderedly if that was acceptable. Then she turned to speak with Leon, who stood frozen like a statue. "You really chose the perfect chief minister, didn't you? Quick-witted and capable." "All right, do it. I don't want to take advantage of him either." At that point, Saren urgently turned to apologize to him. She said, "Sorry to trouble the head of the house. I'll accept punishment later." However, Leon did not blame her. He voiced his feelings. "No, it's for the family's benefit, right? I think it's fine." Saren tearfully thanked him. She exclaimed her gratitude. Pullen beside them then made a proposal. "Draft the contract after the work is done and decide on the transaction afterward." Diana propped her hand on her hip, confidently acting like a true lady proprietor. "I'll cover the processing costs, call it a service. How about that?" Saren smiled in return. She replied, "Thank you for your generosity." Seeing money, Leon behaved oddly. He spoke with a crooked mouth, "This is gold." The deal then proceeded smoothly and already covered part of the debt. Pullen, seeing the situation resolved, was moved to tears. He praised him. "We managed to raise about 20% of the loan from the lunatics. It's all thanks to you, Master." Marbas nearby winked proudly. "You say, of course, if you are my contracted one." But before he could finish boasting, a loud shout rang out. Walter flung the door open and reported bad news. "Sire, there's an emergency. The water dam near the north gate of House Marbas has collapsed. If it's not repaired quickly, the people could be swept away." The dam fell with a thud onto the table. Leon ground his teeth in rage and shouted, "Repairing the dam will definitely cost a lot of money, right?" The moment those words were heard, everyone in the room fell silent. Leon's face darkened. He ordered Pullen, "Contact the Adventurers Guild and tell them to assign us the highest-paying repair contract." The next day, before setting out with Helen and Marbas, Leon gave a promising farewell. "I am off. This time I'll return with more money, so wait for me." Pullen was the one who cried the loudest. He shouted and rushed forward. "Master, return safely. I'm sorry I can't go with you. A disloyal subject like me deserves to be beheaded." Marbas, annoyed by the spectacle, immediately kicked him in the face. "You're nagging. Shut up, steward. This trip is necessary if I want to gain more control over the undead. Focus on protecting the family." Hearing that, Pullen wailed even louder. Even Marbas's usually cheerful black crow was fed up and had to fly over to peck him. He complained that the steward always makes a fuss. Marbas helplessly intervened. "Fools are all the same." Walter, at the edge, helped Pullen up and scolded himself as he asked, "Are you sure you don't want me to come along?" "I know I can't help much," but Leon cut him off decisively. "Protect Pullen for me. This trip could take quite a while and requires at least a silver-rated adventurer of intermediate level or above. If you're not confident in your skills, don't accept the quest. The chance of death is high if you fail." The objective: eliminate Terrell, the mad corrupted Falskim, difficulty C+. Deep in the Impel Forest, find his secret laboratory in the abandoned corridor of the mages and eliminate him. If you want more details before accepting the quest, go to the Tower of Iramida Academy and meet researcher Ran. Ran tiredly asked the applicant if they were all right. "They won't die, will they?" Richel's voice sounded from behind. "Ran, what are you worried about?" Ran was also surprised by his appearance. She replied but hadn't finished when Richel changed the subject. "Ah, you sent that request to the Endless Guild, right?" Ran nodded and answered, "Yes, I sincerely hope someone capable will accept the quest this time. You noticed something odd and hesitated to ask her again. But you know, the head of the Endless Guild never recommends ordinary people, even if it's expensive. Hearing Rachel's gloomy tone, Rand sighed as well. She picked up the paper and said, I think so too, but the person accepting this mission is still too young. 14 years old perhaps. Hearing that number, Rachel jumped in surprise. He immediately focused on that person and asked, oh, what's his name? Rand replied, wait a moment. Then she skimmed down the list of names to search. As soon as she learned the identity, Rachel smirked. His name is Leon. So he's grown this much already. No matter how you look at it, this quest far exceeds the capability of someone with only a silver badge. And Raleigh, who is so strict, approved this mission. Meaning Rand, seeing his unusual demeanor, asked, you know him? He smiled and answered, of course. I know him very well. Rand turned back to focus on the quest and hesitated greatly. She asked Rachel's opinion, so what do you think? Should we cancel this mission? He took the paper from her hand and refused that earlier suggestion. Don't cancel, wait and see. Actually, he's far more trustworthy than ordinary adventurers. Rand, flustered, blurted, Rachel turned away and left one line, you'll see soon. He's not the type to sob and run away in fear. In another scene, Leon, Mass, and Helen were on their journey. Helen spoke. So you saved us on that mission. Leon replied, you could say that. Of course, cutting him off, Marbas expressed his view. If you count turning you into wraiths, that still counts as saving you, right? You signed the contract. Helen flusteredly waved her hands to object. No, we're truly grateful, really. At least to be able to live like this. As she said that, her voice choked. She clasped her hands over her chest, recalling past scenes, and said it was better than being imprisoned and forced to repeat soulless tasks. Even being a wraith that can see, hear, and touch the world is more than enough to make me happy. Of course, that's what my sister used to say. It would be nice to have a little more. But I thought, what if the master took notice of me? Helen said, but her hands were restless. She slowly stroked down from Leon's throat. She stared at Leon with a flushed face and adoring eyes. Marbas sneered in disgust. What are you saying, you little seductress? Getting someone like his contracted one to care about anyone would take hundreds of years. Those vacant eyes always. Look, his dead fish eyes are proof. As they say, talk has receipts. Even faced with Helen's tribal charms, Leon didn't waver at all. Helen felt awkward, smoothed her hair, and said softly, sadly, I can't argue with that. Leon remained cold as ever and said, I don't know what you're talking about regarding my eyes. But anyway, prepare to make camp. The sun is about to set. That evening, Leon sat by the campfire and talked with Marbas. Marbas began, now that I think about it, there's something I want to ask. He answered, go on. You're asking the question you've always wondered about. Do you have a reason? Leon didn't understand his meaning. He asked, a reason for what? Marbas continued the question he had left hanging. Why did you accept the request from Eremita Academy, the place with that cunning dragon? Leon closed his eyes and calmly explained, nothing much, they just paid well. Marbas didn't believe him and challenged him. Contracted one, you're lying. Don't forget, lying in front of a demon is pointless. Between you and me, only the truth is allowed to exist. Both fell silent for a moment. Then Leon spoke the truth from his heart. I saw my father in a dream. Marbas was surprised. You mean run? Leon confirmed, looking at the pendant in his hand. He recounted, you gave me those precious teachings and this pendant. You said I could meet him again when I needed to. I'm trying to restore the family, but I don't know what the next step is, what I should do. I'm not sure. So on the way to the magic tower to carry out this mission, I intended to ask. In Rand's study, Rachel suddenly sneezed as if someone had just mentioned him. Rand asked him, are you coming down with a cold? But Rachel only answered vaguely and laughed it off. I just sneezed. It's fine. Meanwhile, Leon continued his story. If I asked a dragon, a primal being of magic, about the kind of magic my father cast on me, surely it would know what I must do to meet him again. People say sneezing means someone's talking bad about you. Rachel believed that too. He sighed inwardly, thinking, is someone speaking ill of me behind my back? Returning to the conversation between Marbas and Leon, he licked his body and nodded in agreement with him. You're right, even as a demon, I don't know everything. Besides, I have many things I want to tell you. Leon was slightly surprised. You too, Marbas, about my father. Marbas gradually revealed things he had never told before. I've never spoken of that person, but Rune already knew your uncle would kill him, Marbas said in a low voice. I never mentioned it, but Run long ago knew that your uncle would be the one to cause his death. Even so, your father faced his fate with his head held high. Leon bowed his head slightly. Now he understood everything. He replied gently, I see, so my father must have foreseen his death. Marbas agreed with that assessment, you could say. Not that he truly believed such a tragic fate would come to pass. That made me want to know more about him. Why did he refuse to flee from death, and what did he try to protect? In his final moments beneath the executioner's blade, did he have any last wishes? Don't worry, contracted one, you will find all the answers when our journey ends. The power granted to you is more than enough to see the truth for yourself. Leon was silent for a long time, suddenly stunned. Marbas looked at him and nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, although they ultimately bore responsibility for Rune's death, the traitor Karchel and Sylvester's army were not strong enough to defeat him outright. His talent was only average. Still, he was the first to hear my voice for centuries. Leon's father did not deserve to fall to those scum. Rune of the Marbas clan, for what purpose did you welcome death with open arms? Did you find the thing your heart always longed for on the other side of the void? Leon and Marbas quickened their pace, and the two arrived at the ancient palace before them. Marbas eagerly began to introduce it, the main courtyard of the Aramida Academy of Mages. Leon immediately focused on the main matter. He said they needed to find the person who sent the quest request. Marbas complained wearily, "You have no information besides a name, no address." Leon answered while scanning the surroundings. "As I recall, the quest request listed only the name." A hand reached out, accompanied by an intervening voice. "Wait a moment, what are you doing here?" The apprentice looked at them warily. "I warn you, it's not that I mean disrespect, but this is not a place for a child to wander alone. I'm afraid you'll have to leave the tower immediately." In a corner, Richelle and Rand cheerfully beckoned. "Ah, this way. Young Master Leon." Leon recognized the two of them. Master Richelle, hearing that, he was startled and inwardly assessed, "Is this child a guest of the Tower Master?" But no matter how you looked at him, he was still just a child. Seeing the awkward situation, Richelle gently explained, "Young Master Leon is an honored guest of the Academy and should be treated with the highest respect. He came as a member of the Endless Guild to accept the quest we announced." The apprentice immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, Headmaster, I understand." He understood and gestured for Leon and Marbas to follow. Politely he said, "I apologize for the rudeness earlier. Young Master, allow me to escort you into the tower at once." Contrasting with Marbas's scowling gaze, Leon thanked him, "Many thanks." Marbas was extremely annoyed with him. "My commentary, arrogant criminals, all mortals. It's pathetic that she sees you as beneath her just because you're missing a certificate. Worse still is that we have to rely on that stupid bookworm as our credential." Of course, Lon overheard Marbas's words and, feeling awkward, immediately tried to salvage the situation. "I'll introduce you on the way. Young Master, this is Lon, a research associate affiliated with our mage tower." Lon smiled gently and spoke, "Hello. I must admit that at first I didn't expect a young mage like you to take on our task, but I felt much more reassured after Headmaster Richelle praised you without stop." While Lon spoke, the apprentice kept eavesdropping as he cast a spell to open the door. He thought to himself that surely she didn't expect a teenager that age to take an academy assignment. Headmaster Richelle praising someone, that's rare. Leon remembered the important matter he needed to address. He asked directly, reminding them to state what the mission actually was. Richelle laughed brightly at his unchanged frankness. He was as straightforward as ever. "I suggest we discuss this inside." Leon was offered tea. Without delay, Lon presented the request. "Now, before I begin explaining the mission details, there is one thing I must emphasize to you. It is extremely important." Hearing her speak so seriously, Leon became uneasy and curious. He wondered what it could be. Lon anxiously made a proposal. "I'm afraid, young Master Leon, we must change the mission's difficulty level." He was utterly surprised and asked again to confirm what. He sank back into a tangle of thoughts, but why? It seemed Master Marbas also knew nothing about this. "I suppose we should hear her out first." After a while of exchange between them, Leon stroked his chin and summarized the whole matter. "In conclusion, Lon, you submitted the quest to Endless with a lower difficulty than reality to reduce the request fee. Then, after lowering the fee, you planned to reveal the truth to whoever accepted the quest and lure them with extra pay that you could muster. Not only that, the target to be neutralized is a former member of Terrell Academy, a mage and alchemist of the Golden Sandfall." Lon's eyes filled with sorrow. She answered sadly, "Yes, sir, so I'll do everything to make amends, but it turned out no adventurer was capable of handling this task. And my finances remain as limited as ever. I beg your pardon." With that, Lon bowed in apology. Richelle smiled to relieve the tension. "But you can imagine, I'm not in a position to step in directly. I want my intervention to be the last resort. If it's truly necessary, Leon really can't fathom their motives." He probed, "But why tell me the whole scheme after the mission?" Headmaster Richelle could have stayed silent and simply paid the reward as planned. Lon immediately stammered, "Young Master, we cannot let you accept a mission with a falsified difficulty. My conscience won't allow it. And there's always the possibility we'll have to withdraw the request entirely. We came here to collect the offered fee and won't leave empty-handed." Leon snorted stiffly and gave two simple options. "Please, Lon, either the mission as stated or the debtor's dungeon awaits us." Richelle understood his meaning and shifted to show more concern for her. "Lon, if you're worried about having falsified the difficulty, I think young Master Leon would be willing to accept a reasonable additional reward. In return, he will do everything the mission requires." Leon promised firmly. "Yes, anything and everything. Increasing the difficulty doesn't faze me, as long as the reward is raised proportionally." At the mention of money, his eyes lit up, yet Lon still wouldn't trust it. She stood up to object. "But this isn't just about money. Young Master, you could be in danger. From what I've heard, you're a passionate teenager, only 14. And although I don't know the extent of your magical power, this mission may exceed the capabilities of a silver rank adventurer." Leon fired back at her. "Why would it be beyond my ability? Thinking of that person, Lon trembled and replied, because Terrell is a monstrous genius whose power increases at an alarming rate every day. To be honest, I bear some responsibility for his fall. I don't want to involve a young adventurer like you in something caused by me. Hearing this, Leon grasped the core point. He wondered something she caused herself. It seemed her concern for me was genuine, especially since my enemy is growing stronger at a terrifying pace. He then fell into deep thought for a long while, but in the end he still smiled confidently. Leon radiated magical pressure around him. Seemingly certain of victory, he gladly accepted. No problem, Lon, I'll take the mission. In the old palace, Lon collapsed into a chair, exhausted. Feeling baffled, I really can't understand who would dare ask for more money in this situation. Recalling Leon's confident words, that won't be a problem, Lon, I'll take the mission. She realized the Tower Master placed great trust in the young master. He must be another monster, just like that silver-haired one. Lon left the room and stepped out onto the balcony. She was sullen and closed her eyes. Lon remembered how she had anxiously inquired about Terrell's condition. He only said, Lon, don't worry, it's just a normal nosebleed, even though I don't have a gift like you. I still want to become a great alchemist, then people will see that talent isn't everything. Lon, I'm thankful to the heavens for meeting you. I wish time could stop for our love. Then you and I wouldn't have to endure these nightmares, be driven into the slums, beaten like criminals every day. Lon sank down in despair, muttering to herself, Terrell, what made you go mad like this? I don't understand. How could you leave me alone? Elsewhere, Leon was examining an apple in his hand, when Lon ran up breathlessly and exclaimed, I'm sorry, young master. Leon asked her curiously, Lon, what do you need? She pleaded earnestly, please, may I accompany you? He asked back what? Lon clenched her staff and explained, the abandoned mage hall is a hidden, secret place, so secret that even the keenest non-mage would have trouble finding it. With my support, you won't get lost. She looked confident and Marbas approved. He declared, I suspect she's not lying. My contracted one gazed into fate. I see her as an excellent scholar, and around her, I sense the strongest of human emotions. People like that are often the most resolute. At least she won't be the first to turn and flee. Hearing Marbas's suggestion, Leon agreed. He said, all right, you can join our group. But I have one condition, no matter where we go or what happens. About my identity. You must not say a single false word. Lon was slightly flustered by his cold stare, but she agreed to the condition. Of course I accept, she wondered to herself. What secret could he be hiding that requires such strict silence? All settled, Leon began to put the plan into motion. Then let's go immediately, we have a debt to repay. The sooner, the better. Otherwise, Carlene might insist on coming along with us. As Leon spoke, he tensely recalled Carlene's terrifying demeanor. In another dark corner, a desperate plea rang out. Please, I beg you, you can't leave me like this. Lon, all I wish for is for Terrell to suddenly awaken from his dream. He gasped and sat up, thinking ruefully to himself, I thought all mortal feelings within me had long since died. Yet it seems I still have a long way to go. He grabbed the syringe and plunged it into himself. Veins darkened into purple ridges, his eyes blazing with a gruesome red light. Then he angrily hurled the syringe to the ground. Terrell vowed to himself that the perfect pinnacle of the demon race awaited him ahead. He must win the Duke's favor and prove his true strength. If not, he would lose everything again. The ordinary would never suffice. I need more blood of demons to grow my power. Leon reached out and pushed aside the dense foliage that blocked the way ahead. Behind him, Lon quietly thought to herself, how strange. How does he find the right path every time without hesitation? The place was vast and overgrown, so that any stranger stepping in would immediately lose their way. She mumbled that perhaps his confidence had some basis. Suddenly, Leon called her name, Lon. Startled, she answered, yes, what's the matter? He waved it off. Nothing. You seem to be lost in deep thought. Seeing his scrutinizing eyes, Lon froze. She was stunned and thought, could he sense her examining gaze? Why did that make his look so cold? No, that's not it. This strange feeling wasn't coming from him. A silhouette leaped up from behind. Lon recognized it with alarm, and behind her Helen struck, causing the demon behind her to vanish. She exclaimed in shock, impossible. A spirit beast killed by a blunt weapon. According to research, only weapons with holy power affect them. Now Helen breathed a sigh of relief and greeted Lon, pleased to meet you. Leon eagerly stepped forward to introduce them. It seemed our effort to keep things secret hadn't lasted long. This is Helen, my companion, a devout priestess, and my immortal retainer. Lon's hands trembled on her staff. She said, I understand, she's immortal, which explains much, but I still want to ask directly for clarity. Young master, how can you command an immortal? Marbas sneered mockingly. The matter was obvious, yet she asked, ridiculous. Leon also spoke up, I'm sorry for keeping it from you. Lon, I am Leon von Marbas, the necromancer of the Marbas family. Lon immediately bowed respectfully. Please forgive me. Lord Marbas, I should have known better. Please pardon my previous disrespect. Leon was genial. You don't need to show me respect just because of a title, she thought in surprise. Thank you, Arden. You are very forgiving toward such a young noble. Then Leon's next sentence grew markedly serious. However, don't think I'll overlook any real insult to the Marbas family. Lan wanted to cry, forgiving, what a tyrant. What else could I expect from someone allied with demons? Hearing him for this mission was that the last mistake of my life. Marbas also countered her. Lan, right? Don't bore me with your fear, unlike my false contract, an extremely ruthless one. Great demon Marbas is a generous master. The demon Helen just spoke judgment, a tiny lion with a loud mouth. Too much. Marbas, furious, wanted to pounce on it. He barked, shut up, your peanut addiction has shrunk your mind to the size of a pea. The demon snapped back, better to be a pea than an arrogant cat, at least a pea is edible. Helen comforted her, Master Marbas is right, you don't need to worry. Even if they argue like street brawlers. They really won't hurt anyone, Lan replied at once, of course, but words and hearts differ. She was terrified. But I'm more afraid of you. Lian continued, more importantly, we followed the trail of the strongest magic in the area, and it seems the enemy is leading us into a trap. Lan bluntly asked, a trap, but the mana stream from the abandoned mage hall was barely noticeable. Hardly detectable, moreover Marbas denied it, you're wrong, see. The youth standing before you is the false contract I chose. For a necromancer worthy of the name Marbas, that's far too easy. Lan feared if that were true, his mana sense would be absurdly acute. Archmage Richelle had known this from the start. She asked, you mentioned a trap, may I ask how you concluded that? Lian quickly replied, first, they're luring us with a steady stream of mana. Perhaps their goal is to interrupt your speech, to stall by leading us the wrong way. It's unclear to what end. Lian continued his account. Of course, even though he had now become a demon-bound spirit. Terrell had once been an alchemist. Alchemy consumes less mana than magic, but requires careful prior preparation. So I suggest searching the area to find his true whereabouts. Still, it seems the target doesn't intend to let us find him easily. In that case, we won't just delay any longer. Our mission begins here. Lian cast a spell, and so did Helen the Dark Orb. She shouted, Lord Lian, you give the orders, don't hesitate on my account. Begin, the rest is up to you. Helen opened her eyes, and sneered threateningly. You mixed rabble dare bare their fangs before Lord Lian. You must be taught a lesson. She swung her control chain across the battlefield, dazzling all the wolves. She exclaimed with delight, one chain is more than enough. The Black Crow laughed loudly, you reply very well. I'll grow take care of the rest. The wolves were pierced through. He assessed the situation, half as many remaining as before. I'm impressed, the Black Crow answered. Crow always makes an impression, you haven't seen anything yet. You command well, now fall back. Lan stood at the rear as if sitting on a pile of coals. She thought in chaos, these undead are much stronger than I expected. Impossible. A mage only 14 years old could wield power like this. Lian made his move. The ground collapsed into a large pit. He brushed the dust off his coat and praised. Well done. Helen shyly said, I'll do anything for the young master. The Black Crow spoke. Crow is a loyal retainer, far beyond the useless cub who contributes nothing in battle. Marbas immediately retorted, shut up, I am the strategic brain of this entire operation. Lian commanded, keep moving. I have a feeling the enemy is luring us deeper. Through the mirror, Terrell saw everything. He exclaimed, Lan, how could this be? No, I guessed it, your time has come. This outcome was always predetermined. My fate lies in your hands, but make no mistake, you will not take my life easily. Not before I show you how wrong you were. Lan, now come here. My one and only love. Lian confirmed this was indeed the place. He looked around, evaluated the area, and spoke. The path had clearly been deliberately concealed to hinder our advance. Marbas added, I see ancient mechanisms, likely remnants of some sophisticated high alchemical device. Lan realized who was truly behind it. She revealed this could only have been his doing. Terrell. He was once a talented alchemist beyond doubt in our academy. Lian proposed, I think now is a good time to ask Lan. After all, what is your relationship with the alchemist Terrell? Hearing the question, she flinched. He pressed on. I have a feeling you two are more than mere colleagues. Lan sighed as the secret was exposed. She answered, I had a premonition I'd have to confess the truth. Marbas bluntly exposed her, if you don't mind, why did you insist on coming with us? Why do you know the target so intimately? And the fact that Terrell once studied at Eremita, almost every aspect of this mission is a mystery to us. In other words, you will tell the whole truth. Elf, especially since none of us know what dangers lie below. Lan could not refute. She replied, you speak reasonably. You have the right to know the truth behind this mission. She stood in the grand hall, revealing a startling truth. While we still have to walk this long corridor, I'll give you an abridged version of the events up to the end of the passage. You may be surprised to hear it, but he and I were once husband and wife. I met Terrell for the first time in the dark alleys of the slums. It had been a few years since I became an orphan because of the war and was kindly taken in by my master. Back then, Richelle stood beside me and asked, what's the matter? Opposite us, a gang was bullying a child. They barked, where's our pay for today? Do you think we're a joke? Richelle scoffed at the scene. He's quite an interesting child, she remarked. I saw no sign of fear or survival instinct. There wasn't even a single tear in his eyes. Perhaps he has some defect. Lan asked, distressed, can't we take him with us, master? But Richelle replied coldly, Lan, I think I detect a bit of compassion in your voice. Do you believe pity alone is enough to save all the wretches? She immediately bowed her head and said fearfully, no, master. Richelle affirmed firmly to her, exactly, which is why you must persuade me with reason. Put aside your pity and tell me why we should take the boy with us. just as I once had ample reasons to bring you into the academy. Lon agreed, perhaps he'll become a good bodyguard someday. Richelle leaned in and bluntly asked her, but right now there's little hope, isn't there? Lon hesitantly replied. He could be decent, which Richelle immediately rejected as baseless speculation. Lon tried to defend him, he's rather handsome too. Richelle, at a loss for words, looked at her. Is that all your argument? Hearing this, Lon stroked her chin thoughtfully and then spoke up. Suddenly an idea occurred to her. Lon hurriedly asked Richelle, Master, do you remember the book you gave me as a gift? Of course I remember, came the reply. The one you gave me for my birthday. Lon continued, anyone who has read it knows. The wisest philosopher in the kingdom once said, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Richelle had to laugh. You praise me, rarely does a proverb convince me, yet credit where it's due. Lon, you have done well persuading me. Richelle then approached the gang to intervene. Hey, could you hurry up a bit? Gentlemen, the boy will come with us and no one may harm him. The thug sneered disdainfully. Who are you to play hero? Listen, unless you want to get badly beaten. Richelle had nothing to fear from his threats. She replied calmly, tempting as that sounds, that won't happen today. You see, my companion here takes pity on your victim. The thug grew furious. He raised his fist and threatened, what's it to you? Mind your own business. You do-gooders never listen. I have something to help you wake up. Straight into your loud mouths. With that, the thug swung a punch at Richelle. You have truly angered me. It seems you need to be taught manners. I'm more than willing to help. Richelle's spellcasting struck terror into the thug. What just happened? This one is a mage. Wait a moment. Richelle smiled with a lady's charm and said, that's enough and I'll make sure you won't die. With a single touch from Richelle, the man collapsed. His brothers screamed in panic as he collapsed instantly. Hey, let's get out of here quickly. Richelle called to Lon, who was hiding. Come out, Lon, it's safe now. You sobbed inwardly, so this is how a father feels when his child abandons him. And for a stranger, too. Although Lon isn't my biological child still. Lon stepped in front of Terrell and asked, hey, what's your name? Why did they beat you? Terrell replied coldly, because I was weak and asked too many questions. Saving someone and yet being scrutinized, Lon retorted. Why should I do that? I have so many things I want to know. You should answer more than one question at a time. Terrell glared at her with contempt. Are you serious? Lon answered, of course I'm serious. Now let's go. She reached out her hand. Terrell was bewildered. Go where? Lon beamed a welcoming smile at him. Home, of course, Richelle interrupted immediately. Roll over. Haven't I told you not to call the academy home? In any case, you're very welcome here. Let us lead you to a better life elsewhere. Terrell took that warm hand. The three of them stood side by side. Lon expressed herself, and that was the beginning of the strange bond between Terrell and me. As they grew up, Lon complained irritably, do you never listen to me? This is where the dragon claw goes. Terrell argued back, no less stubborn. It's not the dragon tooth, is it? Despite their constant bickering, they became steadfast friends. Terrell teased, didn't Master ever teach you that these things have a proper order? That's why you'll never cook properly. Lon countered by pulling his hair. She retorted, but I could cook you until you're dead meat. Richelle saw this and smiled warmly. My goodness, you two argue like an old married couple. They fought while simultaneously denying it. Master, please take back that comment at once. Later, while confiding together, Lon asked him one question. Terrell, why is alchemy the only thing you care about? It isn't because you need the grades, is it? Terrell was silent for a moment, then answered, you have no idea how pathetic I was. She was surprised. What? Terrell revealed, the first day I met you, Lon. I realized something the moment Master Richelle stepped in to save me. Forgiveness, honor, they mean nothing when we all lie under the dominion of the stronger. I had no talent for swordsmanship or magic. That meant alchemy was the only path for me. There was no other way for me to prove myself. We supported each other's dreams as if they were our own. After that, Richelle herself foretold for the two of us. She cheerfully said, once in a rare while my foresight is correct. I had a premonition that you two would one day marry. Lon reminisced about this memory. We even promised to give each other our souls forever. At that, Terrell bashfully scratched his cheek and said, enough, Master, please stop teasing. Honestly, we were surprised too. She was almost unbelievable. As for Vu Pham, apart from his handsome appearance, he had nothing remarkable. He cheerfully added, I take that as a compliment. Lon immediately brushed it off. Cut it out. Richelle suddenly asked the two of them, in 3 months, right? I mean your wedding, but Terrell suddenly showed a strange expression. He confessed, yes, Master. We are very grateful to have the tower's blessing. Richelle agreed awkwardly. Of course, as long as you two are happy, I'm happy too. Terrell left behind a strangely sinister look. Richelle worriedly thought, strange goddess. I hope my instincts are wrong this time. Our moment of happiness won't last long. Terrell struck with slaughter, begging him. Terrell, please, Terrell, how could you do this? Tragedy struck almost immediately after we exchanged our vows. Lon sobbed in despair. What have you done? Terrell still smiled brightly as if nothing had happened. You're here, Lon, come here, let's celebrate together. You look the power you deserve to have, she shouted. Stop it. Terrell, don't you see how shattered you are? Go find Master Richel for help, it's not too late, we can go to him together. And Terrell interjected, my hidden beloved Lon. Then Terrell sprouted wings and horns, he cruelly warned, but it was already too late. Lon sadly recalled that horrific memory. She recounted how Terrell was ultimately consumed by his thirst for power, becoming a murderous demon who even turned on his own comrades. Needless to say, he had escaped long before I could capture him. And that was the premise that led to the mission I assigned you. Marbes confirmed as well, I had suspected as much. That also explains why the reward is higher than typical monster hunts. Our quarry is a demon with human intelligence and growth potential. Lon immediately agreed and affirmed, sir, that's why I set a higher than normal bounty. Right now, Terrell is still growing stronger. If we don't stop him now, there may be no chance left. Leon spoke up to comfort her, do not worry. I've located him. Marbes urged him, then hurry up. The stench of this demon offends even my nose. Lon quickly commanded, we depart at once. In another corner, Karen panicked to herself, but how could this be? This can't be. How did they do it? He pondered that this was a labyrinth of magic constructed to shelter him until he reached full power, a maze so complex it was nearly impenetrable. Yet they found a shortcut so quickly. He punched the wall and shouted it was absurd. Terrell heard Leon say, Lon, I found him. What was he so startled about? The mirror shattered. He wondered, is this the endless fear that's only now arrived? What am I to do? The three-belt lord warned from behind, run, contract bearer. The abyss is closing in, this is not an enemy you can defeat. Terrell thought in horror, a foe even the three-belt lord urges me to flee from. Never before have I chosen the coward's path in the face of countless enemies. Terrell, furious, wanted to prove his strength. You will see I am more than capable. Master, even if she is the woman I once vowed to love, I will not hesitate when it comes time to take a life. The three-belt lord intervened. You misunderstand me. Terrell asked in surprise what? The three-belt lord replied, that woman is not important. But what is approaching is an omen of inevitable death. A hand smashed the glass and caused an explosion before his eyes. Terrell gasped in astonishment. The defensive barrier has collapsed. Leon calmly began. I guessed I'd find you here. Allow me to make a guess. Terrell sneered. The alchemist has been corrupted, hasn't he? Terrell knew. At that moment, I felt deep in my soul that there was no choice but to flee. But he stubbornly said that just moments ago, my master had said that the death approaching was you. I began to understand the reason for his hesitation. A potent aura of death surrounds you. He poured himself into a desperate spell. Terrell calculated, a pure darkness as deep as an abyss, I cannot risk it. The next moment, a magic array shot straight toward Leon. Lon immediately rushed to assist. Lord Leon, evade now, I will cast a defensive spell. The Dark Mist is a high-tier common spell. A young mage like you likely cannot withstand it. She stepped forward and acted directly. Lord Fu Fang said, silence and get out of my way. The immature alchemist rolled over, stunned, exclaiming. Lord Marbes replied, looking straight ahead, my child. She goes from one surprise to another. The dark mist had already enveloped him. Leon's gaze was full of authority. Terrell remained stubbornly threatening. Do you think only your sight is affected? Your arrogance will get you a gruesome death. An explosion occurred and the clouds of mist spread. Leon simply said, I will ask you again, are you an alchemist? Are you the demon who has been corrupted? Aren't you Terrell? Terrell truly felt fear. He pondered a strategy. It was now too late to turn and flee. I had only one choice left, though it was indeed far too early. Terrell replied awkwardly, yes, I am Terrell, but who are you? Leon introduced himself with vigor. I am Leon von Marbes. I have come to take your life. Terrell frowned in anger. For someone young and inexperienced like you, I truly wonder how you gained such great power, as if you and I are alike. We both borrow strength from a higher existence to become the people we are now. Do you deny that? Seeing her husband erupting with dark chi, Lon hurriedly shouted to stop him. Terrell. At that moment, one of his eyes was pitch black, and a pair of demonic wings rose from his back. Terrell said awkwardly, Lon, if only you had come earlier, I would have been made whole one way or another. But Lon now showed obvious contempt for him. What use is gaining power through corruption? In the end, you only become the monster you once hated. Terrell immediately retorted, what about you? Lon, you brought along these glamorized mercenaries to hunt down the death of the man you once loved. If taking lives defines a monster, and if the thirst for power creates it, then you are also a hideous aberration, no different from me. Lon angrily cut him off. Stop spouting those twisted excuses. Terrell began to recount his horrific past. Twisted? What could be more twisted than a world that abandoned me because of my weakness? Tell me, what does an orphan child do amid the raging fires of war? Even if I was taken in by someone powerful, the weak still endure every humiliation in this strength-dominated world. Indeed, there's only one path for people like us to survive, and that is to attain absolute power at any cost. Then he swept his arm and launched sharp spears. The volley of spears aimed straight at Lon. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Fortunately, Leon had just created a protective barrier for her in time. He revealed the truth. I must oppose your doctrine. Yes, I did make a pact with a demon like you, but not merely for the naked calculus of power and domination. Terrell, somewhat stunned, exclaimed, what? Leon summoned a host of undead while explaining. As for me, for the people I want to protect. This pact with a demon is the smallest sacrifice I am willing to make. Marbas watched in admiration at Leon's ability, quite fitting for this once grand hall of mages. The number of undead he summoned at once was truly impressive. Each one an excellent specimen, I cannot deny it. His potential was staggeringly vast. Terrell stubbornly objected again, so what difference does that make? After all, what you desire is still power. Leon coldly explained in detail, it's worlds apart. Destroying and defiling everything in your path as you are doing. Only those who seize from others resort to such despicable methods. Terrell still snarled back, when all the otherworldly demons in existence are clawing at your back, I wonder if you'll keep that nobility. You seem not to realize that such lofty feelings are themselves the privilege of the strong. Leon remained calm and answered, how do you see me, a powerful young master? It was because of my weakness that I personally killed my father. I will not allow myself to regret that. I had no other choice. Can you say the same, the mage who was corrupted? You betrayed Lon and your former comrades of the Aramida Academy. Are you sure you will have no regrets for anything you've done? Then Leon cast a command and ordered the undead to charge at Terrell, startling him at first. But then he regained his composure, stamping his foot to gain momentum as he lunged at the undead. These feeble undead, you cannot kill me. At that moment, countless question marks filled Terrell's mind. What kind of demon would grant so much of its essence to a brat? He must be backed by at least a Grand Duke of the Demon Realm. But why would such a young man be able to offer anything to a great demon like that? Can you endure it? Terrell shouted, interrogating. Impossible. What did you sacrifice to the demon to gain this absurd power? A pact of that scale couldn't be made without a matching sacrifice. Answer me, mage, what are you? But Leon modestly replied, there's nothing so grandiose. I simply offered the only thing I had, my entire being. That was the only worthy price I could pay for that bargain. Terrell silently withdrew a vial of magical liquid, thinking to himself, just childish recklessness. I'll hold my defense and crush him in slow suffocation. Until he confessed the truth, Terrell smashed the vial. At that moment, someone else began to move. Helen suddenly lunged at his protective barrier, and she struck it hard, causing the shield to crack. Terrell watched in horror, a reinforced magical barrier broken by raw strength. How could that be possible? While he was confused and off guard, Leon timely shattered his shield. Then he delivered a fatal punch to his abdomen, causing Terrell's eyes to roll back, and he spat out a mouthful of strawberry syrup. Terrell decided to negotiate with the demon Luddy Cross. I cannot die like this. I will sacrifice 100 million lives. If that still isn't enough to be granted this power, then, but you interrupted him and insulted him. Don't presume you have the right to bark before me, you dog. Terrell froze for a moment. He looked at the shadow before him and realized this was not an ordinary great demon, but one of the supreme demons of hell. Marbas asked, a little surprised, you know me? Puppy? Terrell hurriedly knelt, feigning respect, and asked, of course, my lord, you are the great demon Marbas, so what could you gain from that arrogant brat? Marbas also explained to him that it was his lack of imagination that set the limit on the favor he received. Do you think the mere weight of a voluntary sacrifice from my pact maker would be sufficient to grant him such tremendous magical power? Terrell continued, curious. Then what else? Marbas then revealed the truth. No matter how much power I granted my pact maker, at this very moment he is only using his own innate magic. He heard this and gave a faint bitter laugh, then coldly cried out, absurd. How unfair is this? Countless lives I have sacrificed, only to reach the position I hold today. While you were simply lucky to be born with the natural talent you possess, granted all those undeserved favors. Fate is truly cruel. Lon looked toward Leon, her mind filled with panic. Did he really kill his own father? Thinking back, I have heard that rumor before. A young master made a pact with a demon to lead his domain to victory in the war for territory. The Marbas family, the legitimate heir of an abyssal noble line. A youth rumored to have traded his own heart for power. She couldn't help but ask, Lord Leon von Marbas, what have you done? At that moment, Marbas appeared behind Lon and reminded her to observe and savor rather than try to find answers. I'm sure our enemy still has something interesting to show. She frowned. What do you mean? Suddenly, an undead beast let out a violent roar. Helen clutched her head and covered her ears. What evil screaming is this? At this, the black figure pointed to the ceiling and said, Lord Leon, look up on the rafters. Terrell continued babbling in envy. You were born with everything while I had nothing like you. The favors that rightly belonged to you were denied to me, and now you will witness the power I gained by my own path. Then he summoned a monster out of nowhere. Leon looked up, slightly surprised, a chimera. Lon was puzzled. Where did he get that? More importantly, what does he intend to do with the creature? She suddenly realized something and shouted, no, don't let Terrell approach that chimera. But Terrell now said calmly, alas, it's too late. The chimera behind him gaped its massive jaws. Leon swiftly launched a volley of spears at them. There was a massive explosion, and through the choking smoke only pitiful cries rang out. Help me, it hurts so much. Faces layered beneath the chimera's skin kept wailing unjustly. Why me, not like this? Terrell then lectured them, silence. You should thank me for granting you strength through my body. Isn't that so? Lon staggered and then sank to the ground in horror. This is absurd. Terrell, why are you Terrell? This is blasphemy. Dark magic forbidden to be cast at the cost of a human life. Marbas continued, explaining that he was nurturing power with his own soul, amplifying authority through the pain and despair within, using countless dark arts. This is the vilest evil. Helen grew concerned as well. This would be a challenge. The black figure sternly warned everyone, this is no ordinary enemy. Our young master may struggle. We must all be on high alert. Terrell was supremely smug, as if victory were in his grasp. This battle is essentially decided, even if the Grand Duke ordered me to withdraw. I still dare to persist and prove he was wrong. You may beg for your lives, but it won't help. I will seize your souls, those even the Grand Duke honored, and absorb them into myself. Suddenly Terrell froze. He looked at his hands in bewilderment. My limbs are moving on their own. At that moment, Leon silently stepped forward and ordered the undead. You hear my command, fall back now. Terrell's body emitted a fierce light. He cried out with contempt, truly an arrogant child. As the beam of light surged toward Leon, an undead stepped in front of him and took the beam of light. Terrell aggressively unleashed more beams of light, shouting, what can these little undead do? I do not hide my desire for power. After all, that in itself is not a sin. Leon spoke gently. Leon spoke gently. Leon spoke gently. At that moment, the eye on the book flared brightly. The Black One realized the danger and shouted a warning. He intends to use his full power. Everyone stay away from the young master. Helen quickly grabbed Lon and pulled her back, startling her. What, Helen? Helen commanded, be silent. Either obey your master or die. Leon cast a large ritual circle behind him and began to render judgment. No one in this world has the right to take another's life without justice. Even the Marbas family, we guardians of the dead, do not have that right. Leon cast a large ritual circle behind him and began to render judgment. No one in this world has the right to take another's life without justice. Even the Marbas family, we guardians of the dead, do not have that right. Why are you so surprised? He's the young master. Who else but him could perform such miracles? Leon's chilling voice made Terrell flinch. There was no escape. Then the chimera suddenly snapped him into its mouth. Helen watched and cheered. See how powerful that was. She was extremely proud of Leon. He is the head of the family. Who else could pull off such feats? So impressed. Suddenly Leon frowned. Then he staggered forward. Lon worriedly rushed to steady him. Young master, are you all right? He replied, thank you very much, thank you. Marbas interjected scoldingly, what do you mean better? Oh, my pact maker, recklessly using mana like that was an unwise decision, and of course you never heeded my warnings, did you? Leon then explained, unlike the lives of the fallen, mana can be restored over time. If anything goes wrong, then I think I should be the one to ask you about it. She flinched and unconsciously recalled the past times beside Terrell, when he had not yet turned dark. But that beautiful image was being torn apart by the present truth. Sensing Lon's thoughts, Leon spoke earnestly. To be honest, my understanding of the emotions of love for someone is very fragile. Joy, sorrow, and all the heart's emotions are almost alien to me. Still, I understand that right now you must be enduring a great deal of pain. Even I can see that. Lon heard this and frowned, trying to hold back her tears. She sighed wearily. Terrell, why would I need a genius mage at my side? What drove you into such madness? And even if you are no stronger than anyone else, I still truly love you for who you are. At that moment, Marbas jumped onto Leon's shoulder and whispered, that's not a bad consolation. Pactmaker, he blinked and then nonchalantly said, consolation, I merely spoke the truth. The Black One, overcome with emotion, sobbed, young master, you made a woman cry. You truly are a gentleman. Helen also showed great admiration. Can he really say something like that? Seeing Leon lost in thought, Marbas asked, do you have anything more to say, Pactmaker? He bluntly asked Lon, so will slaying the chimera count toward our reward? Lon was a little surprised but laughed in reply. What? Probably, considering the terrible destruction it caused. Now I suggest we return before we get carried away chatting. A little while later, Leon had also returned to his castle. Upon seeing him, Pullen and Vanter hurriedly stood and saluted. Lord Leon von Marbas has returned. Welcome back. Young master, are you injured? Leon, rising from the table, replied, I'm fine. Vanter then reported, we received news of your latest mission even before you returned. We heard it was a challenge even for a veteran gold badge adventurer, and you completed it at 14, no, 15. Pullen sighed, uneasy. Still, the mission was too risky. Reports say you nearly exhausted all your mana at once. I dare not criticize your decision, but I'm truly worried about your health. Leon calmly reassured him. Thank you, Pullen, but that mission was easier than I expected. If there's anything to worry about, my concerns are of a different nature. He suddenly felt a chill and unemotionally revealed his feelings. It angered me, much like the incident where we met Elysia and Helen. I realized I was furious. As Leon finished, an awkward silence filled the room. Pullen then pulled a letter from his coat. Ah, I have other news for you. Indeed, the good news, an acceptance letter to the prestigious Alatin Academy. Our young master has reached the age to enroll. I'm moved to tears. The Alatin Academy is the Empire's foremost educational institution, where the continent's future heroes gather to train in both swordsmanship and magic. Leon recounted, my father once told me that Alatin would allow me to far surpass my current potential. He spoke then with hope, saying you possess a talent as vast as the stars in the sky, Leon, and though that talent will carry you far, that does not mean your place among the continent's elite is guaranteed. At Alatin Academy, you will meet peers, those who may match or even surpass you. You must become strong. My son, it pains me that I cannot be there to witness process and guide you to the end. Leon held the letter up and stared. A talent as vast as the stars, such a gift as mine and his. Indeed. To reassure Leon, Pullen advised, temporarily set aside the burden of ruling the domain and live your life fully at the academy. I, Pullen, will handle everything, so you need worry about nothing during that time. Marbas was a bit surprised. Alaton Academy, it's merely a playground for inexperienced young nobles who lack real-world experience. I see no reason my pact maker should waste time there. I mean, we should refuse this opportunity and not enroll. But Leon thought differently. He wants to accept the invitation, Marbas then clarified to him. Enroll in an academy, O Pact Maker. An academy is where learned scholars impart knowledge. And given that you are almost entirely lacking common sense in most situations, I truly don't think you're ready for book learning. But Leon still seemed eager to enroll. If you say so, I have a hunch that it's where I will meet a certain young master again. Moreover, I believe this is what my father wished. I have no intention of disappointing him or myself. Pullen beside him was pleased and said, excellent. With the top-tier education at the continent's leading academy and, hopefully, outstanding academic performance, it won't be long before you begin to restore the Marbas family's reputation. A voice rang out asking Leon once more, are you sure about this decision? Our paths will cross again, and I'm certain it will be soon. Seeing Nox zoning out in thought, the maid nearby curiously asked, are you worried? After all, it's the prestigious Alaton Academy you're about to attend. Nox rubbed his head tiredly and replied, not really, that's not the issue. He thought to himself, how was I to know I'd end up as the final parasite right from the start? It seems I can only do my best to get through everything. Though this body is only borrowed for a limited time, I still have the name Nox von Lienhaber to rely on. In other words, fake it until it becomes real, play the madman, and I'll become the greatest villain among the lunatics at the academy. Racing against time, he would fully perform the role of Nox von Lienhaber until the very end. The rickety carriage clattered to a stop in front of the magnificent Illidain Academy gate. The driver looked back at Adriel, eyebrow raised, and asked, you really planning to get off here? Adriel stepped down, lugging his bag. The driver muttered that he didn't look like a student of such a fancy school. Adriel's gaze stayed cold. The driver went on, saying his face did scream young master, but this place belonged to fat cat nobles. No real aristocrat would show up to school in a beat-up cart like this. He sighed, looking pityingly at the commoner, about to step into the lion's den. Adriel handed over the fare, but the driver waved him off and took only half. He said Adriel looked like he was having a hard time and advised him not to push himself too far. Don't mind me, so you're really a freshman at Illidain? The driver asked one last time. When Adriel nodded, the man decided to give him one last piece of hard-earned advice. Spill it, Adriel said, pausing ready to listen. The driver straightened his coat, preparing to tell him about the dark stuff behind the glitter. He revealed he'd been a student here once too, pointing at the faded badge on his chest. His counsel was, don't chase pipe dreams. Illidain is a place to grow, sure, but it's also a place that chews people up and spits them out. Adriel asked what he meant by loss. Exactly, the driver continued, talking about limits ordinary folks never get to touch. The elite will always draw a line and drag down anyone below it, never letting anyone cross. Images of proud noble silhouettes flashed in Adriel's mind, a cruel reminder of sharp discrimination. Adriel was silent for a moment, then asked, is the gap between nobles and commoners really unbridgeable? The driver piled on, saying everyone just has to accept they'll stay at the bottom forever. But Adriel mentioned the Sword Emperor, a common-born man who still climbed to the top. The driver froze when he heard the name Celsus. He called that man a monster, a genius so extraordinary no one dared meet his gaze. In the end, he just told Adriel to be careful, then drove off. Adriel watched the carriage fade away behind the trees. Marbas, who'd been quiet until now, finally poked his head out and said the driver talked way too much. He told Adriel he was born with more talent than he knew, though Adriel didn't look entirely convinced. He looked up at the towering spires and wondered why people longed for talent so much they'd suffer for it. If talent only brings despair to others, why not just give it up from the start? Marbas thought his master was overthinking and said, go face them head on and you'll find out. Adriel stepped into the courtyard and immediately felt the fierce competitive vibe of the upper crust. He noticed Nox von Reinhaver, a handsome white-haired student standing not far away. But something was off. The guy's aura had completely shifted, like a different entity was occupying him. Adriel narrowed his eyes, studying the white-haired man's cold expression closely. Suddenly, a loud voice rang from the steps, ordering all freshmen to assemble in the Great Hall immediately. The headmaster's welcome ceremony was about to start, and Adriel picked up his bag and merged into the crowd. Marbas said, whatever's coming up, just fight, no need to sweat it. The heavy footsteps of students thundered down the main hallways. The Great Hall grew noisy as the students filled in. A high, childlike voice piped up, hello everyone. On the raised platform, a white-haired little girl with a lollipop waved enthusiastically at everyone. The crowd below stared in confusion, whispering which brat had the nerve to climb up there. Marbas clicked his tongue, saying sometimes ignorance really is bliss. He warned Adriel that the girl was actually a monster, her mana enough to make even something like him shiver. A towering shadow of authority loomed behind Noah. Marbas noted that while her power didn't match Welland's, it was still terrifying. Snowflakes and an aura swirled around Noah, underscoring the presence of a great sorceress. Standing on the lectern, the girl announced in a firm voice that she was Noah von Trinity, the Academy's new headmistress. The freshmen started freaking out. No one could believe a kid who looked that young was one of the legendary four sages. Noah smiled, seeming to sympathize with the kids' confusion at their first meeting. But then her eyes flashed with lethal intent. Noah warned in a low voice that anyone who dared call her kid again would be toast. Now let's begin Eladane's entrance exam, Noah declared, surprising even Adriel. A male student below panicked, saying no one had mentioned any exam like this before. Noah ignored the complaints and strolled across the stage as if on a leisurely walk. Her small hands touched the wooden lectern, ready to activate something. She emphasized this test was to sift out and toss the Academy's trash talents away. Noah clenched her fist, a motion that showed absolute, unforgiving resolve. This is the new rule of the new headmistress. Her words radiated heavy pressure that shut everyone up. Marbas didn't care much, saying with the level of trash talent here Adriel would breeze through. He glanced toward a corner where someone stood somewhat apart. It was Knox von Reinhaver. The white-haired man stood out in the crowd with an extremely lavish, aristocratic. Marbas asked Adriel if he wasn't excited to see that pretty boy again. Adriel looked thoughtfully at Knox. He felt something very wrong was happening. Adriel's eyes glowed. He was trying to see through the other's disguise with that deep stare. Knox looked completely different from before. His usual proud aura had been replaced by a strange gloom. Adriel watched his back. The presence was clearly not that of a normal human. He realized the soul inside that body had been swapped, as if another entity was borrowing Knox's form to act. A sly smile touched Adriel's lips. He thought to himself, now this is getting interesting. Knox von Reinhaver watched Rian, wondering if someone had taken over his body. Rian just smiled slyly, as if things were finally getting interesting. Noah von Trinity cast a farewell spell, wishing the survivors a safe return. The rune circle flared beneath their feet, beginning a large-scale teleportation. Light enveloped Rian, pulling him out of the Academy Hall. In a blink, Rian found himself standing in the middle of a dense forest. He thought to himself, this wasn't some ordinary teleport, this was high-tier magic. Fulan had to admit, it seemed the whole island was crafted with magic. Looking around, the other contestants lay sprawled everywhere. The teleport was so intense that normal bodies couldn't handle it, causing mana dizziness. Seeing Rian was fully alert, Fulan had to nudge his master a bit. Rian knelt, touching the grass to sense the island's mana. Then he deliberately lay down to blend in with everyone else. Fulan spoke in a worried tone, wanting to give some sincere advice. The butler reminded his young master that however talented he was, he shouldn't stand out at first. No matter how promising a cub is, show it too early and the hyenas will tear it apart. Especially in a place as rotten and class-obsessed as Eladane. Rian remembered the coachman's words. No wonder this academy is worse behind the sheen than it looks. Dry footsteps cracked on the grass. Someone was still walking around like nothing happened. It was Knox von Reinhaver, the white-haired prodigy, standing firm amid the rolling mana sea. Rian narrowed his eyes, realizing this guy's skill was no joke. Knox glanced at Rian lying flat and felt a flicker of suspicion about his condition. A blinding light suddenly appeared in the distance. The burly proctor with the shaved head showed up, arms crossed, watching the new students. Rian closed his eyes and kept up the act, knowing he had to be more careful. Knox stepped closer, staring at Rian with a serious expression. To Knox, Rian looked like he was being eaten away by some demonic curse and slowly dying. Fulan marveled that the white-haired guy could read the complex energy on Rian so quickly. Rian asked to be sure, what kind of curse could scare the guy like that? Fulan explained it was an ancient, extremely complex demonic curse, not easy to identify. Knox vowed to keep a close eye on Rian throughout the exam. Rian opened one eye and sensed a familiar mana radiating near. The proctor slapped his palms together, creating a mana shock to wake everyone up. He took a deep breath in. A booming voice ordered all the kids to get up immediately. He shouted at the contestants, calling them useless for daring to sleep in front of the proctor. The students jolted up, clutching their ears from the loud shout. A few crawled to their feet, still clueless about what was going on. The proctor began announcing the first entrance exams requirements for the academy. He explained the island was crawling with mana beasts and the task was to hunt them and bring back the mana stones with the lowest concentrations. A puzzled contestant asked why they were supposed to find the weakest mana stones instead of the strongest. The proctor sighed wearily and patiently explained one more time. He told them that though they were just shrimp now, at least they needed talent to step into a Ladane academy. He said sensing mana the usual way was too simple. Anyone could do that. The obvious rule is the more energy a mana stone holds, the easier it is to detect from afar. So the test was the opposite. Find stones with extremely low mana, the ones that are hard to distinguish. He added a juicy tidbit. the top scorer would receive a reward from headmaster Noah von Trinity himself. Rian and Fulan knew full well this academy never asked for anything ordinary. He realized even the teleport earlier was part of the test of mana resistance. A well-designed exam, Rian had to admit. The proctor shouted, ordering everyone to form teams and allowing any tricks to achieve the goal. Amid the clamor to form teams, Knox von Reinhaver quietly walked off alone. He ignored all invitations, holding his ears because they were still ringing from the proctor's sonic boom shout. Rian scanned the area, thinking going solo for this test didn't seem very feasible. While he was mulling it over, Rian's eyes suddenly narrowed, alert. He sensed someone sneaking up right behind him. Rian spun around just as a piercing shout shattered the. In front of him sat a girl with long black hair, planted on the ground and looking a bit flustered. Rian murmured when he recognized her as the young lady Iana he'd met before. This was Iana von Shader, darling of the Shader family, one of the 3 most powerful dark houses. She nodded like she was chopping wood when she saw Rian speak to her. Mustering her courage, Iana hesitated and asked if Rian wanted to join her team. Seeing Iana's awkward reaction, Rian thought he'd guessed right about her. Rian rubbed his chin, wondering why a highborn lady would want to team up with him. Noticing his hesitation, Iana changed her tone and said if they teamed up she'd keep his secret safe. Rian froze, wondering exactly what earth-shattering secret she meant. Iana looked at Rian with a meaningful gaze, as if she'd seen through his true nature. She held out her hand, leaving both Rian and Fulan dumbfounded by the unexpected move. Marbas gawked in surprise. Look at that face of his. He turned to Rian to ask why the girl could see him and what their relationship was. The girl introduced herself as Iana von Shader. Rian immediately recognized her as the last descendant of one of the 3 great dark houses. Iana bowed to Marbas with extreme politeness, even calling him sir. She said she'd heard countless stories from her mother about the great demon from the age of myth. Flattered by the praise, Marbas beamed. Iana smiled back gratefully at the compliment. Rian kept his expression blank, wondering why he had to be teamed with Iana. Iana teased that his reaction was just too entertaining, which made Rian stare back dumbfounded. She explained it was hereditary in her family. Suddenly she blushed, embarrassed. The Shader line carries succubus blood. Iana claimed men usually cling to her and won't let go. Marbas added that it's the charm, the succubus clan's signature seductive power. A power that can numb reason and force total submission. But Rian felt nothing, just stared at her like, so what? Iana found it odd. Iana insisted she's skilled in dark magic too, and promised she wouldn't be dead weight for the team. Marbas scoffed that this guy has 0 interest in women, so a succubus showing up would be useless. Rian replied coldly that he'd only care if someone was interesting. Marbas grumbled about his master only caring about money, and Rian sheepishly accepted the criticism. Iana looked at Rian curiously after that strange answer. Rian nodded in agreement. Anyway, it was fine. He figured having someone reliable at his side was the best choice for now. Iana was a master of illusions, able to charm both people and monsters as easily as candy. Since both came from dark houses, Rian didn't have to hide his power from her much. Suddenly, Iana asked if Rian was close to that Reinhaver guy, since he kept staring at him. Rian denied it right away, saying he was only curious about Knox. Of course, Iana completely misunderstood, thinking Knox was Rian's type, and grinned suggestively. What a facepalm. She eagerly promised to support Rian wholeheartedly. He could only sigh at the embarrassing misunderstanding. Rian urged them to move on. The exam was still ahead. The 2 began moving deeper into the forest. Rian reminded himself not to use full power. He had to be careful. Soul summoning arts were hated by people. If a power lost for centuries suddenly returned, they would see it as a catastrophe and try to annihilate his house before it could grow strong. The surroundings were nothing but barren cliffs. The image of summoned skeletons flashed through his mind. Holding the spellbook, Rian sighed at having so many annoying things to worry about. Iana, seeing the monsters had been cleared, asked if Rian had been muttering to himself. He tucked the book away, said it was nothing, and urged her to continue. As they walked, Rian couldn't stop thinking about Knox. He wondered where that name was off to now. Knox was trudging along alone, refusing to team up with anyone. Rian thought he was overconfident, even though this exam wasn't easy. Blood splattered on the ground at someone's feet. Definitely a fight went down. Iana squealed with excitement when she found a purple mana stone. Rian's summoned monster gave a thumbs up. She asked Rian if that would be enough to pass the exam. For her, it was plenty. Rian studied the stone for a moment. Probably enough, he thought. The purple stone glittered in his palm. Rian explained few people can sense such weak mana, so using it to game the rules made sense. Rian froze silent for a beat. Iana, puzzled, quietly called Rian, "You okay?" She tilted her head, worried, wondering what might be bothering her companion. Rian waved it off, closed his eyes, and replied tersely to reassure her there was nothing major. He turned to remind her of something more important right now. Rian pointed toward the towering peak ahead, suggesting they head up there. He'd bet they'd find something interesting. But as he looked that way, he noticed something off. In another corner, Knox wore a sinister smile, his cold purple eyes fixed on a target. He swung his sword, carving a razor-sharp arc of teal magic that completely overwhelmed his opponent. A perfectly timed counter made the foe's attack disintegrate in an instant. Knox kept an unsettlingly calm expression. Rian watched from afar, silently confirming his hunch. This guy was totally different from before. He told himself this couldn't be the Nox von Reinhaver he once knew as metal clashed loudly across the mountainside. Nox lunged forward decisively, taunting the one facing him. He roared, "Take this," as magic exploded around him, hemming his opponent in. A cocky smile spread across Nox's face. He seemed to be savoring the fight. Behind Nox, gigantic clockwork magic circles shimmered, signaling a finishing blow. Nox's power erupted violently, generating such crushing pressure the cliffs trembled. He was unbelievably strong. Suddenly, Nox glanced toward where Rian hid and issued a chilling warning. "Get lost." Rian jumped stunned, feeling the murderous gaze aimed at him. "Where do you think you're going?" Nox moved like a gust of wind, leaving even the giant Paracelsus monster behind. That speed was terrifying. Marbas blurted out in alarm. It sensed something very wrong about that guy. Rian felt a massive surge of energy from that direction. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A night walker, Nox was displaying a level of power far beyond ordinary students. He sensed another monster and barreled straight into the chaos. His sword was bloody, radiating dense killing intent. Rian shuddered, thinking Nox seemed like a completely different person hiding behind a mask. Truly terrifying. A seductive smile appeared in the shadow of the cloak. Who on earth was this? The usual purple eyes now flared with a menacing golden hue. Rian wondered, "Nox, what are you hiding beneath that facade?" Nox von Reinhaver stood there with an expression colder than ice, delivering a blunt line. Pathetic. Truly the look of someone who'd utterly defeated the losers below him. Beside him, a girl gripped her skirt in fury, stammering to ask why he was even here. It seemed many were unwilling to accept Nox's victory. From a distance, Rian quietly observed the whole scene. He could clearly see the panic painting the faces of the other prodigies. Rian thought to himself that things were starting to feel strange. In his memory, this Nox had never been the type to step in and help anyone. Had he changed? Nox maintained a superior attitude, scolding the gathered group for being unable to handle even a single monster. His words hit everyone's pride. He turned to look at Penelope, his purple gaze so cold it seemed to pierce her. Anyone who met it shivered. Penelope finally snapped. She snapped back that Nox's words were cruel and merciless toward their classmates. She argued further that the Nightwalker was not something ordinary students like them could deal with. Its power far exceeded their current level. Watching from the sidelines, Rian had to admit she was right. In theory, the Academy Eladain should have been responsible for ensuring safety. Then Rian turned his back and walked away, his figure long against the white snow, his mind still running over what had just happened. But in reality, Rian's steps faltered when he realized a stark truth. He was certain that if Nox hadn't intervened in time, Eleanor would have died under that monster's fangs. Whether praise or blame, the result was still that he saved her. Returning to the conversation, Nox sneered and asked Penelope whether the enemy would go easy on them just because they were students. The battlefield made no allowances. Nox propped his chin and sighed in disappointment. He said he expected Princess Penelope to understand the harsh rules of this world better than anyone, a direct blow to her innocence. Penelope and Eleanor froze for a few seconds, stunned that this loser dared to lecture them so openly in broad daylight. Tension escalated as Penelope shouted, warning Nox not to humiliate her further. The magic around her began to surge violently. Nox paid no mind. He mocked that he had nothing to say to a dog of the Janos family. His arrogance truly crossed Janos' line. The students around them started whispering. Some couldn't believe Nox would openly challenge House Janos here. A major conflict seemed about to erupt. At that moment, a proctor appeared, landing with a powerful thud between the two sides. He shouted for the fighting among students to stop immediately. The burly, bearded proctor looked extremely irritable. He bellowed, calling the students a bunch of brats, silencing them all. With his arms crossed, he officially declared the entrance exam over. His arrival quenched any intent to fight among the youngsters. The proctor's gaze suddenly turned to astonishment when he looked at the item in Nox's hand. He broke into a cold sweat at what he saw. He stammered in disbelief. Someone actually brought back the black jewel. Nox's talent proved more formidable than the proctor had first imagined. Although surprised, the old man was somewhat annoyed by the white-haired boy's nonchalant face. Seeing Nox's indifferent expression made him want to erupt. Rian, standing beside him, raised a hand and asked about the official results of the exam. He wanted to know his ranking after his performance. The proctor cleared his throat and announced, "The top position of the entrance exam went to Nox von Reinhaver for successfully retrieving the black jewel. An indisputable, convincing victory." Meanwhile, Iana stood nearby, happily clasping her hands to congratulate him. Everyone who brought back a purple jewel all tied for second place. A rather surprising result for the other prodigies. Penelope still wondered aloud whether the Nightwalker's attack earlier had been part of the exam setup. If so, it would have been far too dangerous. The proctor stroked his beard thoughtfully and said the incident was still under investigation. He admitted that even with earlier intervention, the damage had already been done. Sometimes things lie beyond control. As for the student Alina, she would receive a separate compensation for what she endured. It wouldn't fully make up for it, but it was the Academy's way of offering some solace. When the proctor moved to give Knox a special award for saving a classmate, Knox merely turned his back coldly and declared he didn't need it. Truly a hard young man who cared nothing for hollow honors. Rian stood silently watching Knox's figure recede. Something in the air had shifted, signaling larger events to come. Suddenly Marba spoke up. That boy, it stared at Knox with soul-piercing eyes, as if it had recognized something extremely important. Marbas observed that Knox was now a completely different person than before. It likened it to his soul having been swapped, an essential change, not merely a shift in temperament. More specifically, something that had been missing before was now filled by a strange power. The image of red liquid pouring into a glass hinted at a terrifying completion of spiritual strength. The black cat flashed a sly grin, thinking that they'd meet again soon. A fated confrontation awaited ahead. Cut to the Academy's Commerce District No. 4, bustling with shops and students. The atmosphere was far more ordinary than the tension of the exam. Rian was now inspecting a vial of magic potion. He muttered that the quality here seemed better than elsewhere. It looked like he was shopping for alchemy supplies. Holding 2 bottles, Rian compared prices for a while before deciding on the cheaper one. Even a prodigy knows to be frugal at the market. Marbas on his shoulder seemed to agree. As he walked, he complained that alchemy was much harder than he imagined, especially those troublesome group projects where he couldn't do everything himself. He recalled Iana excited to help while another youth grumbled about having to team up with those blasted nobles. Teamwork was truly a torment for Rian. Looking back at the sparkling vial in his hand, Rian clicked his tongue and admitted that despite everyone's quirks, at least his teammates were genuinely capable. It was some consolation. Knox, now disguised with black hair, was mocked sharply by the fat cat Marbas. "You really have a strong personality, don't you?" He blinked, asking what it meant, but the lazy cat only replied mysteriously nothing. Knox thought privately that his mind-pierce skill had worked on a few people, which relieved him somewhat. Among the sly types around, he knew he could never let his guard down. He picked up a green potion from the stall and began to inspect its ingredients carefully. Shopping in this market definitely required a discerning eye. He conceded that Marbas had a point, but choosing ingredients had never been simple for someone knowledgeable like him. Knox's green eyes in disguise narrowed as he focused on every tiny detail of the magical items on display. Caution remained paramount. Knox noted that even among similar artifacts or toxins, quality varied greatly. Some were worthless trash, while others were genuine masterpieces if you knew how to see them. Knox sighed softly, inwardly lamenting that if he had a bit more money things would be different. Shopping on a tight budget was a grueling challenge. He told himself to persevere a little longer. After all, Saren was giving his all, and he couldn't give up halfway just because of material shortages. Suddenly, a shrill voice cut through his thoughts. The shopkeeper, scowling, barked, "Damn it, have you finished choosing or not?" He seemed completely out of patience. The shopkeeper unleashed a stream of insults, saying he'd been watching Knox and if he wasn't going to buy anything, he should get out. He grumbled that Knox's dawdling was wasting other customers' time. Knox remained calm, replying that he was merely trying to be a smart consumer. The remark poured fuel on the fire, making the shopkeeper even angrier, convinced Knox was mocking him. The man promptly kicked Knox out, muttering curses that Eladane's standards had fallen to the point of admitting people like him. Knox walked away silently under a rain of abuse. The apothecary added a sneer, calling Knox a beggar and showing utter contempt that a wretch would dare enter his area. He had truly crossed a line. Beneath Knox's feet, a surge of deep purple mana welled up, casting a deadly chill across the ground. The patience of a necromancer had finally run out. Knox lifted his face, his eyes now burned with an eerie blue light. Marbas beside him also began to sense the fury erupting from his master at the word beggar. Huge dry skeletons suddenly rose from the void, encircling the scene. Knox said coldly, "My family may be poor, but call me a beggar and I'm afraid I can't let that pass." Standing amid the purple malignant aura, Knox asserted he wouldn't let this slide. Marbas cried out in alarm, not understanding what his contractor intended to do next. The fat cat Marbas went pale and yelled, asking if he really intended to kill someone right here. It knew that once Knox lost control, the consequences would be horrific. The shopkeeper trembled when he saw a giant skeletal hand hovering above him. Marbas silently prayed the man would find a way to retreat before Knox struck for real. The shopkeeper tried to sound tough, though his voice cracked with fear, hurling madmen at Knox and asking if he knew what he was doing. He couldn't believe a student would act here in a crowded market. Knox stepped forward with a cold face beneath his hood and quietly ordered, "Step back." The pressure emanating from him made everyone nearby feel suffocated. The hood fell, revealing silver-white hair and violet eyes blazing, the true features of a Rheinhaver royal. Knox said coldly, "Leave immediately unless you want to die." The shopkeeper roared in anger mixed with panic, asking if Knox knew who he was to dare act so outrageously. He clearly had not yet realized whom he'd provoked. He suddenly froze, pupils contracting as he took in Knox's hair and eye color. A chill ran down his spine as he recognized the horrifying truth behind the disguise. Knox tilted his head slightly and asked sarcastically, "Do I really need to explain who I am?" A question to which every noble in the circles already knew the answer. Among the threatening skeletal warriors, Knox muttered that they'd met a bit earlier than he expected, a rather unlucky coincidence for the arrogant shopkeeper. The name Knox von Reinhaver surfaced as an unmistakable confirmation of his identity. The Summoner family's monster had officially revealed itself, sowing terror throughout the market. The white-haired, violet-eyed boy looked pretty cool. He retorted by asking again if he really needed to explain who he was. It turned out Knox von Reinhaver was standing there with his legion of summoned skeletons. Knox and the black cat crow had arrived a little earlier than expected. The red-clad uncle trembled at the sight of the white hair and violet eyes, immediately sensing something was wrong. He guessed at once that this was someone from House Reinhaver, the new student everyone had been talking about. The white-haired boy coldly said he didn't like repeating himself, forcing the uncle to bow and apologize profusely for not recognizing him earlier because of the cloak. A threatening violet flash lit his eyes, and he drove the uncle off even while pretending to be magnanimous. The uncle ran for his life, leaving the boy standing watching with a disdainful look. The boy reached out, beginning to gather violet magic around his fingers. Knox stared straight at his opponent, asserting that he was the one who needed to do the talking here. Close up on the skulls of the skeletal troops, waiting for Knox's command. Two skeletons stood tall in the street, ready for a fierce clash. The white-haired boy suddenly lunged forward with extreme speed. He grabbed the head of one skeleton cleanly. Then he slammed it hard into the ground, sneering at Knox as if to ask whether black magic was his way of starting a conversation. Knox and the boy faced each other amid the skeletal troops. The air was taut with tension. Knox realized the boy was using magic below the legal age, a prohibited act in this empire. Elsewhere, a mysterious man played chess, hinting that the crown disliked those who awakened too early because they were hard to control. The skeletal troops dissolved. Knox thanked the boy for stopping before things went too far. The white-haired boy acted indifferent, telling Knox to take what he needed and be gone if he understood. He tossed a pouch of coins to Knox, saying to take it if he was short on funds. Knox took the heavy pouch, a little surprised by the gesture. Crow the cat taunted that Knox hadn't sold his soul to it, but apparently to gold. Knox wondered why this person was helping him and insisted he wasn't going to feel indebted. The boy waved his hand as if the small change meant nothing, but admitted he had his own goal. He stared at Knox with a sharp gaze. Then he pointed out the sigil on Knox's hand, realizing he'd used Marbaz's summoning art to form a contract. Crow found it strange because, as it knew, Marbaz's power had never been passed to anyone outside the clan. Knox gripped the pouch, pondering the other's words. The boy walked away, concluding this was neither help nor charity. Knox looked at the gleaming gold and realized it was actually hush money. The white-haired boy flipped a coin, asserting he could sense the necromantic control power radiating from Knox. Knox clenched his fist, declaring the negotiation over. The boy also raised his hand to brace himself, preparing for a real fight. Knox unleashed a burst of blazing violet magic around him, demanding to know how the other knew his family's secret. A massive magical explosion detonated, engulfing an area of space. The boy noticed the street warping and immediately guessed it was a barrier-type magic. Nearby residents began to panic and scream as magic erupted in the middle of the street. The white-haired boy drew a short sword, warning people to stay back or die. Knox, standing amid the violet magic, began to take an interest in the boy's abilities. Crow the cat laughed triumphantly, eager to finish the fight immediately. Knox took the violet flame in his hand and said that if they wanted to negotiate, they should bring something of equivalent value, not money. Knox crushed the violet flame in his palm, coldly saying that earning gold wasn't hard if one was willing to work for it. He sneered challengingly and asked back what more valuable thing the other proposed to offer in exchange. The white-haired boy pointed at Knox, warning that the future of his entire family was teetering on the brink of danger. He looked at Knox with steady resolve, asserting that Knox had nothing more valuable now than his own life. Knox returned his gaze with a sharp look, mocking that the boy spoke as if he knew everything about him. In the quiet street, the white-haired boy began to speak of Lion von Marbaz, one of the three great dark houses that once wielded immense power, now only a memory. Knox bristled at the mention of the word past. He disliked those who romanticized lost golden ages. The white-haired boy produced a skull-shaped gem, claiming Knox's house had actually decayed and advising him to accept the gold to salvage the situation. Shards of magic scattered as a warning. If Knox wasn't strong enough to shoulder things now, his family was finished. Close up on the stranger's mysteriously blazing violet eyes, he seemed to still have an ace up his sleeve. He asserted confidently that with his current skill, Knox had no chance of defeating him in a real fight. Nox stood silent in the veil of magic smoke and finally admitted the other knew far too much about him. Holding the gold coin, Nox told himself his present strength still wasn't enough to finish this guy off immediately. Nox wondered how a stranger had acquired Marbaz's power, but the boy replied tersely that it was due to luck. Observing the other's calm expression, Nox realized he wasn't lying and decided to provisionally accept that explanation. The white-haired boy was slightly surprised Nox didn't press further. Nox saw no reason to force the issue now. He turned and walked away, promising to meet again and leaving an ambiguous vow about both their powers. Nox watched him go with a mysterious smile, hoping the other would grow stronger, or else Nox himself would send him off sooner. Hearing that threat, the white-haired boy only chuckled and promised he'd remember the charming warning. Then he paused for a moment, as if there was still something important he wanted to tell Nox before leaving. Unexpectedly, he thanked Nox for what he'd done before, leaving Nox momentarily puzzled about what past event he referred to. The white-haired boy suddenly recalled something, his face showing a flicker of awkwardness as he faced Nox. Close up on his pressed lips as he prepared to offer a proper farewell after their encounter. A faint smile appeared on his face, dissolving the tense atmosphere between them. He said it was finally an opportunity to properly thank him, then bade farewell and promised to see Nox again another time. Nox stood silently watching the boy's figure disappear among the crowded horse-drawn carts on the street. Crow the cat appeared on Nox's shoulder. The two looked after the departing stranger with pensive expressions. The white-haired boy walked into the sunset thinking that Nox had changed completely, no longer the weak person he once knew. Crow remarked that Nox's power had increased by dozens of times compared to before, making things far more interesting than ever. An image of the symbol between angel and demon appeared, raising a major question about the true nature hidden within Nox. Nox smiled dangerously, his eyes flashing with excitement at finding a mysterious target to explore. Sidis Hall dormitory for nobles at Illidain Academy. It looked splendid from the outside, but inside a young master was working himself to exhaustion. Nox sat dazed on the bed while Leon bounced around energetically. He'd barely started school and already looked plainly exhausted. Staring at the pile of course registration forms, Nox could only sigh. He hadn't expected human world bureaucracy to be this troublesome. Nox muttered his complaints, wishing things could be a bit simpler. Leon beside him nodded as if he completely understood. Crow also manifested to join in, insisting it didn't want to be locked in this room forever. Truly a bunch of playful spirits and summoned beasts. Nox looked at his subordinates and reminded himself he couldn't become a burden to the family. After all, he was the heir. Suddenly, a nun appeared with a gentle smile, praising Nox as the exemplary master. But on closer inspection, that smile seemed slightly off, as if plotting something. Walter stood beside him looking worried. The butler seemed still unsettled about his own status. Walter hesitantly reminded them he was a beast person, fearing his presence might harm his master's reputation. Nox immediately brushed it off, asserting the academy's rules didn't ban beast people. He was decisive in defending his subordinates. Though he said he didn't care about others' stares, Walter's hands still fidgeted nervously. To reassure his subordinate, Nox prepared to put on Walter a special item that Pullen had painstakingly prepared. Close up on the radiant red gem, which seemed to emanate a mysterious magical power at a glance. Nox held up the necklace, assuring him everything would be fine. It was a talisman to boost Walter's confidence. Walter's red eyes shone with emotion. Perhaps this was the first time he'd felt truly valued. Walter bowed his head and vowed to serve the young master with all his heart. His earnestness was genuinely admirable. Leon merely sneered at the sentimentality, while Nox began to sense the first signs of incoming trouble. Cut to the headmaster's office, Nox's friend examined a map with an extremely tense expression. The news did not look good. It turned out the family domain was drowning in debt after failed harvests. Truly a string of misfortunes. Back in the present, Nox realized he had to keep grinding to salvage the situation. Leave it to me, he told Crow. Nox looked at Crow with a trusting gaze, saying there was an extremely important mission only it could shoulder. Crow shivered at the thought. It was certainly not something pleasant. This master was notorious for schemes. And boom, the mission was to attend school in Nox's stead. Crow was so shocked it froze, speechless. It flailed and protested vehemently. What the hell is the master saying? It was a spectacular deception. Nox ignored the resistance, reminding them of the upcoming surprise tests in the magic and combat departments. Walter listened intently to the orders. Leon laughed with glee and finalized the plan. You two will attend classes and take exams in my name. 2 birds with 1 stone. While Crow still hesitated, Leon delivered the killer blow, promising 6 whole bags of peanuts if the mission succeeded. At the mention of peanuts, Crow's attitude shifted immediately. All right, I'll do it. There's really nothing food can't solve. Walter still fretted over the young master's reputation in case they disastrously failed the exams. Worrying too far ahead is a burden. Leon casually tossed Walter Nox's latest test results. Just look at this and you'll see why you have to take his place. Walter stared silently at the glaring red number on the paper, 15. He couldn't believe his eyes. Knox tried to save face by claiming the scale was out of 20, but Walter flatly confirmed it was out of 100. That stung. Leon piled on, saying Walter might have a chance if he took the test, but letting Knox go would be a guaranteed fail. Knox curled up in a corner from embarrassment while Leon kept taunting without missing a beat. Even a genius has humiliating moments. Walter looked at his master with pity. Now he understood why he had to shoulder the responsibility of studying in his stead. In another scene, Knox recalled Pullen's advice about accepting difficult challenges to be worthy of the housemaster. A middle-aged man standing nearby looked rather surprised. He took out a mission request and his eyes sharpened noticeably. It seemed Knox had found a new target. It was an A+ mission: escort the Tishel caravan through lands riddled with danger. Leon warned this was beyond the law's reach and not to be taken lightly. Are you sure you really want to do this? Knox said one word: reward. Those two words filled his mind. With a fee of 10 million gold, Knox's eyes gleamed as if he saw a mountain of gold. Who in their right mind wouldn't take such a deal? Leon looked at his master with contempt, saying the reward was nothing compared to how crazy Knox was. Everything rewound a few days to, when the plan was just ideas sprouting in his head. Knox stood before the bulletin board. At last, the academy had agreed to let him accept requests from cadets. After days of waiting, Eladane's mission system finally opened. The badge shone brightly, representing the challenges cadets must overcome to gain practical experience. This was an imperial system designed to give students real combat experience instead of mere theory. Though the pay couldn't match professional guilds, for students it was a lucrative source of income. For someone broke like Knox, this pile of missions was a timely lifeline. Leon mocked Knox as the type who only remembered gods in times of trouble, but Knox snapped back fiercely. Seeing his master begin to speak blasphemously, Leon could only shake his head and advise him to keep his mouth shut. Suddenly, Knox's gaze froze when he saw a special request freshly posted. The mission was to escort the Tishel caravan across the lawless Avalart to reach the capital. Seeing the A+ difficulty, even Leon doubted Knox's sanity. The road ahead led into wastelands where human life was worth less than weeds. Witnessing the hard labor and poverty of the workers, Knox grew even more determined to pull off this million-gold job. In the office, Noah Von Trinity and his associates were studying maps of the perilous upcoming journey. For the goal of restoring his house, Knox was willing to face death as long as he brought back the needed gold. Cut to Flora, the red-haired girl carrying a heavy burden of worry. Sir Jade knelt before her, pledging to be the strongest shield for this journey. He vowed that even if he had to give his life, he would bring Flora to safety. Flora looked at Jade with a puzzled expression. She couldn't understand why he was loyal to such a blind degree. Jade rose with great presence, his silhouette stretching across the ground as a testament to his strength. Hand on his sword, he reiterated that a knight's sacred duty is to serve and protect his liege. Flora fell silent at Jade's determination, though unseen fears still weighed on her heart. Even if death is near, I will never turn my back on you, Jade proclaimed boldly. His eyes blazed with resolve, a steely determination that nothing could shake before the life-or-death journey. The journey began crossing bare rocky ranges. The wooden wheels clattered along the dusty dirt road. A solitary carriage trudged forward through the wasteland. Inside the carriage, Walter began to feel uneasy about this mission. He wondered why a single escort job paid 10 million gold. A ridiculously large sum. Helen agreed, since the Tishel caravan's name wasn't on any list of renowned wealthy guilds. More money just meant proportionally more risk. Knox nodded. This oddness was why the quest still sat on the notice board with no one daring to take it. But compared to the pile of debt collector letters from the crazies back home, he found this job laughably simple. Still, Knox warned the group to stay alert because this money smelled off. Helen informed Lyon that they were approaching the rendezvous point. Before them stood the sturdy gate of Eastern Avalat. The group moved deeper into the town, with rows of wooden houses packed close together. The carriage finally came to a stop at the meeting point. Helen quickly jumped down first, leading Knox and Walter. Knox glanced around, his golden eyes beginning to survey the new surroundings. Walter warned him to be extremely careful upon stepping here, for Avalat was a lawless land where anything could happen. It turned out this was Walter's homeland. He knew the place better than anyone, and felt it always gave off an indescribable unease. Knox asked if that was why he personally came to guide them. Walter confirmed and urged the group to act cautiously, because they needed to return to the academy soon. As they walked deeper into the camp, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. A sword suddenly swung out to block their path. A strange knight appeared, growlingly asking their purpose for being here. His arrogant attitude infuriated Helen. Her eyes flashed with fury. She scolded the knight to his face for daring to speak to his employer in that tone. Knox signaled Helen to calm down, then produced the quest paper and introduced himself as Lion von Marbas. The knight sheathed his sword after confirming the guests' identities. He coldly lifted the tent flap, signaling them to enter and meet the master. Knox quietly watched his every step from behind. With his sight power, he noticed a black-purple aura of death surrounding the knight. He was actually dying. He stepped inside and received a warm welcome. The red-haired girl introduced herself as Flora, master of the Tishel caravan and the quest issuer. Knox maintained his false identity, calling himself Lion, head of the Marbas family. Flora was startled when she heard the Marbas name. The family had just achieved great deeds in the Sylvester Territorial War. Knox nodded confirmation, making her breathe a relieved sigh as if a burden had lifted. Flora silently felt lucky that she had sent the request to the academy and invited someone of such stature. She said if some untrustworthy person took the job, the consequences would be unforeseeable. Then she introduced Jade as the escort knight, who had loyally protected her since her father's time. When Knox asked about her father, Flora's eyes suddenly grew sad. She said he had just died after being attacked by monstrous beings disguised as humans, her hand gripping at her skirt. Jade abruptly interrupted, saying it was best to stop talking about her father here because Flora had not yet healed from the pain. Knox understood and asked to move on to a detailed explanation of the mission. Jade invited everyone to sit at the table to begin discussing the escort work. He said the Tishel caravan had been under repeated attacks by an unidentified group of monstrous beings. The worrying thing was that their motive was unclear. No one knew why they targeted the caravan. Jade asserted that those monsters only wanted to torment them and were gradually tightening the encirclement around the camp. He lifted the tent flap and led Knox outside to witness the aftermath of the attacks. Jade said in a low voice that this was the tragic reality they faced. Everywhere, guards and merchants were wounded, their bodies wrapped in bandages. Knox watched silently as he began to piece together the unusual details in his mind. He rechecked the name of the knight standing before him, Jade. Knox reiterated the key point. The reason for these attacks remained a complete mystery. Flora also confirmed that, her face showing obvious fatigue and worry. Suddenly, Knox requested a private word with Jade to clarify some things he was curious about. Flora hesitated slightly but agreed, while Jade looked fairly surprised by the request. Knox led Jade to a secluded corner and began casting a special kind of magic. A magic circle appeared on his hand, emitting a mysterious purple light. It was the Dark Silence, a spell capable of completely blocking sound both inside and outside the barrier. Knox added that he had also raised a shield to prevent others from seeing them. That meant Knox wanted a secret conversation known only to the two of them. Knox's eyes suddenly flared as he directly asked Jade when he had begun deceiving Miss Flora. Jade's face changed. He shouted that Knox was spouting baseless nonsense. He arrogantly insisted he was the closest and most loyal protector of Flora for many years. He countered by asking that since they had only met today, how could Knox suspect him so quickly? Knox refused to argue and decided to pose a more fundamental question to unmask him. With his golden eyes blazing with authority, Knox growled, "Tell me, when did you stop being human?" Jade froze, cold sweat beginning to run down his face as his most repulsive secret was exposed. Knox glared at Jade until his face burned, his golden eyes full of pressure. He demanded the man reveal the whole truth. Jade broke out in a sweat, his face drained of color. Knox fired the decisive question straight away. "When did you stop being human?" Knox coldly added, "You should have been dead and rotten long ago." Jade stood stunned, a vengeful ghost beginning to manifest behind him. Knox asserted that death had long since come for him, but an overpowering will had clung to his soul. A red demonic aura flared around Jade. Knox said that the nauseating stench of possession was what kept the man alive in this world. Jade was stunned, stammering in disbelief at what he had just heard. He hadn't expected his long-hidden secret to be exposed so easily. The knight stood dazed, wondering if he had truly been dead since that fateful day. Inside the barrier, Knox casually admitted that reading others' thoughts wasn't very ethical but was extremely effective. Lion was casting the spell Mind Pierce. It's a dark magic technique used to strip the emotions and memories from those with weak minds. This technique is extremely difficult to use, but at Knox's level it was just a warm-up. Lion completed the task easily without much effort. Knox listed a string of Jade's negative emotions: anxiety, emptiness, resignation. He asked if the man knew why he was still alive until now. Jade clutched his sleeve, trembling as he asked again to be sure if he had truly died. Knox nodded, confirming without a miss. Jade gave a bitter laugh, his gaze still resolute. He declared that his mission now was solely to see the Tishel merchants safely to their destination. Knox extended a hand, coldly saying that whether Jade wanted it or not, he would be dealt with right here. Jade flinched, panic clear in his eyes at Knox's decisive resolve. He only wanted to protect Flora at all costs. The knight pleaded desperately. He knew he was asking too much, but still begged Knox to show mercy one last time. Jade clutched his chest, imploring Knox to let him live a little longer, at least until he delivered the caravan safely to the Empire. The image of the beautiful Miss Flora appeared in his mind. Jade said that after fulfilling his vow to protect her, he would accept whatever fate Nox chose for him. Jade's hand rested on his sword hilt. He warned that if Nox insisted on blocking him, he would be forced to fight back fiercely. He drew his sword, red demonic energy erupting around him. Jade officially switched into a desperate combat mode. Nox looked somewhat lazy, but if Jade wanted a clash, he didn't mind indulging him fully. A drop of deep purple mana fell as Nox began activating the summoning skill of a true soulcaster. The magical power started to surge. Dry skeletons with blazing red eyes began clawing up from the ground, forming an undead legion. Jade watched in horror as the horde of the undead closed in on him. He couldn't believe the terrifying power he faced. The knight grit his teeth and steadied his spirit to avoid being crushed by Nox's overwhelming presence. Jade decided to strike first to find a way out. He took a run and charged forward at extreme speed. A dazzling clash occurred. Jade's sword struck the skeleton legion's shield, red mana scattering into the black knight. Nox sneered with a smirk. He muttered that he had once wished Jade were truly evil so he could settle the debt easily. Watching Jade fight, Nox realized the rotten demonic mana running through the man's body. It was truly an abnormal existence. Nox found the situation becoming interesting. It seemed their perspectives didn't align, and he decided to change his plan. Meanwhile, Flora sat dazed in the tent, her heart uneasy with worry for Jade. She silently wondered if everything was okay. Helen noticed the Mrs. Restlessness and inquired. She remarked that the two had been talking for a long time, and Flora seemed overly concerned for the night. Flora smiled, remembering the old days. Jade had always been the loyal knight protecting her since she was a tiny child. A sorrowful memory of her father's funeral returned. At that time, everyone else had turned their backs, leaving her alone and adrift. In the cold, drenching rain, Flora stood frozen by an overwhelming grief. Tears mixed with the rain streamed down her face. Only Jade remained, quietly holding the umbrella and walking with her through the darkest storms of her life. Back in the present, Helen noted that Jade must hold an extremely important place for Flora. She admitted that and was always worried because he tended to overexert himself. Since the demon attack, Jade had borne more responsibilities and constantly pushed himself to the point of mental exhaustion. Flora's eyes grew sorrowful as she looked at Jade's missing arm. He had sacrificed it to buy her a fragile life. Seeing the mood dip, Helen quickly apologized for reopening the painful topic, but Flora simply smiled faintly and said it was all right. She wished Jade could let go of some of those burdens to ease his heart, but that stubborn knight never listened to anyone. Helen smiled consolingly, saying men often go all in and give everything when they find something worth protecting. In the tent, Flora suddenly brought up wanting to discuss an important matter with Helen. She seemed to have a hard-to-express concern. Helen agreed at once but bluntly questioned the real reason behind the escort request. To her, the pay was too high for a simple task, and Flora must know this better than anyone. Flora hesitated for a moment, then mentioned Jade's name. Her eyes briefly showed sadness and worry. The young lady confessed a truth she had long kept inside. She knew something was wrong with Jade. Flora sensed a strangeness radiating from her closest knight. Something inside him had changed. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Jade was struggling against the undead. A skeleton was cleaved in two, yet the deathly aura did not dissipate. Jade panted, sweat pouring down his face. He was gradually tiring under the relentless assault of the undead legion. Nox stood watching with cold eyes. He observed that Jade had a solid foundation, but that was as far as it went. He made no concessions, saying Jade was far from reaching the level of a great knight. Undeterred by the low appraisal, Jade wildly swung his sword. A blazing red slash ripped the air as he fought with everything he had left. That very stubbornness annoyed Nox. He disliked people who didn't know their limits. Nox strolled calmly through the battlefield, wondering why the man insisted so much. He was risking his life for a purpose even he might not fully understand. He acknowledged that humans fear death and deny it as a natural instinct. Jade's refusal to accept his own death was therefore understandable. But Jade was the opposite. He was trying to cross the boundary between life and death just to protect another person. That surprised Nox. Jade gritted his teeth stubbornly. He didn't care whether he was man or demon. He only knew he had to fulfill his vow to protect his mistress. Jade asserted that Nox would never understand his heart. He had sworn on his honor to protect Miss Flora to the end. Jade pointed his sword straight at Nox, his eyes blazing red with hatred. He asked if this had anything to do with her late father. Nox replied casually, "It is." Jade shouted that even if he had to die once more, he would still protect Flora. The lowly pride of a knight would not allow him to retreat. Nox looked at Jade thoughtfully. He realized the man wasn't lying. His desire to protect Flora was completely sincere. He told himself this was strange. Even Jade's ignorance of his own death was true. Nox began to feel curious about this knight. How could such an absurd thing happen? Nox wondered why the man was willing to go so far just for another person. Lion hovered beside Nox as he remained lost in thought. He muttered that Jade should just follow what his heart tells him. Jade froze, not understanding what Nox was hinting at. He kept his stance ready to fight, sweat soaking his clothes. Nox casually admitted that perhaps Jade was right. He didn't know what Jade was thinking, but he would temporarily spare his life. Nox said, "No, I will delay your death for a while." Jade went blank, stammering as he asked if Nox was really letting him live. He couldn't believe such a sudden change. Nox stepped closer, his shadow enveloping Jade. He said it wasn't exactly mercy, just that he wanted to hear the man's story. He stood above the kneeling knight, looking down. Jade looked at Nox with suspicion. He didn't know if this was a real opportunity or another cruel trick from the young necromancer. Nox's eyes glittered in the dark. He admitted Jade had piqued his curiosity. A human who can wield demonic power without becoming a fiend was indeed rare. He asserted that Jade's case was completely different from Terrell's. He wasn't a typical fiend, and that difference had snatched his life back at the last moment. Nox was seeing into every corner of his soul. Nox smiled enigmatically and extended his hand as if offering a bargain. He declared that depending on Jade's answer, he would decide how to deal with him. The skeleton army stood towering behind Nox, forming a scene of authority and death. They were ready to crush Jade at any moment should he command it. Nox's cloak fluttered in the cold wind. Nox smirked, his golden eyes alight with interest. He said, "Well then, now." He was waiting for the tale from this peculiar knight. Jade gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his face. He stood before a life-or-death choice. His blazing red eyes bore into Nox, tense and wary. "What is your choice?" Nox asked once more. Nox began the story with a leading remark, his gaze drilling into the other person. Jade looked back with a somber expression, pressing to know what Nox intended to do next. Jade began to recount the fateful conversation with the previous head of the caravan. Under the bright full moon, Heimel sat in an ornate chair with bloodstains spreading across his chest. His breath had grown very weak. Heimel admitted that the current state of the Tischel Merchant Guild was dire, a truth Jade surely recognized. He revealed that demons had begun to interfere, and the Merchant Guild was about to be expelled from the land of Avalat. The dying man made one final request of his loyal knight. He entrusted the safety of Lady Flora to Jade, insisting she was completely innocent in this mess. Heimel confessed that he was not as pure or virtuous as his daughter. Jade bowed his head, believing Heimel had done everything he could for the good of the guild. But Heimel admitted a horrifying truth. He had made a dark pact with demons. A cunning shadow appeared behind Heimel. He had believed he acted for the greater good, but in the end he was only a puppet in their hands. The price he paid was his soul. A blood-sign pact could not be undone. Heimel called it a wretched choice to trust the demon Zagan. The demon's mocking laughter behind him made his sacrifice all the more painful. Jade looked at his master with sympathy, thinking that everyone has their limits. A solitary figure stood in the undefined void, reflecting the mistakes and failures any person might make. Jade walked with a heavy heart, reflecting on what had passed in his life. He recalled the day he was a ragged drifter, homeless and talentless, yet taken in by Heimel's mercy. Heimel finally drew his last breath in the seat of power, ending a life filled with sin and regret. Jade resolved to protect Flora at all costs, as a way to repay this deep debt. He closed his eyes slightly, secretly engraving the vow deep in his heart. Even if it meant sacrificing everything he had, Jade would never retreat. Heimel's figure appeared as a final beacon of hope for Jade during his darkest days. He had lived like a cowering, desperate animal until he met this benefactor. Back in the present, Nox still felt something unsatisfactory about Jade's story. He pondered quietly. He wondered if a sense of obligation alone was strong enough to make Jade willing to sacrifice so extremely. Nox saw through the other's exterior, realizing Jade served Flora out of his own free will and absolute loyalty. Through his divine sight, Nox saw a blazing energy within Jade, a determination of someone ready to die at any moment. Nox watched in silence, asking no more questions. He already had his answer. Jade turned away, apologizing for his lack of cooperation and rigidity after agreeing to help. He clenched his fist, asserting that even if he told the truth, the outcome would not change. Jade gave a knowing smile, saying that was especially true for someone who should have died long ago like him. The tent flap opened. Flora hurried in anxiously to ask if the conversation between the two had gone smoothly. Jade quickly reassured the lady that they had finished planning, and didn't forget to praise Nox's talent. Nox cut through the atmosphere, ordering Heaven and Siren to listen closely to the warnings to come. Flora was horrified when Nox declared that demons had meddled in this matter, and that they were here now. Nox scanned the surroundings, asserting that the scent of demons was so strong it could not be ignored. He warned that if the caravan continued moving right now, they would be leading the demons straight to their target. Nox closed his eyes to consider, concluding that the first priority was to erase every trace of the caravan. He produced a small vial of holy water, explaining that using it would make things a bit safer. Just as he was about to explain how to use it, Nox suddenly paused, causing Flora to fidget and ask if something was wrong. Nox's expression turned serious and pragmatic. he announced that the holy water was an extra expense, completely separate from the original mission fee. Holding the vial, Nox's eyes went practical as he began discussing business. Flora broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe that at such a critical moment he still demanded extra pay. She promised to pay him separately for it. Heaven stared at Nox in astonishment, wondering how the head of the Marba's family could behave like that. Nox calmly replied he was simply doing what was necessary. Siren pushed up her glasses and announced the price of each vial was 20 gold coins. She casually asked if Flora had any cash on hand. Siren busied herself taking notes while a small horned shadow sighed in exasperation, finding Nox worse than Leon. Flora caught Siren's gaze and shivered. Siren, wide-eyed, asked innocently if there was something on her face. In a dark laboratory, potions of strange colors simmered, releasing hazy smoke. A grotesque creature with a mouth full of sharp teeth was trapped in a test tube of green liquid. Demonic eyes watched from inside another vial. Zagan, the high demon among the 72 fiends, sat on his throne and asked how long it would take to capture the leader of the Tishel Merchant Guild. His subordinate Lavi knelt and reported it would take about 10 days. Not short, she admitted, but the outcome would be well worth it. Lavi said the guild was growing rapidly, but since they possessed the soul of the former guildmaster, negotiations would be very easy. Zagan heard the report that Flora's group had hired a dark mage using holy water to block their trail. He told Lavi not to worry too much about that. He sneered, saying the one named Jade would be the one to guide them to Flora. He mocked that the man thought he was protecting the lady, but in truth he was. A bloody demon hand dripped over the body of a collapsed man. A horrifying truth began to emerge. Zagan spread a cruel smile, revealing that Jade had actually died long ago and been resurrected with demon blood. He was a perfect pawn. He found it laughable that Jade strove so hard to protect the one he loved while actually serving as bait leading the demons to her. An ironic tragedy. Zagan laughed loudly, asserting Jade would never realize he had become a demonic man until the day he truly died. Zagan's blazing red eyes stared at his subordinate, asking if she knew why he had gone to such lengths to cultivate the Tishel Merchant Guild. Lavi bowed her head and apologized, admitting she was too insignificant to comprehend Lord Zagan's profound intellect. Zagan began to lecture on the demon's source of sustenance, filthy emotions, and unrestrained human lust. Shadowed figures of suffering appeared within the purple smoke. He claimed that people would show their worst faces the moment money was put on the scales, demonic eyes gleaming behind a hand covering his face. Gold coins fell onto the table among the discussions and the blazing gambling machines. Zagan said he cultivated the Merchant Guild only to savor the extreme fear and anxiety of those people. He smiled smugly, asserting that with enough money, people could be easily manipulated however he wished. Nox suddenly sneezed loudly while riding at the head of the caravan through the valley. He raised a hand to cover his mouth, embarrassed. The wagons clattered along the trail. Nox brooded for a moment, wondering if someone was talking behind his back. He shrugged off the worry and coldly ordered the Tishel Merchant Guild to continue the journey, staring ahead with resolute eyes. Leon rode beside the caravan. He turned slightly to call out to Lady Flora. Siren, dressed as a nun, asked Flora curiously why her father had established the Merchant Guild in a dangerous, lawless place like Abalrat. Flora sighed and explained that her father had been forced to relocate here after losing a power struggle with the Merchant Guilds at the center. Leon listened in silence. He fully understood that the influence of the major guilds at the Imperial Center was unmatched. The Aliner Trading Guild had once been the most powerful name, dominating everything under the direction of a genius. That genius was Flora, nicknamed the Gold Fox for her keen analytical skills that propelled her to the top. Flora asked if Leon had been a classmate of hers, but he replied tersely that he didn't know her well. Marbas sat atop the wagon sneering, mocking Leon as a poor man who would struggle for money his whole life, unlike the naturally gifted lady. Leon let out a soft sigh, quietly wishing his life might brighten before he died. Suddenly Leon halted, a flash of golden light lit his eyes. He had sensed a powerful murderous intent closing in. Seeing Leon's complexion change, Jade asked what was wrong, but Leon only managed to utter an uneasy warning. Immediately, a crimson demon with large wings emerged from the darkness. It was an ambush. Swarms of demons flew, blacking out the sky as they surrounded the caravan. A mysterious smile appeared to greet everyone amid the tense atmosphere. The female demon Lavi stepped forward, introduced herself, and declared she was acting on her master's orders. Lavi stared at the group, her red eyes proclaiming she would seize them all. Jade immediately shouted for everyone to take shelter inside the wagons, while Leon calmly instructed Valter and Siren to protect the lady. Jade turned back to Leon in puzzlement at how unnervingly composed he remained. Leon dismounted and stood facing the female demon Lavi in the middle of the trail. He asked coldly whether the master she mentioned was also a demon. Lavi arched a mocking brow and retorted, asking why Leon was curious about that. Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied that he knew of only one good demon in the world, causing Marbas to flinch at the pointed remark. Marbas muttered, wounded in pride because he had once been a great cruel demon. Lavi sneered at Leon's words. She insisted that demons were inherently absolute evil, and Leon was mistaken to judge them otherwise. Lavi continued her lesson, saying that if Leon thought demons seemed good, it was only because they hadn't yet shown their true faces. She looked at Leon with contempt, asserting that even the demon he trusted most would betray him. Seeing Leon utterly unafraid, Lavi grew intrigued because he showed no sign of surprise. Leon replied nonchalantly that humans were no different from demons in her eyes. Lavi fell silent and studied the man before her for a long moment. She broke into a smile of amusement at the young man's attitude. Lavi addressed him as the young guest of the Marbas family, a title that made the atmosphere noticeably tenser. Realizing his identity had been seen through, Leon decided not to hide it any longer. He raised his hand and glowing purple magic circles materialized. Angered by his arrogant attitude, Lavi vowed she would make Leon regret his words. The female demon ordered her minions to attack, demanding they behead everyone except for one single person. Their primary target was Lady Flora, the guild's mistress. The demons swooped down fiercely. Leon summoned his legion of darkness. Knights and skeletons rose from the void into a solid battle formation. Jade was stunned to see the dead rise and take up arms right before him. Jade's hands trembled as he gripped his sword hilt in a mix of horror and disbelief. Leon remained standing, calmly watching the stunned Jade. Seeing Jade still unresponsive, Leon called his name to bring him back to reality. In a stern voice, he asked Jade if he still remembered the duty to protect the lady that he was sworn to. Jade snapped awake, gritted his teeth in defense, and declared he would protect Lady Flora at all costs. Leon told Jade not to waver and to focus on fighting. He urged Jade to do what needed to be done, because doing so would make him truly feel alive. A skeletal knight raised its shield to block an attack from the red demon. Meanwhile, Helen and the other dark warriors charged into the fray like madmen. Jade swung his sword to knock the demons aside, vowing in his heart to do what was necessary. He felt his mind grow clearer and sharper than ever thanks to Leon's encouragement. Jade spun and delivered a keen slash, taking down the enemy before him. But at that moment, his eyes suddenly registered shock. Lavi suddenly closed in and taunted that fighting with only one arm was no easy task. Blood sprayed as a winged demon stabbed Jade from behind, inflicting a grave wound. The deep thrust pierced Jade's left shoulder, and blood gushed without stopping. Despite the searing pain, Jade's eyes flared with iron resolve. He declared this was not enough to defeat him. Jade suddenly recalled Leon's words that he was, in fact, already a dead man. He roared and swung his sword, cleaving off the demon that had stabbed him. But the demons kept surging forward, surrounding the wounded guardian. Another demon descended from above, aiming straight for his shoulder to strike. Jade glared at the demons, the killing intent he radiated causing them to hesitate. Witnessing Jade's brutal stabbing, Flora screamed in terror. Leon called out Jade's name in worry when he saw how severe the wound was. Jade spat a mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have crossed its limit of endurance. Still, he mustered the last of his strength and swung his sword to slay another demon. Jade shouted for Flora to fall back so he could continue protecting her. Through the pain, Jade repeated the oath of loyalty he had once sworn before Lord Hamel years ago. He recalled his impoverished past, abandoned in the mud where no one cared for him. It was Lord Hamel and Lady Flora who gave him a reason to exist, but he had been too weak to protect his liege. Jade screamed in fury, declaring that this time he would protect Flora no matter the cost. Blood streamed from his mouth, but Jade insisted that if he was already dead, he was all the more grateful for it. That way, he could devote every remaining moment of this soulless body to protecting her. Leon watched and realized that Jade truly believed it from the depths of his heart. Lavi glanced at Leon mockingly, as if she too had noticed something strange about Jade. The female demon sneered and asked Leon if he was pitying the dying man. She asserted that Leon should know full well that Jade's body had long since ceased to live. Leon admitted thoughtfully that at first he had thought the same when he sensed the dark mana within Jade. Lavi went on, saying she had supposed Leon was the one who used forbidden magic to force Jade's soul to remain in the mortal realm. But Leon looked at the hand radiating his own magic and began to form a different hypothesis. He realized that perhaps Jade was not completely dead after all, at least not in the instant when his will burned so fiercely. Nox's hand began to radiate a deep purple mana. He told himself that things were probably not as simple as he had thought. Jade was still bracing himself, blood from the wound on his face starting to run down his chin. The young man stood resolute, facing the red demon before him head-on. Nox watched with eyes blazing. He had a hunch that Jade could not be defeated so easily. A sudden strike tore through the air toward Jade. Nox knew that, at least for now, he still had the strength to fight. The blade flashed sharply in an instant. A memory surfaced, Flora standing amid a wreckage strewn with corpses. She pondered the name Lord Hamel with a suspicious expression. Behind her, her father replied in a cold tone, telling her not to worry since there were always people targeting the caravan. Flora felt that something was off. Was it just a robbery? Looking at the soldiers before her, she realized immediately they didn't even know how to wield a sword properly. Her eyes widened in horror as she recognized who these people really were. Back in the present, Nox placed a hand on Jade's shoulder, probing to see how he was doing. Jade was silent. His ragged breathing made Nox call his name once more. Jade's gaze was vacant now, as if his mind had drifted to some very distant place. In another recollection, Flora and Siren looked toward the convoy with worried faces. Flora panicked and called "Milady," as if something terrible had just happened. Sitting in the carriage, Flora looked at Jade and asked about the earlier oddity. She lowered her face, trying to hide her unease, and said he didn't need to worry too much. But her hands were still clenched, calling Jade's name as if seeking support. Flora admitted that her father had acted very strangely since they arrived in Abalat, and that the whole caravan felt unsettled. She feared her father was involved in illicit dealings. The image of Lord Hamel appeared with blazing red eyes, as if something had possessed him. Jade spoke to reassure her, telling the lady to rest easy. Flora looked up at him in surprise. He vowed to protect her at all costs, even if the ground beneath their feet was soaked with fresh blood. Jade began to cough violently. Nox warned that his internal injuries were critical. Without immediate treatment, he would die. Yet Jade still gripped the hilt. He insisted he was fine, even claiming his mind was clearer than ever. A crimson mana aura enveloped Jade, transforming him into an entirely different being. More than ever, he growled. The spirit beast Lark appeared, asking Nox if he could sense the energy rising. Nox nodded. It was Magi mana, and an incredibly powerful source at that. The succubus Lavi lunged to attack, mocking Nox for daring to be careless during the battle. A heavy foot stomped hard on the ground. A giant golden mace intercepted Lavi's strike in an instant. Heaven appeared just in time to protect her master. Nox gave a small nod to thank his capable aid. Lavi froze at the sight of her opponent suddenly becoming exponentially stronger. Nox thought that if Heaven hadn't been summoned in time, they would have been in big trouble. Lark observed thoughtfully and realized the demons were exploiting corpses to amplify their strength. They corrode the remaining blind emotions in the body to generate temporary magi energy. Jade swung his sword straight at the demon with terrifying force. The demon stared at its opponent in horror, unable to believe its eyes. Blood splattered everywhere after the brutal strike. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Nox knew that Jade's blind loyalty was what was keeping him alive. Jade stood there with one eye bleeding. That blind loyalty was driving him beyond human limits. The spirit beast Lark watched and confirmed that it was that willpower that kept him standing, no matter how severe the wounds. Nox decided not to prolong it. He needed to end this battle quickly. Purple mana swirled around Nox's hand. Finish it in one strike, he declared coldly. Nox's ragged army of bones began to spill out, besieging the battlefield in a deathly atmosphere. A caravan soldier froze when an undead entity loomed up right before him. "Undead!" he screamed in utter terror. Flora ran over to ask Walter what was happening, but he was just as bewildered. The red demons were closing in on the carriage. Walter worried that at this rate they would soon breach the defenses. A heavy stomp shook the ground. A figure flashed by, cleaving the red demons in a single arc of the blade. It was Jade. His face was smeared with blood, but the killing intent he exuded was terrifying. The succubus Lavi froze when she saw Jade sprout horns and pointed ears. "What is that form?" She couldn't believe her eyes. Jade moved like the wind, leaving behind the remnants of the demons. He turned his back to Lady Flora and declared firmly that not a single being would be allowed to step past this line. Lavi trembled and muttered about demonification. To the demons, a normal human could never reach this state. She gritted her teeth, thinking that the serum he used shouldn't have granted such terrible power. "A corpse dares run rampant," Lavi roared, both angry and terrified. Nox cut in, saying she was mistaken about many things. Lavi spun to face him challengingly, asking what the hell he was babbling about. The succubus's eyes widened as she felt a terrifying pressure from the young man before her. An image of Jade smiling appeared in Nox's mind. Nox insisted that a soulless corpse could never smile like that. Behind Nox, a giant purple skull manifested, exhaling the breath of death. "You will die," he growled. Nox's eyes blazed with menace. She would die without ever understanding the true reason behind Jade's power. Lavi recognized the danger and tried to flee, but suddenly she felt something wrong beneath her feet. Purple magical chains suddenly wound tightly around her legs. "Chains!" Lavi shouted in panic. A hand tightened on the chain's end. "My master is personally dispensing punishment," a female voice announced. Heaven appeared with a cruel smile, binding the succubus with magical chains. "Running off in the middle of things is terribly rude, isn't it, master?" A long, hollow corridor where fragments of Nox's childhood memories are kept. In the solemn atmosphere, young Nox walked silently beside his father. He looked up at his father and curiously asked about the fate of those resurrected by dark magic. His father explained that they would lose all will, forever becoming soulless pawns in the hands of demons. He emphasized that this binding was permanent, with no way back. Nox was not satisfied and pressed to know if there were any exceptions in the world. His father fell silent for a moment, then replied curtly that there were almost none. Back in the present, Nox stood motionless before his father's portrait, seemingly recalling those lessons. He murmured about the possibility that they had truly made a pact with fiends rather than merely being controlled. Nox's gaze hardened. He seemed to have found his own path. The scene returned to the desolate battlefield as a massive purple energy rose after Osius's roar. Lark looked at the wreckage, marveling at the terrible power Nox had just unleashed. Nox staggered through the dust and smoke. His body had reached the limit of endurance. Lark warned that abusing high-level magic continuously would soon tear his body apart. Corpses of demons were piled everywhere. Nox stepped closer to confirm one final important thing. There, a man lay gasping, coughing up blackened mouthfuls of blood onto the ground. Helen collapsed beside Jade, crying out his name in despair amid the ruins. Nox approached silently, looking at the tragic scene before him without a word. Helen looked up with swollen eyes, chokingly begging Lord Leon to do something to save Jade. Nox's expression darkened. A ruthless but effective plan seemed to form in his mind. Jade's body began to crumble into patches of black smoke, a sign that his life was fading entirely. Nox bent down to ask Jade one thing, wanting to hear the loyal warrior's final wish. With his failing breath, Jade murmured apologies, saying he no longer had time to answer. He stretched out a trembling hand as if to cling to a last vestige of life before dissolving to dust. Nox opened the grimoire. Purple light enveloped him as a necromancy pact was established. Cut to the bustling gates of Talonfeather, where a new journey began for the living. Nox told Helen she would be safe here, away from the demon's pursuit. Helen clutched her chest and softly called Lord Leon's name with deep gratitude. She stared into the void, still unable to accept the truth that Jade was gone. When Nox asked about Jade's importance, Helen nodded with boundless sorrow. She told herself she couldn't remain submerged in grief forever. Jade certainly wouldn't want to see her that way. A pair of black shoes lightly touched the capital's pavement, marking her first steps into a new life. Helen bowed deeply to express her immense gratitude to Nox before they parted. She hesitated as if to say something, then summoned the courage to make one final request. Nox listened silently to the girl's plea, his expression still inscrutable and deep. He gave a slight nod, accepting Helen's final request. Helen turned and walked away, blending into the bustling crowd of the imperial capital. Just after she disappeared from view, a tall dark figure silently appeared and stood right behind Nox. Nox turned and asked the mysterious figure why he had hidden the fact that he had become undead from Helen. The figure stood motionless beneath his cloak, not uttering a single word in reply. Beneath the hood, Jade's face appeared with the hollow, blood-red eyes of the dead. A cold, piercing gaze marked the knight's rebirth in a terrifying form. Nox looked at his hands, telling himself that the living must go on living their lives. He silently thought that Lady Helen was strong and would certainly manage on her own. A hint of sadness crossed his eyes as he considered that perhaps they would never meet again. Nox turned to instruct Jade that from now on the Tishel caravan would be under the protection of House Marbas. He explained that Tishel specialized in gems, while his family had its own strengths. Our family produces sapphires, he said casually, but with clear calculation. Nox abruptly changed the subject and asked Jade to answer an important question. Jade looked at his new master with a puzzled expression, waiting for the next question. He asked how Jade had managed to overcome demonic possession, something extremely difficult even for the strong. Nox's gaze hardened as he awaited a thorough explanation from his new guardian. Their eyes met, one blazing red with demonic will, the other pale gold and contemplative. Silence hung between the two, who had just crossed the line between life and death together. Jade admitted he didn't really know. At that moment, his only thought had been to protect the lady. To him, his own death was less frightening than letting her come to harm. As long as she is saved, Jade said with absolute loyalty and resolve. Nox nodded as if he understood, while Jade bowed his head apologetically for not providing a clearer answer. Nox reached into his cloak, took something out, and told Jade to take it. Jade asked in surprise if this was the gift Nox had intended to give him. It turned out to be the gem Lady Helen had asked Nox to return to him before she left. She wanted to entrust all her wishes and gratitude to her most loyal guardian. Nox gazed thoughtfully at the keepsake, feeling the invisible bond between the two people. Helen's face appeared serene, as if she had finally shed her last burden. Nox quietly hoped that if fate allowed, they might one day greet each other warmly. He recalled the moment Helen happily received the birthday gift from Jade, the gem like his own eyes. A vow of eternal protection, no matter where or under what circumstances. Even if the road ahead is hell, they will always be connected through this keepsake. Nox returned to his magnificent castle, ending a journey fraught with upheaval. Lark remarked that the mission had been a great success and many interesting things had occurred. Nox nodded in agreement. The trip had indeed brought him significant benefits. Suddenly, his expression sharpened as he sensed an unusual presence in the room. Lark also startled and grew alert. It seemed both had detected the hidden stranger. Just then, Crow burst into the room in a panic, reporting that the fake roll call scheme had been exposed. Nox signaled for silence. He realized this trouble was more serious than he had thought. A surge of extremely strong teleportation magic suddenly erupted in the center of the room, forming a vortex of light. A commanding voice rang out, warning Nox not to dare touch this dangerous stream of magic. Nox stood motionless, watching the beam of light, bracing himself to face whoever had come to his door. Loon von Marbas appeared with proud bearing, quietly calling the name Leon von Marbas with loaded implication. She raised a hand to greet Nox with a radiant smile, as if delighted to have caught him in the act. Loon sat imperiously behind the desk, remarking that Nox had been busy with some interesting antics lately. She asserted that she wasn't so idle as to come all the way here just for the tedious matter of a proxy roll call. Loon's eyes suddenly turned ice cold as she began to mention Nox's father. Nox froze at the abrupt question. The atmosphere in the room instantly tightened to an extreme. Nox stared intently at Loon von Marbas, silently wondering about her true motive for bringing up his father so suddenly. The image of a man standing amid ruin flashed through Nox's mind, along with the haunting question of whether the man was truly dead. He stood silently, hiding the shock within as secrets of the past, and his family began to rise more forcefully than ever. Loon fell into contemplative thought. She was mentioning a familiar name that seemed closely tied to current events. A fragment of memory appeared with scenes of desolation. The question of that person's death remained a large, unsolved mystery. Nox listened in silence, his silhouette exuding solemnity in the dim space. He turned and asked Loon directly why she had suddenly taken an interest in this matter. Loon gave a small smile, revealing that she and that person had once been quite close. An image of a mysterious man emerged. She judged him weak but never prone to thoughtless decisions, especially regarding what he left behind before he departed. Loon's eyes flared with an icy blue light. She asserted that she needed to know the truth. Nox was not to be outdone. His eyes flashed a pressured gold as he faced Loon's power. A deep purple magical vortex exploded, engulfing the entire room in a single breath. Within the vast mental space, the two stood opposite each other among ethereal streaks of light. Loon realized this mana far exceeded the level of an ordinary prodigy. It was certainly related to the kind of magic she had long been researching. Each of her steps sent ripples across the floor like waves on a still surface. She approached Nox and pressed him to recall any details about what that person had left behind. Nox looked straight into her eyes, his gaze thoughtful as if searching for scattered fragments of memory. The scene shifted to two stone towers rising among the trees, where the family's ancient secrets were kept. On the table lay a sketch of a cross-shaped necklace entwined by a black serpent, a most intriguing form of magic. Nox sat in an armchair, recounting that his father always called himself a thought form. He was unsure of its true meaning. Behind him appeared the image of a skull chained within a purple aura. It seemed the former leader had used magic to seal something deep inside Nox's body. Nox gazed down pensively, beginning to feel the weight of the secret his father had left behind. He placed a hand over his chest, wondering what the so-called seal truly contained within. Loon leaned back in her chair with authority, her eyes half closed as if piecing together all the information. She analyzed the sudden rise of the soul-summoning art and its strange connection to that seal. In Nox's mind, the image of the chained grimoire appeared. He was certain there was an undeniable link between them. He affirmed that he wanted to investigate his father's magic and the nature of the seal residing within him. Loon looked at him and asked whether Nox was willing to tell her everything he knew. She propped her chin on her hand and revealed that his father had actually researched forbidden magic, and the four great sages had known of it long ago. Nox retorted, asking if she had known for a long time and yet let matters proceed anyway. Loon explained that no one had ever succeeded before. But if his father were still alive, all the pieces on this chessboard would change completely. Her gaze sharpened, the seal, forbidden magic, and the resurrection summoning all traced back to a single source. That was her final conclusion. Nox squinted in reply, thinking that was still only a hypothesis. Loon's eyes flashed with resolute light. That was why she needed to verify it right now. Nox asked if she intended to act without asking permission from his master, him. Loon coldly answered that it wasn't necessary. Loon reached toward his face, telling him not to worry, because this was his only chance to meet his father again. Immediately, she penetrated deep into Nox's subconscious. The surroundings transformed into a gray, empty arena. Loon glanced around, nodding that his inner world contained nothing but a terrifying stillness. Suddenly, a desperate voice cried out, "Release me." Loon's eyes widened in surprise. Before Loon stood a gigantic door, bound by countless black chains and a wave of gloomy evil aura. From within the door, demonic hands with clawed nails began to reach out, clawing as if trying to break free of their bonds. Loon went pale, sweating as if bathed. She trembled, wondering what disgusting thing was imprisoned inside. In the real world, Nox's hands began to convulse violently on the floor. His eyes suddenly flew open, the golden color flaring for a moment under great pressure. Nox sprang up, clutching his head in agony. The mental exploration had left a significant shock for them both. In the mental space, the man smiled and said that this reunion had come earlier than he expected. He called him Leon, the false name Nox was using. The father's face appeared kind yet enigmatic. He wanted to ask Nox whether he knew anything about Noah von Trinity. It turned out he was an old friend who had warned him to stop his dangerous research. Nox replied that Headmaster Noah had told him about the forbidden magic and the seal the man had left on him. He asked again, almost to confirm, that all of these were closely related to the rise of the soul-summoning art. Nox yearned for a real answer. He wanted to know the full truth behind these conspiracies. But his father's eyes showed that this was still not the right time to reveal everything. He walked over the rubble of memories, promising he would only tell him that much. His body gradually dissolved into nothing like shards of glass, with the message that all he had done was for his son's future. Nox's eyes widened as his father's figure completely vanished from his mind. Back in reality, Loon was perched on the desk, curiously asking how the meeting had been. Nox was still shaken. He admitted he wasn't sure where any of this was heading. Loon smiled in satisfaction at having achieved her goal. She sent him on his way and reminded him they would meet again soon. When Nox asked what she had seen in his mind, Loon only put a finger to her lips, signaling secrecy. She assured him that time would give him the answers, whether he wanted them or not. Her eyes flashed with meaning. Nox turned and walked away, bidding farewell. Loon added a final reminder to attend his classes regularly. Alone, Loon leaned back wearily. She murmured her name and said that now she truly understood the matter. She realized that the father's purpose was not to increase Nox's power, but something far deeper. Months later, a hand slammed down on a wooden table, heralding the start of a new event. The bald professor announced loudly to all students that the annual swordsmanship tournament would take place in 1 week. He declared that 3 outstanding freshmen would be chosen to compete and asked them to step forward. The first name called was none other than Nox von Reinhaver. He maintained his usual indifferent expression. The second was Paracelsus. He adjusted his glasses, displaying the confidence of a prodigy. The final name was Talia von Stieleiner. The red-haired girl jumped and stammered in surprise. For the rest, the professor told them to enjoy the festival in their own way. Nox narrowed his eyes, calculating. The festival atmosphere filled the streets as citizens eagerly flocked to the festivities. Hasty footsteps echoed on the stone, blending with the crowd's clamor. Paracelsus strolled leisurely, thinking this was really just a pompous display by the powerful nobility. Suddenly, he heard a very familiar voice calling his name. Paracelsus froze when he saw Leon, who was actually Nox in disguise. He couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, asking what trick Nox was planning at the festival. Before him stood Leon in an apron embroidered with a kitten, holding a plate of steaming sausages. Nox nonchalantly said he arrived just in time and invited Paracelsus to try a bite. Behind him, a group of skeletal disciples were cooking professionally. Paracelsus could only stand stunned, staring at the strangest eatery in the world where skeletons were serving customers attentively. A wooden sign hung crookedly over the shop reading "In," marking a profit-scented beginning for the summoner at the festival. A gloved hand set the fragrant grilled sausage on the table. "Your order, sir," the server announced professionally. Paracelsus sat there dazed, staring at the plate placed before him as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The culprit was a skeleton wearing a chef's apron, grinning and wishing the customer a pleasant meal, causing Paracelsus to break into a sweat. He poked the sausage with a fork, muttering that he'd always known this noble was eccentric. But Paracelsus hadn't expected Nox von Reinhaver to be this insane, staging such a serving act in broad daylight. Nox calmly explained that he had to do this to earn extra money to pay his tuition. He shot back a sarcastic remark, saying a poor commoner like Paracelsus should surely understand his situation, which made the boy furious. Nox bowed with mock gratitude since Paracelsus was the shop's first customer. Paracelsus took a sip of the drink, grimaced, and told Nox to stop this serving act that was giving him goosebumps. But he immediately spat the drink out because of its strange taste. Paracelsus slammed the table, shouting about the infernal taste, while Nox calmly said he'd lowered the alcohol for the student's health. Paracelsus yelled that it was clearly watered-down wine, and Nox insisted it still had about 4%. Nox paused and asked how he knew, which drove Paracelsus crazier as he snapped back, asking if Nox's tongue was numb. Paracelsus jumped up to leave, cursing that he'd meant to be generous but Nox had cheated him, better to shut the place down. But as he turned his back, the skeletal server immediately blocked his way. Nox's face suddenly darkened as he began to repeat the lessons his father had taught him. A purple aura of malevolence coiled around Nox's hand as he declared that those who refused to pay fairly did not deserve to be customers. Nox slid a bill across for 10 gold coins, a steep price for the lousy meal. Paracelsus froze at the extortion, bitterly declaring it blatant blackmail by a scoundrel. Meanwhile, at the arena, a loudspeaker announced that the winner of the first match was Nox. The purple-haired announcer proceeded to declare the second match featuring the master Ulysses von Prizzle. Paracelsus went down the stairs, clutching his stomach in pain as Nox's crappy drink began to take effect. Still, he had to step onto the arena to prepare for his official match. Facing his opponent, Paracelsus immediately recognized a threatening stance. He smirked, drew his sword, and prepared to strike with confident poise. A shout erupted, and the two combatants collided in a blaze of sparks. Paracelsus remarked with delight that his opponent's strike was extremely powerful. He surged forward with wild excitement, believing this match would bring him great pleasure. Outside, Nox and Talia watched the match's progress on a large magic screen together. Talia noted that Paracelsus seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the fight. Nox nodded indifferently in agreement. Just then, Lion approached with a puzzled look and asked what the hell Nox was doing with this eatery. Lion looked disgusted by the stall's presence, while Nox complained that running a business at the festival was harder than he'd thought. Talia stood beside him trembling, afraid Lion might catch her being with Nox. Nox offered Lion a taste to celebrate his recent victory, but Lion waved him off. The skeletal server continued to enthusiastically offer the plate of sausages, making Lion's skin crawl as he asked what kind of place lets undead serve food. Lion called Nox crazy, saying the stall was full of oddities. Nox just pouted, slightly wounded. Lion decided to leave, deeming it a waste of time to stay. Talia waved goodbye and went to prepare for her next match. Nox watched them go and wished Talia luck with her business. With her match. Lion and Talia walked away, leaving Nox alone beside the stall and the skeletal server. Suddenly, Lark on Nox's shoulder warned that it smelled a demon prowling nearby. Lark bared its teeth in a grotesque grin, insisting the being was hiding but would reveal itself soon. A mysterious figure in a dark cloak slipped away silently, signaling that the sword festival was not as peaceful as it seemed. Chell von Steeliner stood motionless in the shadows, surrounded by eerie black auras. A whispering voice declared that everything was nearing its end. Her eyes flared a cold red. The demonic entity within proclaimed she would soon be freed of the burden she bore. At the arena, the loudspeaker thundered that the next match was about to begin. A fateful confrontation involving Chell and a new opponent. That opponent was none other than her sister, Talia von Steeliner. Hearing her name called, Talia showed clear worry as she stood beside Lion. "All right, I'm off," Talia waved to Lion, forcing a cheerful facade before stepping out to face the greatest challenge. But Lion suddenly called her back. Talia startled and stopped, her face showing puzzlement at his serious tone. Lion reminded Talia not to let all the time and effort he'd spent training her be wasted in vain. Hearing that, Talia beamed and promised she would not disappoint him. She ran off eagerly, leaving Lion to sit and watch the match with a contemplative gaze. Lion's purple eyes narrowed. It seemed he'd noticed something unusual about Talia's opponent. A purple-haired girl with a cold demeanor appeared silently beside him. With a sharp gaze, she waited silently for Lion's next instruction amid the tense atmosphere of the ceremony. Lion quietly revealed a terrible truth to his associate. A demon had fully possessed Chell's body. A bloody red killing intent surrounded Chell in the arena. Lion assessed that the demon was at least Ducrank and extremely difficult to restrain. The purple-haired girl anxiously asked him what she should do to deal with this threat. Lion ordered the immediate summons of the Steeliner family head. He knew Lord Steeliner's presence was crucial now. The arena scene unfolded with a stark contrast between the two Steeliner sisters before thousands of spectators. Talia drew her sword, her eyes shining with determination though her opponent was the sister she loved. Chell also drew her blade, exuding a suffocating pressure. Lion coldly warned that in the worst case, they might have to destroy Chell herself. Talia stood in the center of the arena, staring at her sister. The worst-case scenario played out in her mind. She tightened her grip on the sword, her eyes full of anguish. The thought of killing her own sister to stop the catastrophe made Talia tremble. Opposite her was Chell, but those blazing red eyes showed she was no longer herself. A pitch-black demonic aura enveloped her entire body. The two blades clashed with a metallic ring. Talia struggled to hold her ground against the overwhelming power of her possessed sister. "Sister," Talia cried out in despair, as the two blades remained locked. Chell looked back with cold eyes and admitted the demon's presence within her. She knew it, but could do nothing about it. A flash of regret crossed Chell's face. She wondered if it was her own fault that things had become so terrible. Chell swung her sword in a powerful arc, forcing her sister into a tight spot. Talia shouted that she could still salvage the situation. She refused to accept this cruel outcome. But Chell replied coldly that it was already too late. Demonic energy began to surge violently from Chell, obscuring the last traces of her humanity. From behind, a shadowy entity formed with countless glowing red eyes, mocking Talia's weakness. Her promises were now mere empty words to soothe her conscience. The demon sneered that if Talia truly wanted to save her sister, she should have acted long ago. Chell's sword shone with a wicked light. Her silence was more terrifying than 1,000 words. Talia bowed her head as memories of grueling training days rushed back. She had worked so hard for a single goal. Every day she trained until her breath came in ragged gasps, her clothes soaked with sweat. She always chased after her sisters retreating back, reaching for that hand but never quite managing to grasp it. All her efforts, every drop of sweat, were for the day she could finally hold Chel's distancing hands. Back in the present, Talia strained to withstand her sister's assault. Her harsh training fueled her strength. Her eyes burned with determination. She declared this was the result of all those efforts. Chel froze when she saw the white flame erupt from Talia's sword. A bitter smile flickered across her face. Chel realized her little sister had truly grown beyond measure. But the demon inside took it as sport, mocking the deep bond between the sisters. Chel clasped at her twisting face, pained to realize she had become a perfect sacrifice for the darkness. A powerful stomp cracked the ground beneath Chel. The demonic power was erupting wildly. She lunged at Talia with terrifying speed, the smile on her lips now the mad grin of someone gone insane. A mighty slash tore through the air, aimed straight at Talia. Talia watched in horror as the blade bore down on her. The overwhelming pressure had exceeded her control. The clash produced an earth-shattering burst of light in the center of the arena, flinging everything aside. The spectators above began to panic. They realized this was no longer a friendly match but a real catastrophe. People scrambled for exits as the corrupt energy spread everywhere. A towering column of white fire erupted from the arena into the sky. Screams rang out heralding the demon's assault. From above, Lord Steelander looked down in horror, calling his daughter's names over and over in despair. The lines around his eyes deepened with extreme worry. The stern father now trembled before the calamity. Memories took him back to the Steelander training hall years before. That scene felt so peaceful compared to now. He used to stand at a distance watching Chel train under the harsh afternoon sun, his face showing no mercy. "Are you tired?" The question that sounded caring was loaded with pressure when he asked his daughter. Though drenched in sweat and breathing heavily from exhaustion, Chel bowed resolutely and replied, "No, father." He always reminded her of the heavy duty of an heir, that many lives depended on them. Seeing the innocent girl Chel once was contrasted with her current suffering squeezed the old man's heart. Lord Steelander regretted being too harsh, having placed such a heavy burden on his daughter from a young age. A belated apology lingered in his mind. But it was too late to salvage anything. A strange magic circle suddenly appeared along with black chains, cutting through his thoughts. The real game was only just beginning. Nox clearly felt the despair and remorse engulfing Chel, an intensity he'd never seen before. The demon had rooted too deeply into Chel's soul, leaving her no strength to hide the cracks in her mind. In another corner, Nox was abruptly called back by an acquaintance who sneered that he was still wasting time at the apothecary. The red-haired girl solemnly reiterated Nox's request, insisting he was the only one they could trust right now. Nox fell silent, his gaze brooding as if calculating something in his head. Lober von Steelander appeared. The head of the Steelander family approached with a dignified but heavy presence. Nox relayed a friend's words, saying that remorse was nothing more than a pathetic emotion. Lober smiled bitterly, realizing Nox truly had some interesting friends. "Perhaps so," Nox replied calmly, his eyes still fixed on the smoke-filled arena. At the center of the arena, Talia was panting, drenched in sweat from the tremendous pressure of her sister. The demon inside Chel mocked Talia's beauty, a visage that stood in stark contrast to Chel's current darkness. It sneered, claiming that no matter how hideous Chel became, deep down she still longed to shine like her sister. Chel's blazing red eyes locked onto Talia. The demon claimed it had been protecting her honor all this time. It urged Chel to seize everything back, saying those things rightfully belonged to her long ago. "Take it," the demon whispered in her ear, urging Chel to end her long silent sacrifice. Chel's hand tightened on the hilt, preparing for a decisive strike. The demonic energy began to tremble violently. It roared to reclaim everything, for its patience had truly run out. Chel charged like a red whirlwind, her blade cutting a horizontal arc through the air with murderous intent. Talia stared wide-eyed in shock, trying to steady herself to withstand the direct assault. The sword in her hand trembled under the excessive pressure. The life-or-death moment was near. The two blades collided with overwhelming force, a blinding white light spreading across the area. Talia gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with determination not to let her sister sink deeper into darkness. A pained groan escaped. The demon's power was gradually overpowering Talia's remaining strength. The energy explosion hurled everything aside, creating a dense cloud of dust. "Sister," Talia whispered, thrown far away, her body riddled with wounds. On the other side, Chel still stood firm, her silhouette hazy in the smoke but the killing intent thick as ever. The demon inside her scoffed, claiming that taking from others was the true nature of this world. Chel gripped her sword tightly, her gaze now chillingly empty. Talia shouted in despair. She couldn't believe the sister she loved was doing such madness. Chel suddenly smiled, a strangely serene smile as if she had found her own way out. "Sister," Talia screamed, begging Chel to stop before it was too late. Chel raised her sword high, preparing for a self-destructive or merciless finishing blow. Suddenly, a figure appeared and stopped Chel's blade with one hand. It was Nox in Lion's form with silver-white hair. With violet eyes burning with authority, he coldly asked Chell whether fleeing was truly her final choice after everything that had happened. Lion ordered everyone to evacuate immediately to the shelter. No one was to go outside at this time. Nox's green eyes flashed in the darkness. He murmured that it was time for things to truly begin. Amid the chaos at a Ladane Academy, Nox von Reinhaver appeared with an unusual calm. Evacuation announcements blared repeatedly, urging everyone to head to the shelters to avoid the demons. Nox's gaze was sharp. He knew the moment to launch his plan had arrived. Everything seems well timed, he thought. Citizens and students were losing their minds with fear. They screamed, asking why they weren't allowed outside in such a dire situation. Soldiers tried to explain that it was more dangerous outside, but panic had overwhelmed the crowd's reason. Everyone wanted to escape immediately. At that moment, a thunderous boom rang out as a sturdy wall was smashed to pieces. A nightmare had just arrived. A gigantic demonic hand thrust through the earth and stone, sowing terror in anyone who saw it. The disaster had truly come. Feral demons crawled out from the rubble, grinning as if ready to feast on blood. The crowd could only stand frozen in despair. An old man fell backward, babbling helplessly as he faced the monsters head-on. They were right before his eyes. A demon swung a fist, intending to finish off the innocent townsfolk. "Help me!" cries echoed through the air, thick with the stench of death. Then a gleaming weapon flashed through, stopping the killing blow. Relief had finally arrived. Heaven swung her staff powerfully, producing a forceful impact that blew the monsters away. She acted with decisive strength. She turned, gave a confident smile, and told everyone to hurry to the shelters. She would handle this place. Truly the demeanor of a heroine. The nearby men just stared after her in dazed awe. Being saved by such a fierce, beautiful girl left them stunned. At the east gate, the duo Heaven and Helen were doing their job well. They cleared demons quickly, letting not a single one through. At the west gate was Jade, a swordsman with a cold gaze ready for slaughter. The blade in his hand was already itching for blood. At the north gate, Paracelsus was in position. He adjusted his glasses, preparing to unleash his most powerful magical techniques. Finally, at the south gate stood Nox under the identity of Lion. He was the most crucial linchpin of the entire plan. The demons charged wildly but were swept aside by an invisible force. Nox opened the grimoire, his face betraying no emotion. A massive magic circle materialized, sealing off the entire entrance. "Sorry, but this is a restricted area," Nox declared coldly. What followed was a terrifying magical explosion. Nox needed little effort to turn the horde to ash. Die and be done with it, he thought inwardly. Back at the west gate, Jade was showcasing elegant swordplay. He moved nimbly through the enemy's ranks as if taking a stroll. A powerful horizontal slash sent demon blood spraying. Jade showed no mercy to any who dared block his path. A red gleam of killing intent lit his eyes when he spotted a larger foe approaching. Now the real fun was beginning. A giant demon was cleaved in two from head to toe in a single strike. The force behind Jade's sword was truly terrifying. Jade exhaled a long sigh and sheathed his sword. Cleaning up this pile of trash had burned quite a bit of his energy. A haze of dust covered the battlefield, obscuring what remained of the ill-fated monsters. Everything gradually fell into an eerie silence. The large demon earlier was only a small part of the horde Marba's sent, but before Jade, they were nothing more than training sandbags. Jade drew in, taking a defensive stance, ready for any further attacks. He never let his guard down while the battle was not over. Lark, the black cat spirit of House Marbas, bared his teeth in delight watching Nox's warriors work effectively. He seemed to thoroughly enjoy the spectacle. Nox nodded in satisfaction. All directions were being well guarded. However, he sensed a new streak of killing intent approaching his position. Suddenly, a brilliant purple magical beam tore the space open right before Nox. Had the mastermind finally decided to show up? A blue-haired guy appeared, propping his chin with an utterly smug expression. He looked at Nox as if viewing a plaything. Nox frowned at the stranger. He seemed markedly different from the previous demonic lackeys, radiating a not insignificant pressure. He introduced himself as Lark, an assassin under Marbas. He bowed to Nox with a mocking, counterfeit politeness. The real cat Lark looked at the fake demon with contempt. "This one seems fairly strong, but it has nothing to do with me," he thought. Nox remained calm, introducing himself as Lion, the head of House Marbas. The showdown between the two Marbas was about to erupt dramatically. The blue-haired demon sneered, assuming Nox was just a brat who wouldn't understand the irony in his greeting. He began gathering mana into his razor-sharp hands. His red eyes narrowed, revealing murderous intent. He wanted to finish Lion quickly to complete his mission. Not making him wait, Nox raised his hand and summoned an army of skeletons from the ground. Dry bones wielding weapons rose up behind him. The blue-haired man showed a flash of surprise at Nox's ability to summon so many undead. The smile on his face tightened slightly. Still, he kept up his confident facade, thinking clearing this pile of bones would be easier than expected. He scratched his chin, preparing to strike. He stood boldly amid the surrounding skeletal army, a smile fixed on his lips. Perhaps he did not know this would be the last mistake of his life. The blue-haired fiend lunged like a phantom, aiming to finish the target with blazing claws. "Don't bother me," he snarled, full of killing intent. He poured all his strength into the pounce, certain the prey could not escape in this situation. A soft footstep sounded, breaking the atmosphere thick with the scent of death. A third party had officially entered the fray to turn the tide. The newcomer's speed was terrifying. He streaked past the demon like a gust of wind, completely blocking his attack in an instant. The blue-haired assassin froze, eyes wide in shock. What? He couldn't believe someone possessed such dreadful speed. Lion appeared with eyes blazing red with authority. "You will not lay a finger on the head of this house," he declared coldly, making the enemy shudder. A gigantic sword covered in purple mana slashed down, tearing the surrounding space. This power was truly overwhelming compared to the demon's level. The strike hit its mark, splattering demon blood across the ground. The once arrogant fiend now only screamed in unbearable pain. Talia stared suspiciously at the person before her. "Nox von Reinhaver, why are you stopping me?" she shouted, seemingly being controlled by some force. Nox had no time for long explanations in the heat of the moment. He ordered, "Give his body over to him." Talia's face filled with shock at that bizarre demand. "What do you mean by that?" she stammered, her mind still in turmoil. "From now on, I'll take over here," Nox finished, and a jet of pitch-black mana erupted, plunging them both into a shadowed space. Nox's eyes gleamed eerily through his hair. A terrifying change was happening within him, releasing enormous energy. A pillar of crimson light shot straight up from the academy, emitting a horrific magical pressure that warped the surrounding space. The scene lay in ruins after the earth-shattering energy blast. A wing of the academy had been devastated, reduced to a desolate pile of rubble. Nox, under the Lion identity, walked slowly through the blast site. He glanced around, thoughtful. It seems he's hidden well. In a dark corner, the blue-haired demon lurked, watching Lion with a resentful gaze. "He's much stronger than I thought," the assassin silently reassessed his opponent. A wicked smile appeared on his lips as he thought of an ambush plan. He believed that with a slight slip, he could kill Lion instantly. Lion seemed unaware of the tailing presence. He calmly told Jade there was no need to waste time hunting the enemy. The blue-haired man slowly closed the distance, holding his breath for the golden opportunity to strike. His eyes flashed red with lethal ambition. Lion suddenly stopped, a subtle smirk playing at his lips. "There's really no need to look because he left the sentence hanging. "Have found him," Lion finished, and a barrage of shadowy magical daggers rained down from above, pinning everything around. The blue-haired demon cried out in desperate panic. He hadn't expected to be discovered and ambushed by such overwhelming force. He collapsed to his knees, trembling and unable to move. Lion looked down with contempt. "So this is the power you relied on to barge in? Pathetic." The demon shook uncontrollably, blood and sweat streaming down his miserable face. Get away from me," he screamed in utter terror, facing death. The cat Lark felt a chill watching the scene. "This is the first time I've seen a demon feel such pure fear," he thought. Nox now looked no different than a grim reaper standing within the brilliant magic circle. "This is truly rather beautiful," he thought. The desperate fiend asked Lion what kind of abomination he truly was. He had completely collapsed mentally before the opponent's power. All his attempts to resist were now meaningless before the dark, spiked thorns closing in on him from every side. He was utterly hopeless. The battle ended swiftly in absolute domination. Nox and Lark decided to return inside to check on the others. Lark watched Nox secretly. He realized his master had grown much stronger since the meeting with the academy head. The power increase was astonishing. Despite the easy victory, Nox still felt something was off. A bad premonition of a greater threat silently enveloped him.